1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello, diplomacy fans, and welcome to... Oh my goodness. Sorry. Do you guys hear an echo in here?
A little bit.
Let me see if I can get this worked out. It's still coming. All right, give me a second. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
Okay, there we go. Good. Only one copy of me here today. Let's try this again. Good evening, diplomacy fans out there. Welcome to Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the 2024 Summer Classic. This is a tournament taking place on the virtual world diplomacy community, which is the premier location for virtual face-to-face. This tournament was developed in the pandemic, and it is now in its fourth iteration. Joining me for coverage of the championship game tonight is Tanya Gill, former North American face-to-face champion. Tanya Gill, welcome.
Thanks. Excited to see who's going to win this thing.
Also joining me is current reigning North American champion and former Summer Classic champion, Katie Gray. Katie, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks. Happy to be here.
All right. So this is the fourth year of the Summer Classic. This is the virtual world diplomacy community's sort of second tournament. The major tournament is the Virtual Diplomacy Championship, which happens every year in December. And this tournament was developed to give players on that server a big tournament to have in the earlier part of the year. The first winner in 2021 was Saren Kwok. The second winner in 2022 was Katie Gray. And the third winner in 2023 was Saren Kwok again. We will have a first-time Summer Classic champion this year because neither Saren nor Katie are participating. There were, however, let's pull up my little cheat sheet here, 39 players who participated over 3 days of games, 13 games total of the preliminary rounds. That was 6 rounds. And those games took place 2 weekends ago. And they were spread out over 6 rounds over 3 days so that there were games that were convenient to people in all time zones, anywhere in the world. This tournament, just like the Virtual Diplomacy Classic, is designed to be accessible to people anywhere. And it is. The top 7 finishers from that weekend have faced off today in a championship game, which we are going to cover in a little bit. But first, we need to talk about who these players are. First of all, I need to identify them, and then talk about how they got to the top board. And so Katie and Tanya are going to help us do that. Before we jump in, though, I'm just curious from you guys if you have any thoughts that you want to share about what it's like to participate in the Summer Classic. And Katie, why don't we start with you, since you have some pretty good experience with it.
I've liked this tournament a lot historically. I did try it this year, but I could only make 2 rounds, and neither of them went particularly well. So we might see my name in a standing somewhere, but nowhere near the top. But I think it was fun. I especially want to highlight this year. I played with so many new players, and I love playing with new players. It's one of my favorite things about diplomacy. I like the friends that I've made in this hobby, but I really like branching out and playing with other people. And I will say in particular, like, there have been some great Aussies in this tournament. Like, the Australian hobby in general, like, shout out to you guys because there were some really fun people to play with. All of my games, for the most part, were very like cordial and nice, and I don't know. I had a really good time. It's a good group.
Were the Aussies especially nice, or was there a surprising were there a surprising number of Aussies? What was it about the Aussies that
I
caught
think
your ear?
both. I think I mean I never play in the game that's like really late for me, which is their easy ones. I think a lot of them were willing to get up super early and play in a timeline or in a time zone that like worked for me. Yeah, I don't know. There were more of them than I've played with before, and some of them I had seen before, and they were just really pleasant. Just a good group of people.
So Katie, this was your first big tournament win in the virtual era, is that right?
Probably. I think I won like E-Carnage or something, but I don't know what the time was, and I don't know if that was a huge tournament.
Okay, but in any case, this was your biggest tournament win at that point. Had a top board, which is a hard thing for people to learn how to conquer, especially newer players. Can you just say a little bit about what that tournament win meant to you as a diplomacy player?
Okay, well, you're pretty familiar with my first top board experience, Brandon. It was the DB&I from that same year, and it was awful. What a disaster. I played so horribly. I don't know. I think the top board can be really stressful, and it got in my head for sure, and I'm sure it gets in other people's heads. You feel like you have to play a certain way. You have to be just have to play a certain way. You have to be on your A game. And I think I won the Summer Classic because I played the way I normally played. Like, I didn't have really enemies around me. Other people made other people angry, and it just worked out. And I think that's like playing the way that I played helped me in that. So, yeah, without getting into spoilers yet about who's in the top board, I think there are different play styles, and it'll be fun to see how that plays out. But I don't think a top board should really matter. It does matter, but I don't think it should.
Tanya, you have experienced both playing in and winning top boards. We'll get your thoughts on the particular set of players once they're revealed and once we've learned a little bit more about them. But just in general, can you talk about what it's sort of like, how a top board differs from a regular game of diplomacy?
Well, honestly, I'm not super familiar with top boards. A lot of the stuff I've won didn't have a top board when I won it. But I would say you kind of like, you don't think about individual ranking. You don't think about overall tournament. You really only have this one game to play. So you're going to approach it quite differently than you would any other. And everyone else is playing to win this specific round. Whereas in other tournament, and like in the rest of the tournament, sometimes people have different calculuses. Maybe I'll ally with this person so that later on we could make something better happen. So that kind of goes away in a top board, and it becomes a lot more meta in that way. You sort of play who's around you, who you think you can, who will like willing to throw to you, possibly if it comes down to that.
Yeah, it sometimes gets called a beauty contest because smaller players often have an outsized influence on the outcome of the game. And the point I hear you making is that it's important to keep that in mind throughout the whole game and be looking ahead to how those smaller powers might be able to influence things in the future and hoping that they choose you. We're trying to set things up. So, all right, let's dive in. First thing I want to do is have a look at the participants, the top participants by DB&I ranking. And this is using last year's ranking. We have not yet published a new DB&I ranking for the current season. That is in the works, and hopefully we'll get that soon, along with an episode of Countdown. But according to last year's DB&I ranking, so Michalis Kamaridis probably shouldn't be on this list. Michalis is the tournament director. So he must have played a board in here, but is not eligible. The score didn't count, and he's not eligible to win the tournament. But right next on that list is a name that has become familiar to all of us, Jamal Blackerly, an Australian who won last year's World Championship, World Face-to-Face Championship, and also the Virtual Diplomacy Championship. So a big name here. Bradley Grace, another name who is another player who has made a lot of top boards. Ed Sullivan, DBN's own Ed Sullivan, who's made a lot of top boards and has not won one yet. So we'll be interested to see how whether Ed can make it. Yelta Kuiper, Peter McNamara, Doug Malott. Peter and Doug were both on the DBNI top board this past year. Jason Massbaum, former winner. Simon Wessendrop, less familiar, but Johnny Gillum has made the DBNI top board this past year. So lots of big hitters playing in this tournament. Do you guys have any thoughts about this list before we jump over and see how things went?
I don't really have thoughts, but I do like, if you look at all the number of boards, Doug has 2 boards and has made this list. Everyone else is in the double digits. So I know where my money is going.
Yeah, that's fair. So these are boards played in last year's DBNI season. And Doug made the DBNI on the strength of an extended deadline result. Those 2 boards refer to the virtual face-to-face boards that he played during the season. Now, that didn't stop Doug from doing well in the DBNI. He made the top board, only to see Peter McNamara win it, of course. But yes, that's why that number is as small as it is. All right, so let's jump ahead. So I'm just going to reveal the standings now. Actually, the final standings from the first 6 rounds. And then what we're going to do, viewers, is Tanya and Katie are going to walk us through and tell us something about how each player who made the top board got there. And we're going to look at some of the games and talk about as many of the players as we can. But this focus here today is on the top 7. So after 13 games, here is how things shook out in the preliminary rounds. And Bradley Grace ended up taking the number 1 seed with 492 points. Johnny Gillum close behind in the number 2. DBN Zone Ed Sullivan did make the top board again with 468. Jamal Blakarli, that name keeps popping up, and here he is again on the top board. Yelta Kuiper, who has been making sort of steadily progressing, I think, as a player in terms of the results that we've seen, makes the top board. Micah Blom is a player that has, I think, is a rookie this season or was a rookie last season, and sort of has been slowly creeping up as well. Finally makes the top board here. Really curious to see how she fares. And Jason Massbaum, former DBNI winner, make the top board. Just missing out is Ben Kelman in 8th place, Justin Lohr, and 2-time DBNI winner Peter McNamara plays 3 boards but doesn't make the top board, which is a bit of a shocker here. Okay, so with this lineup, the top 7 are the ones that we're going to focus on today. Katie, you are tasked with telling us about how Jason made the top board. Let me pull up Jason's results if I can. Give me a second. Okay, so how did Jason make the top board? He played 3 boards, did well enough on the 3, didn't need a 4th. Katie, why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, so he didn't make it from his first game. I will say that. Jason Massbaum started off in a pretty rough spot from a tournament standpoint. His first game, he had a survival, but only with 1 center as Russia. So he really clawed his way up in this tournament. And I would say he really he found people to work with him when it mattered, because he only played 3 rounds, and because his first round didn't go well, I'm assuming that he could only play 3 rounds. And so I think he was sort of do or die for the second 2 rounds for him. He just sort of had to make it happen. For his second round is Austria. He ended up with Best Austria. He had an 11 center board top. I'm going to talk about this game a little bit later, but I will say Jason was Austria in a rat, and he managed to top the board. And that's not easy to do. That takes a lot of diplomatic prowess. His allies in that game were Ed Sullivan and Johnny Gillum. So, spoiler, who also made the top board. So there's a lot of, I think, strong negotiating going on in this point. I'm sure Jason was arguing that he needed the points more than them. I actually don't know what the scores were at the time, but I think it takes a lot of diplomatic competence, I will say, I don't know, for lack of a better term, to come out on top of that. And, in the end, he had a really normal Austrian top. He had Berlin and Kiel and Munich and Belgium and Paris and Marseille and Portugal. And that's all really normal for Austria to have.
Should we look at the final
Yeah, we
state?
can look at the final board state. It's pretty cool. I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen an Austria and Portugal, and not even in an AI or something. This is a pretty fun game. I mean, I think it's clearly one of those games where the the three in this alliance know what scores they need to continue, and they can all do that together. The board state probably doesn't really happen naturally in a lot of cases, but I think it's really fun. I think it's pretty exciting. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wonder, was there a point in this game where like where Ed and Johnny had a clear stab opportunity, or do you think they just decided it would be a rat from the beginning and stuck with it?
Looking through, I didn't see anything where I thought, oh wow, Jason's really vulnerable. I think Ed focused on the north, and it looked to me like Johnny was sort of on the outs in the beginning, and then after maybe a year, not very long, was back in it. So I'm not sure. I'm sure if there was a stab, Johnny would have taken it. So I'll say no.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, these games are year limited at 10 years, and this is a 4th round game. So it'd be interesting to understand why nobody decided to go for it to get a bigger result. Maybe they realized or thought they didn't need it. This isn't the game you wanted to focus on, though. Is that right?
Yeah, I'd like to look at his last game as France.
Okay.
It was round 5.
And that was board 1. And here's how it ended up. Where would you like to go?
I don't have a starting place. I will say, if you just at the beginning, there's a bounce in the channel, and I don't think it was arranged because there is not a single ounce of English and French cooperation for this entire game. This was after that game where he just worked well with Ed in that rat, and Ed is now in Germany. And I think the two of them, they just played together. They knew they could make it work. And Ed took his side against England.
Do you want me to scroll through, or do you want to go to a specific?
Can you scroll through for a second? I just want to see when he gets on into London, like maybe 1 or 2. I didn't make a note of this one. No, so this year it's only 03. Jason just convoys into London, and I think what's really kind of impressive about this game is if you go to the next year, he's immediately helping Russia into York and going south. And I think that with France, the tendency is like kill England if you're fighting England, right? Kill England and then see what happens next. And I think that Jason pretty clearly had like a plan for this game. And I think it's, he's not getting greedy over English centers. He's not trying to make a play for anything there. He's just content to get his one and move on and sort of stick with this alliance, this three-way alliance, which if you do want to click through, it really works out. I mean, they take out England pretty quickly, and then Jason's already in Tunis, and by the time England is dead, he's in Tyrrhenian Sea and he's moving on Italy. And I think that kind of sort of long-term vision helped him a lot in this game.
So this is another 3-way alliance then, this time with Jamal Bulkarli, who also makes the top board. So.
Yes. So if you're in a 3-way alliance with Jason Massbaum, you'll be on the top board. That's what I'm learning from this.
Well, I know. So last year there were a lot of 3-way shared board tops, and there was a change in the scoring system this year. McCall changed it specifically to disincentivize that. So there is no board top for a 3-way shared for a 3-way tied top. However, that looks like that's not how this game is going to end anyway. Yeah,
they share the Russia and France share a 2-way, and I think there is a bonus for a 2-way share top.
There is, yeah.
Split it, yeah. So Ed was sort of cut out of that one, but I mean, I'm guessing at this point he didn't need it. And Ed and Jamal are probably both the kind of alliance players where if they're going to make the top board, they're not going to stab you. So Jason really just found people who could work for the same thing that he was going for and play the game that way.
All right. And so on the strength of this result, so this was his biggest result, 174 points, pulling up his list. Okay, so the 11th center Austria was worth more, but basically on the strength of those two results, he ends up making it. And that is just by 38 points over Ben Kelman, actually. So that 40-point survival in round 1.
It didn't matter, yeah.
All right, so that is how Jason Massbaum makes the top board. The next up in the list is Micah Blom. And Tanya, you are tasked with telling us how Micah did it. Here is, let me see. Hold on, sorry.
We're going to be eventually looking at the same games over and over, but with a different perspective on all of them. So it's quite interesting. to focus on different players and see how they navigated the same games. So.
All right, here's Micah Blom. Blom. I actually need some instruction on how to say that. We'll say Micah Blom for now until somebody corrects us. So here's Micah's results. Tell us what we should focus on with these results, Tanya.
Yeah, so I looked through all of Micah's games. She played 4 games in total, and it was a pretty good showing all around. No eliminations, no lone tops either, but 2 shared board tops. So I figured we'd go through Micah's 2 shared board tops and see how she navigated through them. So if you could pull up round 2, game A.
Oops. We'll reset this. All right.
So she's England in a 3-way draw here. And actually, this game is quite interesting because if you look at sort of, right in fall of 1901, Micah, oh, wait, is this the game?
This is not the right game.
Not the game. Yeah, this is wrong. It's game A, not B.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was in round 2. Oh, look, someone else is on this board. Do you want me to start at the beginning here?
At the beginning of,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So fall 1901.
Yes. So in fall 1901, Micah does something very fun as England. She bounces Germany out of Holland, develops actually a very strong alliance with France. And in fall 1902, so you can skip ahead a little bit there, supports Russia into Denmark. And I think this might be maybe the first time I have seen Germany die by the end of 1902.
Yeah, that's fast.
Which is really, really unfortunate for Doug, who I had earlier said was
brutal.
Yeah.
Well, Italy and Austria. I mean, this is a 5-on-1.
Yeah.
Wow.
So pretty rough, but great for Micah pulling off something like that. What ends up happening is, so after Germany is eliminated, the EF sort of just continues, so you can sort of keep going through the years. Russia and Italy, who were in the alliance now, I guess Micah's decided that she wants to attack Russia. And she progresses pretty steadily in this game, takes St. Petersburg eventually. I think you can just keep going. It's not super exciting. It's just EF versus AIR in this. And then it's locked up by 1906 and they draw. But it was a solid alliance play, and I really enjoyed how they took down Germany there. So good job.
Yeah, that's impressive. 5-on. You're not going to survive that.
Can I offer a comment that is probably unneeded since I was in the game? But
yeah.
I actually think it didn't work out very well for them. I think they took out Germany so fast that we in the East had so the East should have probably worked out very differently. I was playing 2 boards, which, by the way, I will never do again. It was horrible. And I should have been wintergreened right out of this game, but they killed Germany so quickly and they weren't going to stab each other that France started moving on Italy, and it kind of saved me. I mean, I had a great time playing with Nicholas and also with Marcus, both 2 Australian wonderful people. I had a great time playing the game, and afterwards they were like, yeah, you were, because I would basically agree to moves and then leave and go to the other game. And it was like I should have died, but I think actually how fast Germany died, it didn't work out well for them.
Well, so you had a hand in Germany dying that quickly. You and Italy, went and took
yeah, let's
Munich
play it.
together.
Brilliant foreshadowing or foresight on my part. I don't know.
I was wondering what was was just everybody yeah, let's go kill Doug?
I don't know. Italy wanted to do something fun and he had good vibes and I wanted to work with him. So I was up for whatever.
Well, Doug, if you're out there watching, I can tell you that in my first tournament, I was in Austria that got eliminated in 1902, and I found it very educational. So hopefully it worked that way for you. All right, so Micah, let me. Sorry, it's a little hard to pull things back up. Was there another game you wanted to look at for Micah?
There's one more, her best France game, which is round 4, game H.
All right, round 4. That is board 2. Okay, here we go. Oh, you can't see that. Here we go. Good. Okay, this is the game. Yes, good.
Yeah, so she's France in this game. And on the other side of the EF, so this one is sort of the counterpart. So if you go just in fall 1901, Micah starts really strong, takes 3 centers. and manages to attack. We can keep going. 1902. Both Germany here and Italy at the same time. And then in 03, wait, we can slow down. So in fall of 03, yeah. Micah makes huge gains actually by picking up Munich and Tunis and taking Holland behind. So in 1901, she picks up 3, and in 1903, she picks up 3. So she's only really going up in increments of 3. And actually, counter to the other game where we saw Micah being an alliance player and sticking with the EF, in 1904, so if we can go just a bit further, in the fall.
This is fall 04, yep.
Yeah, maybe I have the date wrong.
Well, no, she's clearly moving north.
Okay, so it was 03 actually that she moves into Holland and then stabs England and moves against England. Now this game is actually gets a little bit weird in my opinion, because so she was doing really well in the south, but then ended up focusing completely on attacking her previous ally in England, and then keep going here. And so you see she's completely moved all her fleets from the south, and you see that now there's no fleets down there. There's nothing protecting her homeland. And this is funny because she wins Best France for this. So, so if you keep going, you have a Turkish fleet in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Micah's convoying the only army she has up from Spain to Portugal. So she's really just giving it up. And then what ends up happening, which is really, she loses Spain and Portugal, but I guess it must be like really good diplomacy on her end, because that's really the only 3 dots she seems to lose. So you can just keep going here, and they draw.
Oh,
now,
wow.
I guess maybe they didn't see a way further or something, because England was eliminated. So maybe it was a bit hard, but I felt that in, a couple of years ago, her position was really, really vulnerable. And then she managed to share top the board, but then win Best France with that result. So good.
I mean, I don't know about you, Katie, but I'm surprised that that both Micah and Ben took this draw. I think Bradley would be the only one, praying the game ends right here. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, there's only one more year. Like, I don't know. What do we think Ben gets out of it? He's got fleets to Romania and Greece.
Well, two more years, because they go through.
Oh, it's the spring. You're right. Yeah. 2 more years. I don't know. I don't know. In the game I played with Micah, she was really upfront. She was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to stab France." So if she was in an ATF, I think that's what she wanted to do. And I don't know. Some people, Brendan, don't finish the game by taking every available dot.
Fair. Some people do not. All right, so that is it's on the strength of these 2 games largely that Micah ends up making the top board. Let me pull up. My problem is that I can't go back to that other screen without showing you what the top board looks like. So I have to showing you where people end up on the top board. But in any case, all right. So this was Micah's path. The top 3 scores count, so one of those 110s goes away. But that 174 is the big one, it seems like. I think taking the board top alone would have been worth another 34 points, 24 for the bonus, and then 10 for another center. So we can look and see if that would end up making a difference in the standings. Okay, but so that's the number 6 seed, Micah Blom. Let's go on to the number 5 seed, which is Yelta Kuiper. And here are Yelta Kuiper's results that got him to the top board. And Katie, we're back to you to tell us how Yelta did it.
Yeah, so Yelta did it exactly the opposite way that Jason Massbaum did it. Yelta started off really strong, had 2 really strong games. His third game was okay. It did end up mattering, as I'll talk about in a minute. And then his last game, he survived on 1. So he really got off to a good start. His first game, this is hard because I want to go over, like Tanya said, these games multiple times from different perspectives. So maybe we'll just go quickly through them because we'll get to them again. But his first game as Russia, I'd like to go to, which is, round 1, board 1, or board 1. So basically, you could just go to 02, like maybe the fall or it doesn't really matter. So in the fall of 02, he's lost Sweden, and then he disbands St. Pete. And what I really like about this is he's Russia facing a really strong EG. And he just decides, I've lost AP, it's not going to ruin my game. I'm going to disband that fleet and I'm going to get my dots in the south. And that's exactly what he does. And I would like to click through this game because I think he does a really, really good job of navigating this. And he sort of like rolls with the punches. So there's an English fleet in St. Pete. It's no longer a threat. He's not going to waste his time fighting it. And he's working with working with Austria against Turkey. We can click through a bit. They go through, they eliminate Turkey fairly efficiently. Let's keep going. Maybe one more. Oh, okay. Pause here. Thank you. Well, it doesn't really matter. But what I really like about the way that Yelta's playing this game too is he's doing a great job of getting Austria away from him. You know, he's supporting Gal into Silesia, I think. Like, you know, oh, I'm getting you position, Austria, but also it's something that can't hurt Yelta, can't defend against Yelta. Like, it's really good alliance management to where you're working with somebody, but they're not a threat to you. And if you don't want them to be a long-term ally, they don't have to be. And we will see that in the next year if you continue, because basically as soon as Turkey is gone, Yelta switches and works with Italy against Austria. And in this year, I think Austria loses 4 centers,
Wow.
which is pretty rough, pretty quick downfall for Austria, ends up just on 1. And Yelta is, you know, up 2. And then you fast forward another year and Austria's gone now. And then now it's time for Italy to be the next one. And it's honestly, it's almost surgical. He's just going through, working with someone, taking someone out, working with someone else to take out that person, going through. And the entire time, he's not worried about this EG, who's a really strong alliance, who can really ruin Russia's game because they've put a fleet in St. Pete and Yelta's not reacted to it in any kind of strong way. He's okay with it. And they go through and they end up, I think this is one where Ed ends up topping in the end, but Yelta's on 12 centers and has a really strong score out of this game. And I just think it's a really good lesson to learn. Like, something can go wrong early and it doesn't necessarily mean your whole game's going to go wrong, and you can adapt. And boy, Yelta sure did adapt. This was a really fluid game for him. And I think it was really nice.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's a really nice job of Yelta facing what seem like very difficult circumstances and finding a path forward that has obviously long-term strengths to it. I'm wondering though, and this is something that maybe it's worth taking a minute to focus on, because Bradley in Germany and Ed in England are both going to appear on the top board in a little bit with Yelta. What Yelta does here by giving a dot to Germany is not necessary, right? Especially with only 3 game years left. Yelta, I think, could easily hold out here and not lose anything, certainly not by force. Why do you think Yelta does this?
I think it's the first game in the first round of a tournament, and he's got a really strong position. And I think a lot of people in the first round are reluctant to do anything that will really anger people or put a target on their back even. You know, I think Ed is really good at working people, right? So Ed is probably like, you know, you don't want to be a solo threat, Yelta. You got to give some up, even though, you know, everyone probably knows what's happening. But I don't know. What do you think, Tanya?
In these situations, like I was thinking why I would give it up, and it would be definitely along the lines of talking to Bradley and Bradley being freaked out possibly about Ed stabbing, right? I mean, I don't know the dynamics in this game, but in a lot of games where I'm willing to give up a center that doesn't really make any sense is to sort of prevent Ed here, or whoever would be in Ed's position, from stabbing Bradley and getting a really, really big top, right? You sort of lower your own threat level and give Germany, who's in the middle of you two, a bit more of a buffer in case Ed, or whoever's would be in that position, in England's position, to stab. So that's really why I would do it. And really, I think if I was Germany, I'd be like, hey, maybe if you give me another dot, like I can, fight against England, who's like right behind me. That's sort of one way.
It's sensible reasoning. I think if you're Yelta and you're making a deal for that reason, you don't want to see Munich coming down to Tyrolia here.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Okay, so I think Katie, you foreshadowed this a little bit, that Yelta ends up not getting the board top. Because England takes Belgium, Marseille, and Yelta supports Ed into Naples.
Yeah, spoiler alert for Ed's segment.
I mean, I'll give you my own little spoiler alert. I sat in on the power selection, and Ed makes a comment about having he uses more colorful language than this, but having taken advantage of the two people after him, and Yelta is one of them, and this must be what he's referring to.
Could be. I think this mostly comes at Bradley's expense. I mean, he does sort of steal the top from Yelta also, but I mean, Belgium and Marseille were German centers, so.
So this is a forced draw here.
Yeah,
Yes.
This is the game is ended in 1910, and Ed was like, "Well, you're spoiling all of my commentary." It doesn't matter. Ed was not happy to be in third at this point.
All right, so yes, it sounds like we will have cause to discuss this moment again in a few places. Was there another game having to do with Yelta's path that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, let's go to his second game where he was Austria. Well, I'll go through this with Bradley too. So I guess maybe I'll just talk about it when we get to Bradley. I'll remember to also talk about Yelta's perspective because they have sort of a similar game. So I'll come back to Yelta later.
Okay, and then the third score was that 80 points, 80-point survival in round 4 as France.
Yeah, I was in that game too. That was my I guess my only not two center, like not playing 2 games, but it was kind of a boring game. And Yelta he pulled France, and he was like, "I'm just gonna chill. I don't need a big score." And yeah, he was true to his word. He didn't really he waived his first 2 builds in 01. Right? Like, I mean, he was really?
Oh, no,
yeah, he really did.
That we have to see.
I want to see that.
Yeah, he did. He waived them. And I think in a normal game, this would have been a really huge mistake because Carson and I were working against Russia in the north, and we sort of developed like a good rapport. And then, Carson wanted to attack Yelta, and not that I was like really anti it, but I wasn't gonna tell Carson no, because then what if he attacks me, right? So I sort of half going against Yelta. We have this sort of like attacking France situation. Doesn't work well. I had a huge misplay that we don't need to talk about. But the game sort of just like ends sort of early. I think it was like 05 or something. I don't know. I think it was a game where, I guess it was 07. It felt earlier. It was a game where I think like everyone was getting along, and it was kind of a weird game, and nobody really, well, everyone in the West was getting along. The East wasn't all getting along, but nobody really wanted to do much, which is kind of weird. So we kind of just called it, which worked out really well for Yelta because he just needed a decent score, and that score ended up being, I think it just looked briefly at the scores. I think he got over Micah by like a decimal place, right? So like,
yes, that's actually right. They Yelta and Micah end up tying for 5th place, and the tiebreaker was a coin flip. So there's no decimals in the scoring system. The decimal was merely put in to record the result of the coin flip.
Okay, so this round like really did what he needed it to do for him. So
sorry. Yeah. So all right. So we're going to move on to the number 4 seed now. Is that right? Let's see.
Yeah.
And the number 4 seed is Jamal Bukharli, correct?
That's right.
All right. Let me get up Jamal's path to the top board, and here it is. So Jamal played 5 games.
I heard it's really cold in Australia.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yes, I've been told that Jamal actually has a problem with the naming of this tournament, the Summer Classic, and feels that it's not inclusive because it's Northern Hemispherist. Because it is only summer in the Northern Hemisphere. All right, Tanya, tell us how Jamal got to the top board.
So Jamal played 5 boards, out of 7, which I think is really excessive. But and he had a whole range of results. So he was eliminated in 1, he topped 1, he shared a top in 1, and drew in 2. So you've got the full range and no sleep is what I'm classifying Jamal's games at. We'll look at 2. We'll look at his top board and also his share top. I think that's pretty good. So the first one, if you could pull up, would be round 1. I have it as game B.
Let's see. I believe this is it. It is it.
Yeah. So he's Germany in this one. So if we can go on to the spring there. Yeah, so not so conventional opening with just moving to Holland. And just if you could keep going there. Yeah, so forces Belgium in 01, which is an interesting opening. And then if you keep going.
Well, and does it with Holland as the mover, so he only gets one build out of those two, but gets the fleet on English Channel, which presumably was the point.
It maybe was not the point, but it did get into. So it does end up attacking England here. This game did feel a little bit like Jamal was sort of doing his own thing, and France maybe was doing their own thing, and so was England. So you can just keep going. There's no real fully solid alliance play, I thought. I felt they could coordinate a bit better in what they were doing. And then in fall 1904, maybe we can go back a second, Jamal ends up moving to Burgundy and the English Channel against France. So sort of doing a flip there. But, Jamal told me that he was a lover of the Western Triple, but in this game, he was very much anti-West. And then keep going. So in 05...
Yeah, maybe he was thinking of the Western Triple as 3 targets for Germany.
Yes, but then I support him in his analysis a lot better. Okay. So there's an Eastern alliance at this point as well that coordinate and sort of take, okay, we can go to fall, take Munich, right? So they take Munich from Jamal, which ends up actually restarting the German-French coordination because Jamal's initial plan didn't work out. So in fall of 07, we can just keep going. They just sort of try and push people back. Jamal ends up losing Berlin, yes, but gaining St. Petersburg. And then, yeah, keep going. The game draws. So Jamal tops at 8, which was really interesting because he doesn't have his two of his home supply centers. And the West felt incredibly messy, like way messier than the East. I don't know. Do we look at the East in any? No, we don't. They don't make the top board, but somehow Jamal ended up on top. So I think that's a success, getting the top board despite not really making much headway in either way. So good for Jamal. It worked out.
Yeah. Katie, what do you have an impression on this game?
No, whenever I try to think about why Jamal does what he does, he always has some convoluted, oh, it's a trick play and it works because it works. And I'm like, I don't get it. It's like 4D chess. I don't know. I think that like it's pretty telling to see England have no units on it, right? Like I think it may not have started as the strongest FG. I don't know, but it sure looks like it ended that way, right? They're not really in any position to fight each other. They've got their own problems. Maybe it's just they're reacting to a rat. I really don't know.
Yeah, I think so, because it was when Munich was taken that Jamal pulled back from France.
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah. But yeah, there we go. And then maybe we can pull up round 5 game.
All right, I'm back.
Oh,
can you guys hear me now?
Oh, yeah. We didn't even notice you were gone, Brendan. Well, Tanya and I will just talk to each other. It's fine.
I like you guys. Can you like me, please? All right.
His next game.
Yeah, just put a button on this game, though. I mean, this just seems to me like another demonstration of Jamal's skill as a diplomat, right? Like this feels like a diplomatic victory, more so than a tactical or even a strategic one. Like he got the other players to agree that this was a reasonable result. When I think I think 3 of the other players had a reasonable, argument for the board top as well. So, so well done, Jamal, on that. Okay, which was the other
round 5 game? Game I have, but I think you've got them numbered.
There we go. Yes, yeah. The backstabber links are different from the. Anyway.
Okay, so this one I think we looked at from Jason's perspective, right?
We did.
Yeah. So we're going to look at it from Jamal's perspective because it's actually quite fun. And you have John Jameson in Turkey, which is also fun. So I gathered that Jamal likes unconventionally fun openings, or fun being depending on the person. So if you go to fall 1901, they do a Sev Con swap.
Yeah, it is the SevCon shuffle.
Yeah, and what ends up happening in the East, so we can go just a bit further, let's go 1902, is sort of RT versus AI, obviously. I'm not going to talk specifically about whether I think the con swap shuffle was a good, con sev swap was a good tactical move on their end. I don't really think it ended them in the best strategic position. So if you keep going, go by end of 1903, they end up blowing up the Russian fleet in con. Yeah, but not looking for the best. I think that in this position, AI is winning. But if you keep going, France does come to the rescue. So the EG is strong. France, I guess, being Jason now. So the RT can continue on. So if you keep going to 1905, we know this already, but Jamal does end up stabbing John Jameson. Poor John. But Sev does drop into Armenia, and then after that, it's mostly over for John Jameson. You can keep going. We know how this game ends, pretty much.
It is interesting. Like we weren't looking at the East at all. It was sort of like we were watching Jason and Ed, and all of a sudden Jamal was really big. And now it's like rewinding the movie and seeing it from someone else's perspective.
Yeah. So we get. There we go.
Well, and so what ends up happening here at the end? Is this a forced or is this a negotiated shared tied board top? What's your speculation on that?
I think if I'm in Jamal's situation, I would take the shared. If I'm Jason, possibly I try and get a few more dots, but it could also just depend on Ed, right? If Ed no longer wants to go on with Jason, then Jason has no play. It could just be a very iffy situation, especially for Ed. If I'm Ed, I'm trying to make this draw happen, right? And I can definitely see just Ed's really good diplomatic, if you guys don't draw, I'm going to throw to the other one working out. So maybe neither of them wanted to draw, and it was Ed that forced it.
It's clear that Jamal gives Smyrna here to Jason, so this is definitely a negotiated tie. And I suppose at this point they know this is the 5th round. They all know what the scores are. There's another round of games, but they probably still have a good idea of what's gonna make the top board, and all 3 of them probably feel good about their position at this point. Otherwise, why would Jamal give away points at this point?
That makes sense. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, keep in mind, giving these points away to Jason Mastbaum, former DBNI champion, and I think the one who loses out here is Ben Kelman, who ends up being next in line. So, a question that we should keep in mind for the top board here is, was that wise? Was letting Jason Mastbaum onto the top board the wise thing to do? All right, we'll keep that in mind as we go along. Is that it for Jamal's path to the top board?
Yep. The other results are an elimination, 3 centers, and then there is an Italy that is 10 centers, but those were his best 2.
Oh, I see. So actually, that Italy does that 130 points does matter because his previous 3rd score was 60. So this gives him an extra 70 points, which, if we look back at the standings, is what, 70 points. So he would have been the 7 seed. That extra 70 points gets him into the 4th seed, which is presumably more comfortable for him. Okay, let's head on over then to the number 3 seed, which is Ed Sullivan. And here is Ed Sullivan's path to the top board. Ed did it in just 3 scores, all of them quite large. Katie, tell us about it.
I'm not sure, looking at all of the scores, I didn't notice. I'm wondering if his England was the best score. It's the best one I've noticed so far, top on 13. And we've already been over it a little bit because we talked about Yelta's game. But I'd like to go back to it because I just want to focus on the last year. So we can look through real quick if we want to watch Ed grow. But the summary of the game is basically he's in an EG. They take St. Pete with the fleet, and then it's an EGR, and they all move south. And it's an example of, you get what you need out of Scandinavia, and then you go after France. And I think a lot of it was negotiated. I think that's the way that Ed plays and the way that Bradley plays. And then I'd like to go to the spring of 2009, because in this, okay, wait, I meant 10 because it ends in 2010. So spring of 10. Okay, so in the spring of 10, Ed Sullivan has now supported himself to Burgundy. And if I am Germany, if I'm Bradley, what is that doing? That can't be good. That's got to be bad. It's got to be bad news. However, in the fall of 1910, that army in Rome still supports Ed into Naples. And I really would have liked to know what Ed said to Bradley to make him okay with being in Burgundy, because as you can see from the rest of sort of the Germany English border, Ed takes Belgium and takes Marseille, as we discussed when talking about Yelta's trip here. And suddenly Ed goes from 10 centers to 13 centers and solo tops this board and gets a huge score out of it. And I just really cannot rationalize that move to Burgundy. Like, is Ed just sitting there like, oh, nah, man, it's all good. Like, I'm just moving pieces. Like, what is he saying to make that okay? Because I don't know, you have to see it coming, but then he supports him into Naples. So I don't know, maybe maybe Ed wasn't just worried about the people below him. Maybe he's also worried about Bradley, because this seems, I don't know.
I mean, it definitely seems against type for Ed, right? Like Ed has sort of, made a career on shared tied board tops.
And it's the first round of the tournament. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think I saw somebody say it was supposed to be 12, 12, 10. And maybe Ed was a 10. And maybe Ed was like, that's not good enough. I don't know.
All right. Well, so that is Ed's round one. We definitely got to keep this one in mind when we see the top board. So that was Ed's round one. Let's go on to look at some of his other games.
Yeah, when he was 10 center Russia, I want to talk about this one because I think this was the rat game. So we're getting into repeats of games, right? But this is the game where I imagine we might see this from Johnny's perspective in a minute with Tanya. But for now, we'll talk about this game from Ed's perspective.
You're free to talk about it, and I'm just going to cut it right out of my side. I'm very happy.
Okay, so the thing with this game, Ed starts the game by opening north, which I think is very fun. I don't have the guts to do it in face-to-face normally, but it's very fun. DNZ in Galicia, so I think Ed knows from the beginning he's on board with Jason Massbaum. And then if you go ahead to 02, one thing, and then one more into the fall. So one thing that I like about this is you can be Ed, you can have all of Scandinavia. Johnny's in Turkey. Why is Turkey in Romania? Who knows? Turkey's moving to Galicia.
Well, they were blowing up the Southern Fleet.
They blew up the fleet. Okay. Yeah. What I like about Ed is that he is the kind of person who, he's just such a trusting guy. He sees this Turkish army in Galicia and he's like, I'm not worried about it. That's not a problem for me. We have a plan and we're sticking to it. And they do. And so we can see, I have one turn that I would like pulled up, I think. I
want to point out, first of all, though, that this is quite extraordinary patience on Johnny Gillam's part. He's at 4 while Ed's at 7. It's quite a big gap for an alliance.
But yeah, he gets to 5 with Greece this year. But yeah, okay. That's true.
Tanya, you are behind everyone else. So I'm very happy to let other people have centers and push them away from me if it means waiting a year or two.
Yeah, it seems like good play, so far. It's just Johnny's does not have a history of being considered a patient player, right? So this is sort of change in form as well. Although I think he's been working to change his board image with some success. So maybe my comment's a little outdated. I'm not sure.
Okay, I think the thing about this game that I find fascinating is how there's such an obvious rat in the East. And then if you go forward, like we can already see the West is breaking down, right? So France just moved into Holland and England took Brest. And there's just no ounce of coordination to stop this obviously coordinated alliance. And this is something that Ed Sullivan does, I think, better than anyone I've ever played with. Ed will get the people on the other side of the board to turn on each other. He will promise them survival. He will do all of these things, and he's so convincing, and it works so often. And it's an incredible skill. And I know that we already know Jason Masbaum tops this game with a really wild Austrian position, and Johnny has a good score, and obviously Ed has a good score. But Ed has gotten Jamie in England to be completely the tip of the spear. He's walking by all these English centers. There's an English fleet in Lyon supporting Austria into Marseille at 1 year, I think. like this English player is just, is doing everything Ed wants. And then there's a fun convoy to Wills, because why not? The game's about to be over. Do a fun convoy. But I just think that, Jason obviously tops this board, and it's a great result for all three of the people in the rat. But I really struggle. Jason and Johnny can both be good negotiators, but I really struggle to see anyone but Ed controlling the other side of the board in this lines. I really think he was sort of the aggressor in terms of negotiations, in terms of getting France and England to fight and getting England on side. And that's really, really important when you're going to be in an alliance. If you want to cross the line, that's really important, is to get the other side fighting. So kudos.
Yeah, it's a fascinating board top here. It's definitely not a stable tactical state here. If this game, if any of these three players, especially Johnny and Ed in Russia and Turkey, wanted to take a chance here and do something else, like they definitely have the opportunity to do so. From Tanya, from your perspective, because we're going to turn to Johnny in a second. I mean, do you want to just give Johnny's perspective, what you take away from Johnny's perspective here?
I mean, I did look at the game. And I couldn't really tell what they, I think it was probably, it's their second game. They probably just want, out of the three that they end up playing, maybe just, it's a good score. It wins you two people that you're likely to play with either next turn or in the final board. Why stab, right? Why? You're not going to solo by 1910. You could have a really, really big result, but you could also have a really good result, and then have two people that sort of are almost, they're not going to have bitter feelings towards you going into any other round. So, I mean, the thing is, from 1901, you could sort of tell this is what they were going to do. So, because of that fall 1902 move right into Galicia by Johnny, that's the writing on the wall. If you're the West at that point and you don't react to it, then this is what's going to happen. So I probably think that Johnny thought, hey, I'm just going to get two people that I know are good alliance players, and we're going to do this and we'll all get good scores. That's it.
Yeah, I have to say, we're not seeing three-way tied tops, but we are seeing three-way alliances, very solid three-way alliance. Almost every one of these games is run by a three-way alliance that appears to have a kind of arranged ending, either explicitly arranged or probably arranged. Question to ask is, is the scoring system encouraging that? Is the tournament structure, 6 rounds over 3 days with the top board encouraging that? I don't know. If you guys have a thought now, feel free to share. Otherwise, we can return to that discussion later.
I think tournaments in general encourage that. I think, I really think that tournament structure encourages sort of more alliance-y type play and people to, especially if there's a top board at the end where you're probably going to play with that person later. I think so.
Yeah, especially in the East, where it's so much easier to fight one person than to fight two people.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the thing that I'm sort of noticing is that it's not like there are three-way alliances becoming two-way alliances where two people want to cut one person out, which, Johnny and Ed could easily do that here if they wanted to, right? So perhaps I think the suggestion you guys are making is that the capital, the relationship capital that one gains with people is actually what these players are doing is calculating that is worth quite a lot, and quite a lot more than the points or a higher seed. or even try to choose who's on the top board.
Like, if you're any of these three players, the chances of the other two being on the top board are really high in this tournament, right? There's 40 players. All three of them are names that are on many, many top boards. Maybe they'd lose out, but likely they're not going to lose out, right? If I'm Johnny and I see Jason and Ed next to me, I'm probably going to assume that they're going to be on the top board. So why alienate them now, right? We talked about the mentality going into the top board earlier before we started, right? Like, you want people around you who were going to throw you that final dot to give you the win. Why make them angry when you know, okay, maybe they could have cut Jason out by 3 or 4 more dots, but Jason might still end up on that top board and we'll remember it. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe not the best.
That's an interesting question. You know, I hear, David Hood likes to sort of bring up this sort of question a lot. You can sort of try to craft. He thinks, I think, sometimes that people outsmart themselves by sort of settling for a sort of easier course of action. Ironically, though, I mean, I tend to think that as well, right? I just come at it from a different perspective. David tends to think that balance of power play is the sort of chicken's way out. I tend to think that, staying in an alliance longer than it benefits you is the sort of chicken's way out. But the underlying thought is the same, is that being careful, sometimes people outsmart themselves by being too careful. Yeah, I guess the thing I want to sort of raise here is, or put on the table is that happening? We've just seen 2 results in a row here that basically put Jason Mastbaum on the top board, former DBNI champion. Will that come back to bite people? I don't know. We're not looking at Peter McNamara's games, right? But Peter, I don't think got the same treatment that Jason got here. And maybe that, we don't know the circumstances of that, but maybe people were making a different calculation with Peter.
Maybe, Brandon, it's all diplomacy, and Jason is very good at talking.
Fair enough. Maybe I'm not giving Jason enough credit here, even though I keep reminding people that he's a former DBNI champ. All right, let's. I
feel like it's a dig at me every time you say that. I feel like
a dig at you, Katie.
Yeah.
Ooh. Wow, someone's a little inwardly focused here.
Well, of course.
All right, so that is Ed Sullivan's path to the top board. Let's move on over to Johnny Gillum, who we've seen something about, but there's more to say. So Tanya, tell us what else we need to know about how Johnny makes the top board.
Yeah, so Johnny played, are we going to pull up their little...
I thought it was on.
There we go. Oh, what a wholesome image, Johnny. So Johnny played 3 boards and made the top board with 2 board tops and that 10 supply center finish that we just saw. They also only played in the East. So fun fact, Italy, Turkey, and Russia there. And I had a theme for Johnny, which was who needs to stab, not me. Because I don't think they stabbed in any of the 3 games that I did a review. I reviewed these quite a few days ago, so hopefully I'm correct on that one. So if we could pull up the first one there, round 2, board 3. That's the best Italy with an 11 supply center board top. So let's see how Johnny gets there. So what ends up happening is, Katie, this might not be such a great game.
Oh, it's okay. I actually, no lie, I learned so much from this game. It's okay.
Can't wait to hear it. But Johnny ends up running a strong AI with Ben Kelman. Katie doesn't work out so well for there. So what I've noticed before we go too far, and you can see it, is that I feel as if Ben ends up taking a lot of the hits that Johnny benefits from. So I think it's really, really good play on their part. Fall 1902 is the fun one. You see Johnny gets double support from Austria into Bulgaria to the demise of Budapest, right? So here you see Austria is literally losing Budapest in order to get Johnny into Bulgaria.
Meanwhile, Johnny's picking up Marseille as well, right?
Yeah. So you get German help into Marseille and then double help into Bulgaria. So it was really, really, really intelligent. And then they actually continue to outsmart their neighbors, which is great. So if you go to fall 1903, there's a fun move where, Johnny sneaks into Smyrna here and Katie goes to Syria. I don't know. I guess you just guessed wrong, Katie. Is that what happened? Or
I guessed wrong. I was also playing on 2 boards and I was not I like would decide something and then I would leave and I'd be like, that was probably a bad decision. And I had like 30 seconds left and I was like, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah.
So you were worried about the convoy to Syria here?
Yeah, I mean, I just thought he was gonna get clever. I was, it doesn't. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what I was thinking, but I will say that their tactics, Johnny's tactics were great.
Yeah. But 2 boards is really confusing, so that makes a lot of sense now. So pretty much Johnny takes. Not only is Johnny taking Turkey, Johnny is also moving pretty well on France, who is continuing to attack England instead of defending anything, although England's also taking French dots. So let's go, fall 1904, I wanted to, no, that's exactly it. And then, okay, let's go to the spring 1906. That's when you see Katie's, this is great because Johnny convoys Ankara to Sèvres and takes all of Turkey. So, at this point, I guess, Katie, you have no ability to proceed here, except for being Johnny's henchman.
I was told something that did not happen. And it's okay.
So,
which is what, that you would get a build here?
No, just that I would survive.
Oh, after this, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can keep going. And Johnny never breaks his alliance, their alliance with Ben. So they keep that, and then we can just keep going. At some point, Germany does turn on England. And it seems that in this state that there might be room for, Germany's attacking England here, convoys over to York. And here you kind of feel as if there may be a chance that Ben and Johnny start to fight.
Yeah.
But
Venice is vulnerable here.
Yeah. But if you keep going, so Johnny chose not to attack their neighbors and still end up on top with a really, really solid, I thought, really diplomatically good Italian game. So well done.
No, this is definitely a diplomatic win for Johnny Gillam. Ben, knowing that he finishes just outside the top 7, I'm sure Ben wishes he'd pushed his luck here. This is a nice draw for Johnny to make at this point. Katie, any thoughts from the inside on this game?
Not really about most of it. I was pretty shocked that Johnny didn't stab Ben earlier. There was a lot of work with me in Russia trying to make that happen, and I think Johnny could have had a massive top. Now, maybe it wouldn't have been much higher than 11, and maybe it wouldn't have worked. So I don't want to say Johnny did the wrong thing, but at the time, I was pretty surprised he wasn't taking any of our offers because we were desperate and we were on it. Like we would have done whatever. Like I was pretty surprised that Johnny didn't take it, and worked out. So I don't have any hard feelings about it except for the fact that he lied to me for no reason. But no, it's fine. Johnny did play really well, and so did Ben, and so did McCullough, who was on 2 boards, to be honest. But
all right, so that was that game. Let's go back to Johnny's path to the board top. Here it is. Did you want to look also at his Russia game? We'll
look at the Russia one. We'll skip the Turkey one because we've already sort of gone into it. So let's just quickly look at Russia. This one also has Micah on it, so I thought we should take a look.
So Johnny's in Russia, Micah's in Italy.
So
go ahead. And here we do get a Peter McNamara game in Germany here.
We do. And actually what ends up happening is they winter green. So we get a lot of Johnny Micah involvement in this game. So in 1902, Johnny first starts by working with Austria to attack Italy. Turkey, not Italy. And then we keep going. Actually, Johnny loses the north pretty quickly in this game. So it's kind of the first in the 3 in all of the games that Johnny's played that we actually see them losing ground. So St. Petersburg is taken. This one's an interesting game, actually, because Johnny does board top this, but I feel like it's very precarious play to board top, so we'll take a look. Loses the north, and then keep going. It's not very exciting here. Just keeps fighting Germany, and then, sorry, just wait a sec. So I feel like in 1905, it feels as if the board state is not very determined and not very clear.
Yeah.
When I was looking at this, I really thought that anyone could be the board top here. I didn't see necessarily one person better than the other. But if you keep going, just keep going. So it's the wintergreen still working together. And yeah, just go on. And yeah, so you get that moved from Tyrolia to Trieste. Maybe they had agreed upon it, because if you do keep going, I believe, yeah, the game does end there. So
okay.
I wonder whether Johnny maybe wanted to continue on and Micah said no, or something like that happened. But it didn't go on very far. And Johnny does end up topping the board somehow, which I thought was a strange result given how it played out, but not a very strong top, but ends up topping. And yeah.
All right. So this is a game that did not have a three-way alliance. So this is different. Ends up, I think, 2 against 2. Germany and England, do they actually fight? They don't, right?
No.
So yeah, my only question is why does Warsaw stay English? And I guess it just takes Johnny a while to get all the pieces in place. And at this point, he's probably happy to take the draw if people are willing to take it. So
I think so. If Micah did stab there, which is something we should also look out for when we look at the top board. I don't know. I'm not convinced that they did, but it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that gives me hesitation is that Vienna is supporting Tyrolia to Bohemia. But in terms of alliance or board state, I think it would be reasonable for Micah to be asking for Trieste here, to go up to 8 so that it's 9-8 in their alliance rather than 10-7. That said, Micah's position is quite good here. And, I think you could probably see Micah picking one up. But, this is round 5. They probably both are calculating that this would be good enough to get them on the top board. So...
yeah. And so Johnny went all 3 of their games without stabbing any ally, just played solid games, did really well, and second seed from that. So really, really well done, I thought.
All right. So just to finish up, these were Johnny's 3 results. Only needed 3 boards to get the number 2 seed. Which leaves just the number 1 seed, and that is Bradley Grace. Here are Bradley's 4 results, all of them over 100 as well. No surprise that this gets Bradley the top seed. Katie, talk us through it.
Okay, well, his first round, he had a 3-way draw, a 9-center Germany. That was his drop round, so we don't need to talk about that. We did talk about that. That was the one with Yelta and Ed. All right, I think I'd really like to talk about his round 3 game where he was Italy.
Okay.
And this is where I wanted to come back to Yelta too, because this game is basically a game-long AI alliance, and it's really, really cool how it just opens up. One thing that I think is really fun, if you click slowly through some of these first moves, there's no cooperation. There's cooperation, obviously. We all know things are agreed. But Austria and Italy aren't supporting each other into anything until I think it's like 04. They're just kind of doing their own thing. Bradley gets off of Lepanto. Congrats, maybe he's reading old Eddie Brisson articles. The reason this works out is because for some reason, I don't know what happened. Obviously, don't know any of the negotiations. Nicholas and so Turkey and Russia are at each other's throats. There's just from the beginning, there's no chance of them cooperating, and so it's really easy for AI to take out Turkey. So they do that. They continue on. Bradley moves west, and Yelta sort of fades at the line and then goes back towards Russia. And now I think this might be the first time that they've cooperated, is this move where Austria is stabbing Russia and taking, supporting Italy into Ankara, which of course was supposed to be a Russian center, I believe. So now there's a full-on AI. They're making progress. They're moving. I want to say, let's go to fall of 05, one more turn. So this turn, I think, decided this game. For some reason, England right now is supporting Austria into MAO. And up until this point, Jamal in France has been playing defense and has been doing his part in slowing down the AI. And I don't know what happened. I don't know what Bradley said to Simon, but Italy gets support into MAO. And then watch the French fleets just vanish. They all just float north. All the units go north. Jamal said, well, what am I going to do? Why am I stopping it if you're not on board? And at the same time, Jason Gray in Germany has been, up to a couple years ago, getting beaten down by the EF. And so he's supporting Austrian units across the line. And so this is basically an AI that doesn't see more than a year of resistance. I mean, this is just it's effective. Look, France just is gone.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I mean, look at this. Bradley is +4, Yelta is +3, and they both wave all of their builds. I've definitely never seen that before.
Well, they don't need any more units. They've got French and German units helping them. They don't need anything at all. This is just from both of them. It's such a lockstep from the beginning. Just a really, really, really nice two-way alliance. I mean, you've got Austria and Brest. That's normal. That makes sense.
They must have been waving before and I just didn't notice to accumulate that many builds.
Yeah, I think they draw here on third. Yeah, so I don't know. I think the Germans helping them makes sense. They're fighting an FG, and Germany survived in Denmark. I'm sure that was the agreement. And then I don't know what England did. I don't know why England did it. And so yeah, it just sort of spelled the end of any resistance to the AI. And I think if this game could have continued, and I mean, they probably would have two-way drawn. I don't know, but
yeah, this feels like a 17-17 if they wanted it.
Yeah, this was very effective.
Honestly, this is wow. And it's something to definitely keep in mind for the top board, that these two work together so well in this game.
I would be absolutely furious as France in this game if England did that to me. I don't think I could ever look at them ever again.
Look at that drop though. Look at that blue line.
Yeah. I don't think it was needed. I think because of Jamal's tactics, I don't think he had two on Western Med, right?
No, he had Spain and Brest. He could have. I mean, and he probably was expecting support from NAO. Right? He moved to. Wait, what did he do?
Yeah, let's see. I think so. Gascony's supporting Mid-Atlantic to Spain, so he was expecting an attack of 2 on Spain.
And probably was supporting. He was expecting NAO to support Brest to MAO, so that it would bounce. I bet. Right?
Yeah, he was
2 on 2.
He was guessing on Spain. I mean, the support from North Atlantic makes this guaranteed. Almost guaranteed.
Helped France keep that that fleet there, right?
Yeah. Well, in any case, Simon doesn't make the top board. Jamal does. My guess is Jamal doesn't hold any hard feelings towards Bradley and Yelta, but would surely remember that they work together so well. And let's keep that one in mind. I feel like I've said that a lot. I don't know how much we're actually keeping in mind, but yeah. So I guess one thing to point out here, so it's another two-way alliance that we've seen here that hasn't broken. So the sort of theme of alliances not breaking is definitely holding. And I do want to suggest that this is probably the scoring system at work here. 100, both players got 184 points here. That's very good. We were thinking that 208 was probably the highest that we saw for the whole tournament. So 184, they can both get 184. It's very good. If the scoring system doesn't incentivize one of them stabbing each other, there's really not a good reason for them to do so, right? I think they would gain, each one would gain 24 points, plus whatever centers they would get, 10 points for each center. That just doesn't seem very strong incentive. Would you guys agree with that or disagree?
Don't ask me about scoring systems.
Yeah, I
don't pay attention to that kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know about scoring systems. Like I said before, I think the tournament structure matters more than the scoring system specifically, but I don't know.
No, that's
I will say Bradley also had 2 more games after this, so he wasn't necessarily in a hurry to score really high.
All right, let's have a look at some more of those. Let me get the path to the top board back up here. Did you want to look at
the Turkey one?
Turkey.
I'd like to see the Turkey one, round 6.
All right, so this is round 6. There were 2 games in round 6. I believe these round 6 kicked off early Sunday morning North America time, so it was convenient for Europeans and Asia Pacific, I believe. Maybe someone in the comments can confirm or just confirm that. But round 6, board 2. Let's head on over there, and here we go.
All right. So this game starts out in what I think is a very fun way. Fall of 01, we have the classic Peter McNamara or whomever in Italy taps Serbia. Can you go to 01, please? Taps Serbia, convoys to Greece, gets support from Belgium. This is the let's cripple Austria opening. Yeah. And this can lead to very strong IT alliances, the likes of Karthik and McAuliffe. They love these things. That doesn't happen here. The other thing this move can lead to is an Austria that is very upset with Italy and a juggernaut that rolls through. And that's what we see. So let's clip a little bit. We see Austria helping Russia into Budapest, helping Turkey into Greece. Peter has started out with his 5 centers and has gained not much from it except for a very angry Austria. Russia and Turkey, Justin and Bradley are working very well together. They're making progress. In 02, let's go one more. Fall of never mind. This is fine. We're in 02 and spring of 03, and already Turkey is in Greece and Ionian. And sometimes Turkey has to be patient. They have to play slow. They have to not make anyone scared. And sometimes Turkey can just go. And sometimes in 1903, you're already in Tyrrhenian Sea and Black Sea and Ionian, and you could just do whatever you want. And so this is just a really fast-moving RT. And I think, as is often the case, Russia is ahead in center count. Turkey's in the Black Sea. Turkey's not in any danger. But Russia has, I think, 3 more centers at this point.
Plus a build and Sev. Not sure that's what I'd want to see if I were Turkey.
Plus a build and Sev, yeah.
But I have to say, I love the walkthrough of Serbia here to keep the Austrian units alive on the front line.
Austrian units are helping. You don't need to kill people who are helping. All right, so Bradley is in black, goes to Romania. That fleet is blown up in the spring. In the fall, that fleet is also blown up. So now there's no more fleets between Turkey and Russia. This is very, friendly moves. Why does he need to fight Russia? He's in Rome and Naples and is going to take Tunis. He's fine. At this point, or actually maybe a couple years ago and I missed it, Peter decides that Iberia is his last chance for living. So he sort of...
Peter does.
Yeah. So Italy is making a holdout in Iberia and sort of letting this happen. But it's the last round that Bradley's playing and he's making it count. So he moves on Russia here. He takes Sev with the fleet, which I think I went back and forth on whether I thought this was arranged. I don't think it is because it's pretty aggressive. But I will say, if you're gonna stab someone for 2 dots, at least do it in a non-threatening way, I guess. If you want to be diplomatic about it, the fleet's in Sev, it's not going to continue against Russia. And they draw here. So it makes me think Justin's not too mad about it. I don't know. We'll look at the comments. We'll see what was agreed and what wasn't. But I think it may just be one of those things where you're you little blah, and then you just whatever you call the game because you've had a good run. But
yeah, you got the upper hand on me. Well done. You had the guts to do it. Maybe this was a play for Bradley to say that he did want to draw here. he just wanted the board top and a draw. I don't know. It's, he's a good enough player that this was surely deliberate to take Seb with the fleet rather than the army. This feels like skillful play. I mean, this is the sort of diplomacy that we haven't seen much of, which is get in a good alliance, eliminate some opponents, and then try to get the upper hand.
Well, Yelta did that very well in his Russia game.
True. Thank you. Well, until he didn't, right? At the end.
True. Then Ed, the stabber Ed. Yeah.
So, all right. So this is how Bradley, has 2 really good scores here, and that gets him the #1 seed. We're going to find out whether that ends up how valuable that ends up being for Bradley. Is there anything last thing you want to say about Bradley's path to the board top? Let me pull it back up here.
No, I just focused on those 2 games because I'd already looked at one of them, and yeah, that's all I have.
All right, then that is how our top 7 made it from the preliminary rounds into the top board. Let's see. This is the final standings again. Hopefully they're still accurate. Sometimes things get a little funky when we go back and forth in the games, but that looks right. So this is the top 7. We've got Paris selection, the Paris method recorded, and I'll cue that up here in a second. But do you guys have any thoughts about, I don't know, how these players how you might anticipate they would approach the Paris method? And if not, then just maybe how you would approach it yourself. Tanya, let's go to you since we just heard from Katie about Bradley.
I always approach it the same way. I'll pick as high as I can. I don't think I would wait to see anyone else choose. But I've seen Ed wait quite often. When we did a top board together, Ed pulled below. And frankly, I don't actually know other than Johnny, who I'm assuming will pick a second or first. I don't really know how the others will react. I don't know them as well.
Katie, what about you? Do you like to drop down, or do you like to pick the country that you want?
I don't like to drop down because I certainly have countries I like to play less. I think there's something to be said with knowing who your neighbors are, but I mean, most of these players worked well with a couple other people on this board to get here. So I don't think any of them are going in maybe Ed will say he's nervous, but who really knows? I mean, I don't know who's really going into this thinking, oh no, I have no friends and no one's going to want to work with me. I don't know. I don't see that happening in this group just based on the games that we've seen so far.
Tanya, when you said that you don't like to drop down, is that because there are specific countries that you prefer to play over others?
Yeah. I think I'd much rather be in Germany or something like that than have to play a country like Russia in a top board. But
I love playing Russia in a top board.
Why is that, Katie? Katie, why is it?
Oh, I don't know. I just think Russia's really fun. Russia's my favorite country to play.
Right, and Germany's mine. So
I hate Germany. I don't ever want to be
really like, and don't think too hard.
Right.
Yeah, Germany has fallen down though. It's routinely the fifth country chosen. And Austria and Turkey are usually 6 and 7.
I also do like picking first and letting others decide whether they want to be next to me or not. I think
got it. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, we usually think about the choice in terms of choosing a country you want versus who your neighbors are, but you're offering a different perspective here, that you want to actually lay down a marker and see how the other players react to you, which is interesting.
That's a very Tanya way to play.
Well, it's aggressive, right? It's an aggressive mindset going into something like this, which is, it's novel, right? That's not a strategy that we typically talk about, but clearly we should. All right, I did some tabulation about these players' performances on top boards, and they are generally not that great. We have, of these players, they have appeared on championship boards 19 times collectively. And they have notched 3 wins. add that. So, maybe it's a little bit better than 1/7, so that's not bad. But those 3 wins are only between 2 players. So Jamal has won 2 top boards, both of them within the last year. The Worlds in Bangkok last year and the VDC at the beginning of this year. And the other one is Jason Massbaum, who won the DBNI championship now 2 years ago, 2022. There have been 5 appearances on Summer Classic top boards between these players. Ed has made it in 2021 and 2023. Bradley also made it in 23, and Jason made it in 21 and 22, and none of them won. As we know, only Saren and Katie have won the Summer Classic. So 5 of these players have appeared on top boards. Now, I was not including the DBNI semifinals, which are sort of versions of top boards. They are winner take all, and they use Paris methods. So there is something about those that sort of resembles top board, though they're not championships themselves. These players collectively have appeared in 16 of those winner take all semifinals collectively and have notched 2 wins. So the success rate is not any better. In fact, it's even a little bit lower. So between them, that's 35 winner take all games with 5 wins, so about 1/7. So what that means, right, is that you have 5 of these players who really have something to prove, right? They have never won a top board format. Jamal isn't a player that has something to prove, but he's clearly the hottest player on the circuit right now. 2 huge wins in the last 2 years. Jason, on the other hand, is a player with an enormous win, the DBNI, but that was 2 years ago and has not notched, a board top win since a championship board win since then. So, I'm curious to see how sort of the hunger factor plays into to this game. Do you guys have any thoughts about how this record might matter or this hunger factor?
I'm not sure it really does matter. Like, okay, if you're on 3 top boards and you have a 33% of top, that means you've top 1, right? And you've won 1 tournament. That's huge, actually. You can't win every tournament. You're not going to.
Are you talking about the stats we're looking at right here?
Yeah.
These are
I don't know.
this is the tops column is just their top share within this tournament.
Oh, within this tournament. Okay,
Yeah.
right. Okay. Well, yeah, hard to say. Obviously, if you've lost like the last 5 top boards, you're gonna be like, oh my God, I really need to prove myself. I know a face-to-face player that has made almost every top board since I've joined the hobby of the World Diplomacy Championships, and has not won one. And I know that really gets to him when he plays. I'm talking about Ruben. And I think that the same thing will happen here, right? If it's a trend that you aren't winning these things, then it might play into it.
Yeah, Ed's probably the one in the crosshairs the most for that because he has appeared on a lot of championship boards and has not won any of them. And so
I'm almost not shocked, right? You see how Ed plays in the preliminary rounds. His gameplay style isn't often. We did see one this round, right? But often we don't see Ed doing a lone top. His play style is very like, I'm going to lead the herd and we're all going to do well. I think you need to adapt a different kind of play style for a top board, and I'd like to see Ed do it this time.
Yeah, Ed once described himself as not having the killer instinct of a champion. Which
is crazy.
He's won at least 2 tournaments. Let's stop ragging on Ed.
Yeah, no,
because
it's so silly, right? That's not true.
No, it's important to point that out, right? Ed is a champion, right? He has won tournaments, but he has not conquered the top board championship format, right? So, I know Ed is somebody who thinks about these things. That is something that the question is, will that weigh on him, or does he kind of have nothing to lose, right? Like he understands that this is something that he needs to improve on, has not mastered yet. So having another top board isn't going to change that, right? If he doesn't win, but if he wins, then the whole narrative, at least inside his head, changes for that.
Listen, at least he's still getting the opportunities to get on them, right? Like that's important. That's step 1. So.
All right. Bradley and Johnny are also players who have made top boards, have not won them in the face-to-face realm. Bradley has won one in extended deadline. So, that may factor in for him. And then Yelta and Micah are kind of newer players on the scene. Yelta is the reigning European diplomacy DipCon champion. So that's worth pointing out. I don't know if they had a top board or not. So
they did.
They did. Okay.
Based on the comments. Yeah.
Okay, so I just don't have that entered into the database yet. Then, I see. Are people commenting about this?
Yeah.
All right, good. We should probably pay more attention to those.
Bragging on you.
Katie, read them.
Yeah, of course I read them.
All right. Why don't I shut myself up and I will not do the same to you, but also not let you keep talking. How about that? It's time to watch the pair selection. So without further ado, here is the power selection by Paris method for the Summer Classic. That was not Paris method. That was the interviews. All right. Let's see if I can.
Joined here by Ed Sullivan, playing on yet another top.
Spoiler.
All right, everybody, welcome to the 2024 Summer Classic Top Board Paris Selection Method. Joining us today, we have Bradley Grace, John.
There's no sound for that, right?
No, I had sound.
There was sound.
Ed Sullivan, Jason Massbaum, Micah Blom, Yelta Kuiper, and Jamal Blakali. And we were about to go through the Summer Classic. So, Jason, picking first. Do you want to go first or last?
First.
Micah, hold up your card now. Yelta?
I'll stay.
Okay. Jamal?
I'd like to go one below Yelta, please.
Okay. Ed?
I'll stay.
Johnny?
You're a chicken, Ed. I'll pick after Micah.
Okay. And Bradley?
That was not what I expected. I'll pick after Yelta.
Okie dokes. So, Ed, you get first choice.
It's wonderful. I'm not doing a Matt Tatachi impression. I'm just the two people I fucked over are right behind me. I'm picking Russia.
Whoa. Whoa.
All right, Yelta.
Okay.
Oh god, I need to take Sochi time now. I didn't expect this. I was like trying to go with Germany, go with Austria, go with Turkey, but now I have more choices. Get me France.
Bradley.
I had a lot of ideas how this would go, and this is not one of them. I'll take England.
Jamal.
Now I am going to need some Tatanchi time. I'll take Turkey.
Micah? I definitely could not read that.
Bigger letters, Micah.
Micah, did you pick Italy? Did you pick Austria? Did you pick Germany?
I don't think she's picked yet.
Okay, she hasn't picked yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
She wants Tatonchi time.
I'm sure Matt loves us mentioning this on every top board from now on.
Yeah, I bet.
The best part about that is Ben Kelman took nearly as long, but he gets absolutely no recognition for it.
Austria.
Micah chose Austria.
Okie dokes. Johnny?
I did not think Micah was going to choose Austria. That's not what I thought. But I'll play Italy.
And Jason?
I suppose I picked Germany.
Okie dokes. Well, thank you, everybody. Best of luck on the top board.
Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
All right. So that's one of the more entertaining Paris methods that I've seen. We had Johnny Gillum, the number 2 seed, dropping all the way down to the 6th selection spot, and Yelta, the number 5 seed, getting all the way up to number 2. So let's hear it. What do you guys think of this? Tanya, we'll start with you.
Do you remember the game where Johnny and Micah were winter greening, and at the end, Micah takes Trieste and moves in a way that we weren't sure whether it was a stab or not? I wonder if that game has anything to do with the fact that Johnny chose to drop all the way below Micah to choose, just to possibly avoid them, but then ended up being in Italy next to them anyway. So I don't really know, but all I know is one insult to the country of Germany.
Dropping all the way down.
I think this is where it should be. Russia first, Germany last. Good work.
I clearly don't know the meta anymore.
Katie, what do you think about what you just saw?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be honest, and this is kind of not what people want to see from a commentator. I think the Paris method is kind of overblown. Like I just think you get where you are and you play with what you can. So I don't have strong opinions about it. I do think Johnny dropping is really fascinating, and I like Ed picking Russia. Like I think that's really fun. But I don't necessarily, like I said before, I think all these players have played together pretty well, and I don't think there's a lot of bad blood. And if Ed was really worried about bad blood from stabbing, he probably wouldn't have picked Russia. Like I really think we're going to see. I know people stress about the Paris method, and everyone likes to say it starts with the Paris method, and obviously it does. But I don't put too much stock in it, to be honest.
You would just throw the pieces down and let's go.
Yeah, I mean, as long as I'm not in Germany.
Okay, so let's here. I'll pull up the board so that we can see the players in place. And here's how it looks without any order showing. Bradley and Yelta worked together for 2 games pretty well, and they've ended up in England and France. The Leviathan is one of the strongest alliances on the board. Johnny and Micah end up in Austria and Italy, the pair that requires cooperation from the outset more than any other pair. Do you guys want to make any predictions now, or would you like to hear the player interviews first?
I'm not making a prediction. No way.
At all?
That's just picking my favorite. I'm not going to do it.
All right, we'll see about that. All right, why don't we listen to the player interviews? So we interviewed each player after the Paris method, and each one's about 2 or 3 minutes. We just put them all together. So we've got about 20 minutes of interviews to listen to here. And without further ado, let's see if I can click the right one this time.
He's famous for always appearing on them. Always does brilliantly.
Let's start over, shall we? All right, here we go.
All right, I'm joined here by Ed Sullivan, playing on yet another top board. He's famous for always appearing on them, always does brilliantly. Ed,
I've never won a virtual top board or face to face. What are you talking about?
Look, it's important to set the narrative early. How do you feel that Paris went for you?
I did not expect to pick first. I assumed Bradley would pick first and pick France. I don't know. I mean, the honest answer is that after what I did to Bradley and Yelta, just like I said in the tournament, I did not want the two of them together. And I figured if I picked in the West, the two of them would pick together and I'd be on the back foot for 5 or 6 years. So I was like, let me just try and go somewhere else. And I played decent Russia, although I tried once on a top board VDL and I found the communication struggles were difficult, but we're going to try it again.
Yeah, so you've got Johnny, who dropped well down and then picked Turkey, and Micah as your immediate neighbours in the east. How do you feel about that?
I like all three of my neighbors in the east. So what I'm gonna try and do here, just for usually in these top boards, I have the Icarus strategy. I find an ally and I go, and then the board reacts, and somehow I come in second. I think I've been on second 3 or 4 top boards. Here I'm going to try the Daedalus strategy. I learned hopefully a little bit from watching Nicola and Peter, and be patient. I know Russia is not the easiest country to be patient with, but get options and hit my spot. So I don't have a structure, although it was odd that Jamal picked Turkey. I was like, maybe he wants to work with me. I don't know, but we'll see.
Yep. Obviously, there's a lot of good names on this top board. Who do you think is the biggest threat that can stop you winning it?
Oh, first of all, anyone can win. I've seen, you want a top board, McAllis. Anyone can win. But
except you, right?
I've got to stick to who I am. I've really got to. I can't get overly greedy, just a little bit greedy. I've realized it is a popularity contest, and I don't want to cash in my chips in 1902 or 1903. Hopefully I can cash them in 1907 or 1908. So that's really what I'm going to try. It's hard not to look at Jamal. He does everything I do, but better. And so we might have to kill him. We might have to kill him because of that.
All right. So what I'm hearing here is AIR. That's the plan, yeah?
You don't like ARs as Russia. I've heard you say that many times, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't know what I'm going to do.
All right. But that's my secret to a top board. I never know what I'm going to do.
Good to hear.
All right. Well, best of luck, and thank you for your time.
All right, I'm here with the number 5 seed, Yelta Kuiper, who ended up picking second. In your wildest dreams, did you think that was going to happen?
No, I was expecting to pick 2, not second.
So you had lots of options. Ed had picked Russia before you. What went into your choosing France?
It was a bit of a rush decision. I was expecting Bradley to go for Italy, and I figured it would be beneficial for me to end up on the different side of the board to him, because I feel like people are trying to target me and Bradley. But Bradley is apparently a bit less worried about that. And yeah, France is just overall a pretty good country that I think works well with a more passive playing style.
Why do you feel like people are trying to target you?
Well, I've heard rumors by several people that people are somehow concerned that Bradley and I have a good pre-existing diplomacy relationship rather than a mediocre one. But well, it's something I'll get over.
Oh, I see. So you don't feel like people are targeting you individually. You're worried that if it looks like you and Bradley are together, then people that might give.
Yeah, Yeah, I think if people want to target an individual, it will be Jamal.
Got it.
Yeah.
Because he's had success recently. Yeah. So, okay, you are in France. Bradley is in England, as it happens.
Yeah.
So maybe you were expecting Bradley to pick somewhere else?
Yeah, I was expecting Bradley in Italy.
So, given that Bradley is in England and Jason Matzbaum's in Germany, we have, let's see, Johnny Gillam in Italy. What is going to be your strategy going into this game?
I think it's going to be managing my relationship with Johnny. Johnny and I have never played or even spoken before, so I don't know what kind of player they are. As I need to feel what's possible with them. I think I might face an EG early on. I think that's pretty likely. So if I manage my relationship well, I should be able to recover before the East hits. And if I manage my relationship with Johnny poorly, I might be in some serious issues.
So managing means hopefully DMZ, or are you looking for more than that from Johnny?
It depends on how much aggressiveness we'll see. I'm not the type of player to support Johnny into Munich in 19-1.
Okay.
At least not if he doesn't ask me to. But I just want to see them focus east, me focus north, and if I could at some point convince them if I'm getting attacked to send unit over, that would be nice, but that's something I'll have to figure out.
Okay, last question very quickly. Ed Sullivan made a comment that he had screwed you over in the preliminary rounds and was concerned about picking ahead of you. What's your response to that?
Well, I mean, that kind of confirmed my France pick. If Ed Sullivan didn't want to be next to me and picked Russia, I think Ed Sullivan wanted me not next to him, so I didn't pick next to him.
So maybe Ed was doing a little pre-game negotiating there.
Perhaps. And I mean, I think Ed knows that Micah will pick Austria, and Micah loves ARs more than any other alliance on the board.
Okay, so you expect to see that coming out of the East?
Well, we can see everything. I think Micah's got possibly her top 3 favorite diplomacy players to play with her in the East. So I don't know what she's going to go for.
All right, Yelta, good luck today, and maybe we'll see you later on the broadcast.
I hope so.
We're here with Bradley, who ended up picking 4th, I believe?
3rd. Drop the 3.
3rd. So, what made you decide to drop to 3rd?
So, coming into this, I had a bunch of ideas on how it would go, and I actually thought about dropping to 3rd and picking Italy with Ed being in France. That was sort of an idea I had. And then Johnny just dropped way lower and all sorts of madness happened, and Ed picked Russia, and I was just like, oh god, what's going on? So I just took my time with it, and I had a backup plan, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah. How are you feeling about your power now that you know who everyone is?
So I think I'm quite confident with England, but it's also the nation I've actually played the least. I think I've played like 4 or 5 games total as England, but all but one have been really good results. So let's see. I've played many top boards now. I think this is my 7th one. Let's see how it goes.
Maybe eventually you'll win one.
I already have. I'm 1 for 6 right now.
Well, you can bring it up to 2.
Yeah, that's the plan.
What's your strategy going in?
I'm going to treat this almost like I'm the Turkey of the West, and I just want to find one friend and then get everyone else to go away. Just every negotiation is move further away from England and let me just have time to do my thing. I don't want to I'm not going to commit to any alliance right away, because say if I commit to France, then I'm fighting Russia and Germany. If I commit to Russia, I'm it's a whole bunch of nonsense.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to go away, and I'll take my time, find a friend, and then get the momentum going after that. I don't want to be stuck in an immediate conflict.
Yeah, makes sense. Finally, fun question. What's your favorite space on the board?
Ooh. Let's go with Serbia.
Serbia. Good choice.
Yeah,
good choice.
I'm just letting Karthik have some love there. He always talks about Serbia, so why not?
All right. Well, good luck. Have fun.
Yeah, thanks, Isaac.
All right, so we're here with Jamal right after the Paris method. I think we would both agree it certainly didn't take the path that we expected. So I do feel required to ask why you've selected Turkey after the order of things.
Yeah, well, I think for me, I looked at it, and the reason I dropped in the first place was because I was actually worried that what would happen, or what did happen, would have happened, which is actually if I had taken fourth, you actually end up picking way too high. So yeah, I think to me, the big pairing on the board that I think everyone is aware of and wants to watch out for is Bradley and Yelta. Those two worked together brilliantly in the first rounds. I think there's a real awareness, particularly from Ed, about those two together. So I mean, when those two went England, France, I think I just kind of went, you know what, like I just want to stay as far away from that as possible. That is where the fireworks are going to be. The fireworks are all going to be in the West. So as Turkey, I think it gives me a world in which I don't get aired and jumped on, and then there's some gameplay in that.
I see. I mean, was there any influence in knowing that Ed was already going to be Russia?
I mean, this is an interesting board because I think this is a board full of people who I all know and I've all worked with at least once. So I'm not uncomfortable with anyone on this board. I will say that as Turkey on this board, I'm probably the most comfortable with this three that are around me.
So you think it's probably going to be your best Turkey ever?
No, my best Turkey ever is 16 centers, so I don't think that's going to happen here. But look, I'm hoping for a good showing, right? At the end of the day, the thing with Turkey is you find a friend and you get yourself out of the box, and once you're out of the box, anything can happen. So yeah, that's just the game plan.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much, Jamal.
Thank you, and I would just like to point out that I know this is called the Summer Classic, but I am here representing this Northern Hemisphere bias that is going on in diplomacy. It is the middle of winter in Australia, and it is freaking cold. So this is the Winter Classic for those of us down under.
I do agree. This is the inverse of when I met you. You are wearing so many more clothes.
All right. I'm joined here on the top board by Micah Blom, our sixth place qualifier via a tiebreak. Very high-tech tiebreak that was. Micah, how do you feel that Paris selection went for you?
It was very surprising. I really didn't see this coming. I fully expected to be in the last two. And also the people above me kind of switched it up a bit. I had expected very different countries and to be picked in a different order. So that was surprising.
Yeah, so you have Ed in Russia, Jamal in Turkey, and Johnny in Italy as your neighbours. How do you feel about those?
That's awesome. It's one of the reasons I chose Austria. I think I have 3 friends in the East. I've played a few games with all of them at least. And I have a very good relationship with all of them, so this should form a fun game.
Is there anyone you're particularly looking to go after early on? Anyone you want to work with in particular?
I can work with all of them. I just want to see how the conversations go. I'm actually not really looking to fight someone straight away. I want to play a little more friendly and not as aggressive as I usually play. Because I think for a board, that's probably the best way. I feel like you guys are super aggressive very early on, that the whole board will just come for you. So I want to just sit tight and do Austria things.
Excellent. So I believe this is your first major top board. How have you been preparing for this?
Well, because the prelims were 2 weeks ago, I have been messaging a lot with some people on the board, trying to gather a lot of information and trying to see what's going to happen. But I think in the end, you also just have to see how it goes. You can think of all the things, but you will just have to see. And the board was looking very differently from the way I expected it to. So I was friendly to people, and I was hoping to get Austria.
The diplomacy never stops in the background. There was a wild Paris with a lot of people dropping down a lot. How did you react to that in the moment? Was that a surprise to you?
I think the main surprise for me was Johnny dropping down below me. I'm not sure if that was like a diplomatic hint to him maybe wanting to work with me, or at least see everything first. Yeah, everything was just a big surprise, so I needed a minute to think, but I am very glad with the way it turned out. And I wanted Austria anyways, so...
Awesome. Well, who's going to win this top board?
I would probably... I think Bradley will find a way.
You're supposed to pick yourself, Micah. Come on.
Okay, of course I'm gonna win this.
That's more like it. All right. Well, thank you, and best of luck on the top board.
Thank you as well. Bye.
All right, I'm here with number 2 seed, Johnny Gillum, coming to us from an undisclosed bunker.
Thank you.
Johnny, you were the number 2 seed, yet you dropped down all the way to number 6 in the selection order. That is highly unusual. What was your thought process behind that?
Well, I had already decided to do that. I don't really tend to care what country I play, and to the extent that I do, I actually prefer countries that tend to go farther down in the order, like Turkey, Russia, Austria. So there's not really any particular reason for me to want to pick toward the top. I wanted to see who was around me. I wanted to get some tiebreaker.
So you ended up having a choice between Italy and Germany, somewhat surprising for the number 6 slot.
Yeah.
What was your logic in choosing?
That was easy. I wanted no part of playing Germany to Yelta and Bradley's EF. I think that's going to be a thankless task. I think Jason is going to have a tough game. And I was happy to let Jason deal with that. I want to play with Micah and Jamal and Ed. Those are players I'm much happier to play with in the East. Yeah, that was easy. I was surprised that Micah chose Austria, so I had to kind of just decipher why she would do that, but yeah.
So you're expecting an EF to come out of the West then?
I think it's pretty likely it's going to be EF versus GR, yeah.
So what's your strategy then to get in an alliance that might do you some good?
My preferred alliance partner is going to be Micah. I love Jamal. Jamal's a friend of mine. I would love to see Jamal eliminated early on this board. I don't want him as Turkey alive. I just don't. And then play a 3-way in the East with me and Italy, Micah and Austria, Ed and Russia. I like those players. I can work with them. That's a good mid game. We'll just see what happens.
All right. So AI, maybe AAR evolving into something else.
Yeah, and I honestly I don't go for that. I don't think Ed wants Jamal in Turkey anymore than I do.
So you claimed just before we started the interview that you wanted to be friends with everyone. Is that possible? And still, is it possible to do that and still win?
We'll soon find out.
Did you mean it?
We'll soon find out.
Is there anything you can tell me that we won't soon find out, or that you can tell me before we soon find out?
I don't know. I don't go into games with a plan. I don't have any plan. We just have a cup of coffee and I'm gonna have some conversations and see what happens.
All right, then we will soon find out if you are telling the truth. All right, man. Good luck today.
Thank you, Brendan.
So we're here with Jason Masba, the person who had the most choice of anybody in the whole Paris selection. So how did you feel about ending up with Germany?
Interesting outcome. You obviously expect to get Turkey in these Paris. Not this in your last. Just hoping I don't get squeezed out with people trying to go up to the line quick.
And sort of, how are you feeling about your neighbors?
So was it Yelta's in France, right?
Yelta's in France, Bradley's in England, and Ed is in Russia.
So I think I've only played with Yelta, I think, once at Worlds, and we were on opposite sides of the board, so not really sure what to expect there. But played with Bradley before, can work with him, so yeah, just have to see who Bradley wants to work with more, or who Yelta wants to work with more, right?
Yeah, makes sense. Do you have any particular strategy going in?
Well, I mean, being on the last seed, like, I'll say yes at a triple that involves me. Like, if it's an even three-way 10-10-10, then I get the tiebreaker. But probably just, you know, go standard and see what, like, try to get a read on everybody else.
Makes sense. And finally, just a little fun question for the end. What's your favorite space on the board?
My favorite space on the board. Tyrolia.
Tyrolia.
Yeah.
I think Tyrolia is underrated as a spot. I think it's a good choice there.
It could be a good chaos spot.
All right. Well, good luck and have fun.
All right, thanks.
You're muted, Brandon.
All right, there we go. Unmuted, ready to go. So we've heard from the players now. Any surprises or things of interest that you guys noted in there? Katie, we'll start with you on this one.
I always think it's interesting when they predict what alliances will come out. You know, like Johnny's saying, I think it's going to be EF versus GR. Like, I don't know. I think it's interesting because another thing is, like, you know, Micah said it outright, and I think Yelta came up with it. There's pre-game negotiations going on. Like, people are talking, people are chatting. You know who some of the worst offenders are. We all know who some of the worst offenders are. So I think it's really interesting, and I honestly think that all goes out the window as soon as the game starts. So I really don't know. I didn't take too much out of it. I don't know. I don't want to say that half of this stuff doesn't matter, but I really think it doesn't matter until you start seeing pieces move.
Once the bullets start flying, everything changes. Tanya, what about you? Anything stand out to you there?
Well, my first question is, when did the tournament happen, and when is this game happening? Is it a week later?
2 weeks. So
2 weeks later. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time. That's interesting, actually. That changes a lot because in a face-to-face tournament, you play the top board right after all the other boards. So everything is fresh, everything is new. You don't have time to, like, make up these alliances or whatever. It's actually really interesting that multiple times it was mentioned that Bradley and Yelta are going to be working together. So I'm sure whatever happens, even if that may not have been the case and may not have been true, is people are going to have that in their head. And given they're going to have that in the head, they're going to make alliances that are going to impact those two, and they're probably going to end up together. So
yeah, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. That stuff happens all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good point. The truth actually is irrelevant. It's what everyone believes is that you have to play. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, would you rather be right or would you rather win the game?
I'm also not. I wonder if Jamal can pull it off when Johnny already has a target on his back before they even start, which is not great.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing taking Turkey there because it is, you know, it's a country that can hold out for a period of time, but it's also, I think, the country that gets set upon the most, at least that was the case before this past season. I don't know if that meta has actually shifted or not. But yeah, let's see. All right, so Tanya wanted to resist making any predictions. Katie, do you have any interest in jumping, dipping your toe in that water?
No.
What about you, Brandon?
That's not my job. I'm just the host here.
Brandon's job is to unmute himself at the correct times, and he's doing great.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate it. All right, so without further ado, I mean, at some point, I'm going to ask you guys to say who you like on the board, given the board state. So hopefully there won't be a union action against me for that. But I think it's time for us to see some moves here. It's spring 1901, and here we go. So why don't we do our East-West for the top board format? So Tanya, we'll start with you in the West and Katie in the East. And here are the spring 1901 moves for the Summer Classic Championship game. Tanya, what do you see in the West?
So I guess before we even start, the alliance here that we're looking out for is EF versus RG. So we'll see if that comes into play. Right now, everyone's playing nice. Well, actually, pairs to Gascony is not something that you see too often. So Yelta does move to Gascony. At least I don't see it too often. Maybe the meta's changed, but I haven't seen that very much. Things are DMZ'd. Openings are pretty standard. Ed Sullivan moves Moscow to St. Petersburg, wants to have a say in the north, which is going to be really interesting. But other than that, pretty standard. Burgundy, empty. English Channel, empty.
Katie, over to you.
Yeah, Yelta, I think, moved Paris to Gascony and then waived 2 builds in the prelim game I played with him, so maybe he'll waive 2 builds here. We'll see. I think Ed's opening north is really interesting because I think it was Yelta, right, who said that Micah loves an AR. Somebody said Micah loves an AR, so maybe Ed knows that, and maybe Ed's counting on that, because if you have a solid Austria, you can move that army north. Yeah, if he's really worried about an EF, then maybe he's getting out in front of that. Otherwise, nothing too exciting. There's a DMZ in Galicia and Black Sea, and neither was broken, so I think that's a good way to start the game. Smyrna to Armenia doesn't mean a whole lot. Probably just hedging for in case Black Sea was entered by Russia.
This is quite a remarkable opening for a top board. I mean, the typical points of conflict in spring 1901 are English Channel, Burgundy, Galicia, Black Sea, and then also Trieste, Venice. And every single one of those spaces was successfully diplomed. There was not a
single bounce.
What's it?
Not a single bounce.
Not a single bounce. No conflict of any kind, not even of the preventative, trust but verify kind. So yeah, a really remarkable and very, let's say, copacetic opening.
Yeah.
Jamal and I had a little bit of a argument over the best Turkish opening, and I like to move Smyrna to Khan, and he hates it. So
you are old, Tanya. Nobody does that anymore.
It's never failed me yet. So we'll see whether Jamal's opening is gonna.
All right, guys. Tanya needs to be AI'd, and then she'll start moving that fleet out.
I think the typical worry about it is that it locks Turkey into moving towards the Balkans, which prevents any possible AT cooperation. I think that's the Katie. Would you agree that's the typical worry about that?
I think it's more just you want that fleet to be able to make it to Aegean if you're worried about Italy. But I don't know.
But we don't need to argue this.
Yeah, we don't. I'm not. It doesn't matter. It all depends on the players and the game and the diplomacy. It's not.
All right. The last thing I do want us to talk about, though, is Ed putting the fleet into Romania in spring of 01. Presumably, so Austria should be very happy about that. Presumably, Jamal was also, also knew about that and agreed on that. Ed and Jamal are, both really accomplished diplomats. This is certainly something they would have talked about. What do you think that signifies as far as the alliance structure in the East? As far as you can tell in spring 01.
For me, fleet in Romania, AR. That's what it is. Yeah.
So if you're Jamal, you should be worried about that?
That's why as Turkey, it's really nice to ask for a bounce in the black. Because either you get into the black or they have to, use their army to take Romania.
Or you ask for the bounce in Armenia and then Ed doesn't do it and does this instead.
Yeah, the bounce in Armenia, the Armenian fist bump, popularized by Sabiha Huja, is it's kind of like the new fad for tying up the Sevastopol fleet.
But you don't want to be in Armenia. You want to be in the black. So that's different, right?
Yeah, it's more a question of giving Turkey the option to do something with their fleet rather than bounce in black. But in any case, so it'd be interesting to know, we'll get a sideline report in a little bit, whether Jamal was expecting that bounce or not. But let's move on into fall of 1901, and here are the moves. And let's start in the East, Katie, because that's where my eye went directly.
I think Jamal was expecting to bounce in Armenia, and obviously that didn't happen. And so he's taken Black Sea, and I think he knows it's an AR, and I don't know if I'm Jamal, I'm pitching real hard to Johnny and trying to change Johnny's mind coming into the game about how Jamal needs to die, because this is really early, really obvious AR cooperation. Yeah, so definitely some AR versus Turkey right now. Johnny, the bounds in Trieste could have been easily agreed. I mean, taking Tunis with a fleet versus an army certainly means something. I won't speculate about it right now. I don't think Johnny really needs to gang up on Jamal right now. So he might need to be more worried about MAO going to south coast of Spain. But I'll let Tanya talk about that.
I mean, at the very least, Jamal should be happy that Johnny has taken Tunis with the fleet, not the army, right? It's a win.
Yeah. Jamal should be happy about it, but I don't know what Johnny's thinking.
All right, Tanya, tell us about what you see in the West.
Yeah, I wonder whether Yelta went to Johnny and said, listen, Micah loves the AR, so watch out, right? That can always be something that would have Johnny a bit more like, okay, maybe I don't immediately kill Jamal, especially with a Russian fleet in Romania and no bounce in Gal. So, okay, now I'll move to the western side of the board. Yeah, Mid-Atlantic, Spain, South Coast, Army to Portugal. Could mean something, could mean nothing. We can't really tell right now. But we do know that England and France are quite happy with each other. And hey, Jason picks up 3. So gets Belgium, gets Holland, gets Denmark, which makes you think, wonder if a Western triple is going to be in the cards right now, especially with Ed opening north. So, but let's head into Sweden and supports, yeah. So Bradley had to support himself into Norway in order to get it. So not the quick start, but
Bradley didn't need to take Norway with the fleet, though. Could have convoyed the army over and still supported it in. What do you make of? Or is it too soon to make something of that? And what are the possibilities for understanding the difference between those two options?
Well, if I'm Bradley and I convoy the army right into Norway, I'm pretty much saying to Russia, we're fighting, right? If I'm putting in the fleet, I'm going to be like, come on, look, I don't want to fight you. Why don't you build in the south? There's so much going on there. Like Jamal's attacking you. Leave me alone, right? You can't really do that as much with a fleet, with an army. An army in Norway means Ed will build an army in St. Petersburg.
So, well, it's interesting, Ed.
Anyway. Yeah.
Right. Ed moves to Finland here. Is clearly angling for for the north, for a move on Norway of some sort. Although maybe he'll build fleet south coast St. Petersburg. Doesn't really feel like it. But yeah, it does look a little bit like ENF. We're thinking Western Triple, and Germany may have been happy to let them think that. In order to get 3 builds, but not bouncing in Sweden certainly speaks some volumes, doesn't it?
It could still be a Western triple. I think you let Russia into Sweden anyway, probably.
Oh, yeah?
I do it like every game. I don't know when the last time I bounced Russia out of Sweden.
Yeah.
It's probably never. Because you can think, like, you just drop a fleet in Baltic and whatever. Well, I guess Ed did open north, but still. I don't know.
Maybe Jason's just playing his cards, right? Let's see what happens.
All right. Well, before we see what happens, we have our first sideline report. We had the luxury of having 3 sideline reporters this time. So let's meet them and hear what they had to say about 1901.
Hello, and welcome to the first sideline report of the 2024 Summer Classic top board. In the West, early on, we had a long conversation between Yelta and Jason, where Jason immediately asks for a Burgundy DMZ. Yelta is very happy to immediately agree to that. Then Jason is asking for for Yelta to open to the channel, which just doesn't work at all. By the time that conversation ends, all Yelta says is that went terribly after Jason leaves the room. So not the best of starts there in that regard. Elsewhere in the West, Yelta and Bradler had a much more positive conversation. Long discussion of how Paris went and then what is going to happen in the East. Both sides seem to think that Micah is going to be very popular in the East, but whether it's an air or a rat, they're not sure is what they think is going to come out of it. They believe it might get a little bit chaotic over there, but either way, Yelta and Bradley seem to have a much better conversation. Jason and Bradley's conversation is pretty positive, but so far it seems that Jason is a little bit of the odd one out, and he's very worried of an EF. Yeah.
see, for my part, I think I primarily followed around Jamal as Turkey, and he absolutely went on a popularity tour of trying to just be the nicest, most flexible individual, suggesting all sorts of things. I think I want to credit mostly him and him alone for EF rumors starting and then slowly possibly spreading, but he absolutely was the one bringing it up every single time. That was like the most interesting part for me. Isaac, what did you see?
I did a similar tour, but following Austria rather than Turkey and Micah. And honestly, what I saw was basically in every single conversation she was in, everyone was like, okay, what would you like to do? How can I help you? It seemed like absolutely everyone wants to be Micah's friend. There's a little bit of other discussions going on, but it mainly seems to be that rat versus air debate, even in spring.
All right. And going into fall, immediately the talking point is that Ed has opened to the north with his build in Russia, with his Moscow army rather. And yeah, but Bradley grabs him immediately. They'd only spoken very briefly in the spring, and Ed had then been grabbed out of that conversation by Jamal before Bradley could really get anything going. So Bradley's only response after that was to swear 4 times, and yeah, he's not thrilled after the move goes through. He's very angry with Ed. He says if Ed moves to Norway, then Bradley's just in screw Ed for the remainder of the game mode. And Ed tells him it's okay, you can move there with 1. I'm just going to Finland and building in St. Petersburg. Maybe not the most convincing of things to tell England that you're friendly to them, but that's the line Ed goes with. The rest of the West is very much discussing that they think it's a rat and they need to respond. The moves all look very Western Tripoli, but at no point is the Western Triple actually discussed. It's more a case of Yelta and Bradley want to play a balance of power game, and Yelta believes he's going to the Med to help Johnny. Whether it works out that way or not remains to be seen.
I can confidently say that not even the East knows if it's a rat or an air, and not seeing the moves yet, I couldn't tell you either. I think the most crucial conversation for this is that Jamal managed to finally grab Micah at the very end and essentially walked through, what would happen if in fact he was going to get aired instead of continuing with possibly the opening moves of a rat. And Micah gave a series of answers that I don't know if they're truthful or not. And Jamal was not convinced. And so I think I'm really looking forward to seeing what the other perspective is. That if you heard anything from Russia, Isaac?
I didn't, but the 2 interesting things that I encountered were, number 1 was a gaffe. Micah at the end of Spring 01 sent an email saying that Ed was okay with a rat, but she accidentally sent it to Johnny in Italy rather than Jamal in Turkey, which is not really what you want to see. So Johnny, understandably, spent the whole phase pretty spooked that there was going to be a rat. But Jamal at the end came and basically promised him that he was going to move Armenia to Sev and move Khan up to the Black Sea. So there's potential for some kind of AIT that turns into that would probably really put Jamal in the driver's seat of the East on where he wants to go afterwards.
All right. Thank you very much. And back to the studio.
All right.
Wow. That's some good stuff. What? All right. Yeah, Tanya, what surprised you the most?
No, it's great. Sending the wrong message and then getting a winter green going just by doing that is fantastic. Like, we would never know that without Sideline. So phenomenal. Yeah.
I love that the East is confused about whether it's going to be AAR or ART, right? Like AR supposedly are on board with each other, but even they don't have an idea of whether they want to team up with IRT. And then suddenly it seems at the end they threw in this possibility that actually Russia could get cut out altogether, and it could be an AIT. The only thing that seems clear is that everybody wants to work with Micah.
I wonder if that's still the case after what we just heard, or whether Johnny will wise up and be like, "Hey, maybe we should take out AR." However, if Yelta's sending his fleets in the med to save Johnny, I would be really nervous about that too, as Johnny.
Katie, what stood out to you?
Alrighty, welcome.
Kind of the same things you guys just mentioned. Obviously, the missend, and then the assumption that A and R were together. Also, the Jamal grabbing Micah and saying exactly what was going to happen if he dies is such a classic move. And no offense to Jamal, I hate it. I hate that so much. That's my least favorite. That's my least favorite kind of diplomacy.
Yeah, why? What? I mean, do you? So it wouldn't work with you. What's the risk? If like, what would cause Micah to not appreciate that from your perspective?
I don't want to. Well, Jamal, he's got thick skin. He can take it. I find it very patronizing. I really dislike it. I've been in positions like, I remember a game, like one of my proudest face-to-face games ever. I was Russia, and I was doing an AIR that transitioned into wintergreen, and Turkey spent so long telling me exactly how I was going to die as soon as he was dead, and I topped the board. And I just find it to be really, like, I just don't like that tactic. It personally doesn't work with me. So everybody out there is watching. If you're not like it, I just don't like it. So I don't know. Maybe Micah doesn't feel that way, and hopefully she doesn't. And I don't mean for that to be like I would never work with that person, but I don't know. That's just one thing that just bugs me personally.
But it's an important sort of point about diplomacy styles. We talked about this a little bit before. Would you rather be right or would you rather win? Like this is you're sort of getting at that a way that urge can manifest itself in people wanting to tell other people what the truth is, like how they should think, and getting angry if they don't see the game the same way. And what you're pointing out is that that can backfire. There are definitely players who don't like to be talked to like that. And so with those players, it's better to listen rather than talk. So that's hopefully a tip for players out there looking to improve their game. All right, shall we move forward here? I do want to talk a little bit about builds. These are, it's a fun moment. Everybody's building here, and there's some big decisions to be made here. I'm thinking about Ed and Jason in particular. Maybe Yelta should be in that category as well. Let's start with Ed. Tanya, let's go to Katie, since Katie loves Russia. Katie, what would you build if you were Ed here?
It sounded like Bradley was pretty mad. So if I'm Ed, I'm just team secure the north. So I'd build a fleet in the north coast. He's obviously working well with with Austria. I'd probably build fleet north coast, and I guess Army Sev.
Okay.
Army Sev.
No. And
I'm not suicidal.
Tanya, let's turn to Germany, which is your favorite country. What would you build here if you're Jason Massbaum?
Fleet kill Army Berlin, Army Munich.
Why 2 armies rather than 2 fleets?
Well, Fleet Berlin, what are you going to move to Baltic to? Like, you don't really need it, I think, especially if you have a deal with Ed where he's going to build a fleet in St. Petersburg. I think I would go for the armies just to sort of have it secure, or I would wave. There's a good chance that I would just do fleet Kiel, Army Munich, and then possibly wave.
Yeah, it's interesting. So adding the 3rd unit, which has to be a fleet or an army, would potentially commit you one way or the other and close off some diplomatic options. And so the wave would allow you to preserve those. Yelta also has a similar choice to make here. Fleet Marseille would definitely say, I'm coming into the Med. Fleet Brest, a little bit more ambiguous. Probably has to be 1 army here, right? Army and fleet. Either of you want to make a pitch for 2 fleets?
No, 2 fleets. I wouldn't do it. Yeah, you want, especially if you see Jason's getting 3 builds and likely 2 of them are going to be armies, you want to have at least 1 army on there to just not let Jason walk in super easily. We may even see 2 armies.
No, I hate that. 2 armies as friends. You can do nothing the whole game. I hate it. I hope he doesn't do that. I don't think he will.
It's hard to imagine not having 1 army here, especially with the army in Portugal so far away.
Yeah.
All right. Without further ado, let us find out. And the answers to all of these questions is, wow. All right. Let's start with Ed Sullivan in Russia. Does not build fleet North Coast St. Petersburg. Does not build in St. Petersburg at all. So that perhaps is a response to Bradley putting the fleet in Norway. Maybe this is evidence of some diplomatic agreement between the two of them. Staying in the order that we talked about him before, Jason Massbaum in Germany does commit, at least does put down a third unit. It's an army, which is at least the least ambiguous, right? Fleet would definitely commit him one way or the other. And Yelta goes with fleet Brest, army Paris. So lots and lots of options there, but clearly not committing directly to the Med. Are any other builds here surprising? I don't think so. Jamal probably had to build fleet Khan, especially in case there was going to be another fleet in Sevastopol. Now he has options, and Johnny does the obvious thing. And Bradley, I think, had to build fleet Eddie here to be able to protect Norway. All right, but now we are teed up for some interesting possibilities here in the spring. Now that we have things like St. Petersburg open and a fleet in Brest, let's find out what happens. Tanya, let's start with you in the West. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, and here's the issue with opening north and then deciding to back off, right? You've already pissed off England. That's not going to change. You've moved up to Finland. So now Bradley has an enemy, and he doesn't need to like find someone in the West to fight, right? He can just go against Ed. So not looking good for Ed. Seems, Norway to Barents Sea seems like St. Petersburg is going to be under threat. Otherwise, you have what I assume is an arranged bounce in Burgundy. And Paris does move to Picardy, though. So looks Western Tripoli with Munich moving to Bohemia. But Spain South Coast holds, Brest to Mid-Atlantic. I do think if I'm Johnny here, I'm looking at that being like, yeah.
Like, where was Spain supposed to go?
Yeah. So I'm assuming Johnny will be surprised if it goes into Lyon and the West Med very soon.
And over to the East, Katie.
In the East, we've got Johnny sort of, supporting himself to Ionian, playing a little slow. Probably Johnny can do that. Micah is taking Bulgaria with Ed's support. The AR is still on, and at the moment, Turkey is on the outs. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I think that Yelta's slow playing. I'm not convinced. What does France want to be in a Western triple for? I don't know. I'm suspicious. We'll see.
Oh, I see. So you're talking about the fleet movements. You would be surprised if Yelta drops into the Med here.
There's no way I'd want a Western triple as Yelta in this game. There's no way. Like if Bradley's really convoying the army away, I don't know.
Yeah, the move to Bohemia is fascinating here.
It is. That's the one thing that I think is strange, but
because Germany is presumably going to go to 7 here, while France is still at 5, unless Belgium is given here. That is a possibility. But the move to Bohemia suggests that Jason is willing to commit something to the east.
I've seen Jason Western triple as Germany before, and I would not like to see it again.
Because he topped the board as Germany?
No, he did not top the board.
Oh, okay. But were you Russia?
No, it's a long story.
Okay,
it's a long story. Turkey came out on top though, so it could be good news for Jamal.
All right. Well, so Jamal is at, for the moment, the odd person out here, and Ed's build in Moscow now looks actually conservative because of Jamal's position. It looks like Ed wasn't willing to have Romania be dependent on Micah for support. And really wanted to, make sure that he could support both Sevastopol and Romania. But Micah has come through, and it now looks like, AR are on for the moment. Let's move into fall of 1902 now and see what happens. And I'm going to stay in the West here, Tanya, because that's where my eye was drawn first. What happens?
Did I remember correctly that was it Yelta that said that he wanted to play slowly? Could have been someone else.
That was Micah, I think.
Oh, it was Micah. Okay.
But
So
that's what
anyway,
Yelta's
Yelta has just convoyed to Brest. You're right. Maybe just waiting to see if Johnny invites him into the Med, which a lot of France just wait to see. So doing that, and then meanwhile Yorkshire to Norway, and I think St. Petersburg holds, which I guess it couldn't really do anything. But Bohemia does walk it back to Munich. So still, we're a little bit unsure with a bounce in Burgundy, what they're doing, but it does still look like a Western triple, but we're not going to go too fast.
Well, so Belgium stays German, and yeah, the unit is retracted. So I think the Western triple is up in the air, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Yelta's not making any moves to indicate that that's what they want. So probably waiting to fight Germany once Bradley is sort of better positioned to take more dots off Russia.
All right, and talking about the East, Katie, not a whole lot happens here except for one thing. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, not too much. Johnny does get into Aegean with support from Micah, so it might be a quick game for Jamal. I mean, he's down on 3 and has got units surrounding. Ed is gonna disband 1. We'll see if it's in the north or not. And then you've got Micah and Johnny. Sort of. I mean, the move away from Trieste and Venice is interesting. Maybe it is a reaction to fight Germany. But, Johnny's clearly not that worried about a Western triple. He didn't try to go to Western Mediterranean or anything. So maybe it's a anti-Jason, not necessarily anti-Western triple.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, so clearly the AAR is in effect now. Jamal's probably not thrilled to see no French fleets coming in, but Tunis will be there in the fall or in 1903 if Yelta wants it.
Yeah, but so is Irish and MAO. I mean, he's got options, right? Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Well, all right. Well, let's talk about that before we look at spring 1902 moves. But we do have another sideline report to listen to, and let me see if I can get the right one here.
1902 sideline reports. This time we even have moves on the screen, as somebody actually remembered to load it up. Sorry. Going straight into the west, Lee is very, very worried. His conversations with Ed have been pretty terrible throughout. His conversations with Yelta are notably less positive than they were in 1901. He seems very worried Yelta's going to jump north. In spring, Yelta is floating moves like opening up to the English Channel so that Yelta can put pressure on Belgium, and Bradley just shuts it down. He's not at all interested in going after Jason. He just wants to go after Ed. Yelta and Jason have more positive conversations, with Yelta initially seeming very willing to go full north and Jason to go to Helderland and for them to just kill Bradley. But later in the phase, that sort of comes off the table, and Jason is a little less happy with the way Yelta has prevaricated as a result. Between Bradley and Jason, the conversation is flowing pretty well, and Jason, after that second conversation with Yelta, now seems pretty happy to just go and kill Ed rather than go after Bradley by himself.
In the east, Johnny and Jamal get right to it and are immediately discussing about how this position could turn into a reasonable IT. To the point where I was sort of shocked they hadn't been this friendly from the beginning. Like it's truly I was convinced of all people. And then I got a little bit of the other side, which was Ed and Jamal definitely showing a lot of frustration with each other and seemingly not certain about where to go from here. They, said, oh, this was supposed to happen, the other thing's supposed to happen. Jamal's obviously not happy about that there was a support into Romania in Fall 01. And it seems pretty uncertain if they can work anything out. Ed doing a little bit of a clam up and just being like, I don't know, something will happen, right? That's what I got into.
On my side, A and I sort of butted heads a little bit. It was mainly
trying to see, is there any way to turn this position back into an air, which was the dominant conversation. And Jamal's response to that seemed to be to go to Italy and basically tell them, if you guys form an air, I'm going to make sure you get absolutely nothing out of it.
All right. Well, in fall of 1902, the conversations are going much better for Bradley. His worries in spring and at the start of this phase seem to ease pretty noticeably across it. His conversation with Jason remains strong, and Jason is now very much on board for going after Ed as well. And Bradley's conversation with Yelta, where Yelta is willing to sort of sit around and wait, not go into the med, but not come north. Bradley seems pretty confident in that relationship as well. There's nothing too scary for Bradley going on. Both Bradley and Yelta are very happy with Jason's move to Bohemia, which he hadn't told anyone about in advance. But Jason pretty much immediately says he's just coming back to Munich. He doesn't think it's the time to go after Micah. Jason is still pushing Yelta hard to go north and to get ready to attack Liverpool, but there's absolutely nothing that he's getting in return. And by the end of the phase, it's more that Yelta's getting Jason to agree moves to go after Prussia and Silesia in 1903. So we'll see whether that comes into effect.
I think I got a little bit more of a lack of progress between Jamal and Ed. There was also, Jamal's kind of throwing everything at the wall and trying to see what sticks, which is reasonable given the situation. He offered to blow up the fleet in Romania. He offered to put Ed into Bulgaria, I believe. It's like all sorts of offers coming onto the table. But at the end of the day, I'm not convinced anything really got through. Micah, there was maybe some progress between Jamal and Micah, because Micah seemed quite afraid of basically, or wait, no, I'm sorry, that's Johnny and Micah, because of just her having not essentially gone through with anything yet. And so she's a bit worried that people might take the lack of progress as a sign that it's time to go after Austria.
Yeah, and the other big thing in fall is that basically we had another triple question, but this one was AIT versus AIR, and it seems like based on these moves, the AIR won, but there was even talk of putting Austria into Romania while letting them keep Bulgaria. But alas, not to be.
All right, back to the studio.
All right, so that's interesting. What do we learn? Tanya, over to you.
I learned that, okay, well, I'm not quite sure yet, but don't do things half-heartedly. Don't move to Bohemia and then move back, I think. Especially, it probably had something to do with creating that air to begin with. It freaked Austria out, right? Why do it just to walk back? Similarly, why move north, Ed, just to then move back, right? I think these moves might come to harm both Ed and Jason, but we'll see. Maybe Jason can survive out of it. And yeah, Yelta deciding to just stick around. I mean, they're friends; they can do it. Not something I'd personally do, but we'll see. Maybe moves will be made in 03.
So if you're going to make a bold move, especially one that's across the line that potentially destabilizes the other side, you better have a plan. Is your point?
Well, your plan probably shouldn't be Yelta asked you to do it. Especially if that really was a Yelta suggestion.
So, there's talk of triples everywhere. AIR seems to have settled in. If there is a Western triple developing, whether by accident or not, they do seem to have moved more quickly. They have the upper hand if it comes down to AIR versus Western triple. What do you think that should? What should that prompt? Like, what do you think? What sort of reaction should you see? And you can just pick one or two people on the board to try to figure that out. About Katie, do you have any thoughts on that?
I think Well, I think it should prompt happiness from Jamal, right? Like that's like literally his best case scenario. I think is the Western triple. I think that people like Yelta and probably Micah probably don't want that, because if you get in a triple lock situation, your growth potential is just like kind of over. So if you're the kind of power like Yelta is right now, where you have growth potential, like you definitely don't want to be in a situation where it's just triple versus triple and you're kind of stuck. Like that's boring. It's not good. You're not. Who knows who's going to top from that? Maybe not you. So I think you actually try to do everything you can to like prevent those rumors from happening. I mean, sure, maybe Yelta wants Jason to take the heat for stuff, but he doesn't really want the East unifying and coming after them, because then his game's kind of over. Like that's just a bummer. So I that's one of my pet peeves with diplomacy in the meta is like the triple conversation, like the triple fear, right? Because especially in the East, yeah, you have a triple, you gang up on one person. And then if the West is like, oh, they're a triple, we have to fight them as a triple, then the game just stops, even though, you know, the East was going to become a double and you still had time, like all that kind of stuff. So I think you just try to prevent the rumors. I think you try to do anything you can to show that that's not true. And we'll see.
Yeah, so what you're talking about is a legitimate worry that the game gets tracked too easily, too quickly, and doesn't stay dynamic for very long, and that there are certain players on the board. Yelta, is in a position where a more dynamic board probably suits him. Tanya, what about you? Is there somebody on the board that you would pick out that sort of needs to take some action now?
Yeah, I think it's almost Yelta actually, because if Johnny is with the AIR, takes out Turkey, where else are those fleets going to go, right? They're going to go to Yelta. So do something, get some builds.
Is that drop down and take Tunis, or make something happen in the West?
If this was gunboat, I would move on England. I don't know what the negotiations are like. We heard a lot about Bradley and Yelta being really close, so maybe Yelta doesn't want to do that in case Jason sides with Bradley instead. So that's definitely a consideration. I really don't know what the right move is, but Yelta should pick something.
But needs to get something this turn.
Yeah, or like ask for Belgium, right?
Yeah.
Say, like, I'm sitting here, I'll do what you guys want, just give me Belgium first.
Yeah, I can see three ways that Yelta can almost guarantee growth this year. One is to go to Burgundy here and English Channel and take Belgium. Another is to drop down to Western Med and North Africa and take Tunis. Should succeed. Johnny's unlikely to pull the two fleets back. Or, your suggestion to go after England, this would be go up to Irish or North Atlantic, Spain to Mid-Atlantic, and convoy into Liverpool, right? Bradley is unlikely to pull the army in Norway back. So the three possible options for Yelta. Let's see if he takes any of them. First, we need to see some builds. And Jason Massbaum, Tanya, army or fleet here, or wave?
Wave or fleet. But if he's going after Warsaw, he might do it. He might build another army, which is not the worst, not the end of the world. I'd want a fleet though, but there's no reason to have a fleet.
Yeah, fleet is not Western triple, right?
No, you gotta build an army.
Fleet is I want to fight with you at some point in England. Katie, what do you pull if you're Ed Sullivan?
Maybe the army in St. Pete. I don't know. Is that dumb? I don't know. That might be really dumb.
Well, the argument I think would be that the fleet is potentially more useful to England if England is willing to, play.
Or the fleet can cover St. Pete for a year, and you can hope that the West does something different. You still have an army, or you still have a fleet instead of the army. I don't know. It's not great. I mean, if he really, really feels good about Micah, he could get rid of Moscow. I don't like that though. I mean, maybe get rid of the. I don't know. I have no idea.
All right, let's find out.
Rough. This is hard. I don't know what I would.
The most surprising build this year would be Fleet Trieste, and the chances are
do it.
All right, so
Ed, we think alike.
Ed took your advice and pulled the army in St. Petersburg. So this is Finland. Fleet Finland is only useful for Bradley. There's no way that Jason Massbaum wants that fleet to exist. So, all right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1903. Do you guys want to stick with East-West?
I don't mind.
Okay.
that's fine.
All right. Let us hear from
That's what I
Katie
said.
first.
Sorry.
Oh, wow. Wow. Katie, tell us about the East first. And then we'll go to the West, which I think is more interesting ultimately.
I don't think the West is interesting at all. I think it's fake. Okay, I think the East is interesting in that that's the move that I was thinking I would do if I were Ed in this situation. Maybe you can hold on, but you know, now you've got 3 on St. Pete, and you're probably losing it if they all stick together. It is interesting that Jason built that. Well, sorry, that's the West. Okay, all right.
Like,
there's not a lot else happening in the East, right? I mean,
yeah.
I don't know what I think. Romania just didn't do anything, right? Just
Romania
holding.
needed to tap black, or Johnny needed to support himself into Eastern Med.
Yeah, Romania not tapping black is kind of it. Maybe Ed's saying I'll do it in the fall. I'll do it in the fall.
Yeah.
But like, why does? Yeah, I don't know if Ed really wants Johnny getting con.
That sets up some nice tension for the fall. Tanya, over to the West, where there's a lot of attempted movement. How real do you think those attempts are?
Not very, honestly. I thought for a second, oh look, red arrows, but really like MAO to NAO.
You'd go to
is that
Irish.
where? Yeah, like I don't know. I mean, Sweden moving to Finland with support from Norway. Double attack on, you know, okay, if this was real, I think Holland doesn't support Belgium. Holland probably moves to Ruhr. Something moves to Ruhr if it's real, right? Ruhr is key in getting Burgundy.
Yeah.
So if it's real, you're in Ruhr. So I think it's just arranged.
What would be the benefit for the West, to put on a show of nothing for a turn?
I think they're all doing the Micah strategy, which she talked about at the beginning, where you just don't really want to make a lot of enemies and you want to wait and see what happens. Right? Like what else can this be? Like, yeah, what's the I mean, the East isn't making a lot of progress, let's be honest, but what is the point of waiting until Turkey is out of the game to do something?
I don't understand. If I'm the Western Triple, I want to get there to save Turkey as much as I can. Right?
But they're not that's why I don't think they are. They're not making real moves. I mean, why aren't they in Prussia and Silesia? Like this is just, I don't know. I think I think each individual person is just unsure what they want to do.
It's certainly a moment of caution. The possibility is that they all talked about a bunch of plans and couldn't agree on any of them. And so, said status quo. Johnny not supporting himself to Eastern Med feels really significant to me. And now there's still a guess here in the fall. Jamal, there are things Jamal can do here to I believe Jamal can actually guarantee that he holds on to con.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if he does those moves. And here are the fall 1903 moves. He does.
Well, that wasn't guaranteed, but oh no, it was because Black tapped Bulgaria. Sorry, it was.
Well, yeah, Smyrna hitting Aegean and Black tapping Bulgaria, but Johnny does support themselves to Eastern Med, but Greece goes into Aegean, gets bounced. What, Katie? Tell me, make sense of all of this for me.
No one wants to do much. I don't know. I feel like I'm being like whiny and complaining. I mean, I'm sure, like, I know that the situation is actually really tense and like they're not just like hanging around, like, doing nothing. But I don't know. I'm not sure what the advantage of going to Eastern Med is now. I mean, I guess they're gonna put the Austrian fleet into Aegean instead.
Yeah, it enables them to get 2 fleets on Smyrna without Johnny having to leave Ionian.
Yeah, it's just a little slow. It's a little bit of a bummer. Ed does lose St. Pete, and unfortunately it is with an army, so that's definitely the worst thing for Ed. Yeah, Berlin drops to Silesia, but now okay, I'm in the West again. Go ahead, Tanya.
No, I don't see very good things for Jason here, right?
Okay.
I see now Vienna and Bohemia, there's 2 on Munich. Kiel finally does move to Ruhr, which I think should have happened last turn. And I believe, and Brest to Paris. So now what are they going to put 3 on Burgundy? What a waste of units. Like, come on. I'm sorry. I just feel like if you're just bound, like obviously NAO is a range bounce. It was pretty obvious last turn. Like you're going to bounce yourself to your death, I feel. I just don't like wasting so many units when they could possibly be doing something more efficient. Like Ed's the only one losing anything in this scenario.
And Bradley's gaining 1. So Bradley's going to have to make a choice here, right? There's, we can talk about what his options are there, but he's going to have to do something and put down something. So presumably Jason and Yelta were both asking him for something specific. But it is a fascinating moment here. We have, clearly there's no Western triple. France and Germany have gone to the line against each other now. And
I wonder if it's also just arranged.
to actually put 3 on Burgundy, I can't imagine you want that if you're Yelta to have Kiel coming down to Ruhr.
Well, Yelta doesn't want to go after Tunis. It was guaranteed this year, basically, right? I mean, which makes sense. Like, I'm not saying I would have done it if I were Yelta, but like, I mean, Yelta's in no hurry to go to the line.
But what did Brest do in the spring? I need to know. Can we go back and check?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I do think they both agreed to put 3 on Burgundy.
Well, if so, it doesn't benefit either one of them, right? It only keeps the other one at bay. So it just
lets Bradley take his Russian centers and just wait.
Bradley
That's great for Bradley.
Bradley probably build an army and convoy it into Norway, right? Like, what else do you do?
Wow, that'll be fast. I was thinking Fleet London to sort of keep his options open, but obviously Fleet Liverpool would be a strong signal of EG. So doubt Bradley's going to do that, but you never know. So Micah going to the line here is kind of the other big news, right? Clearly committing to an AIR overall strategy, not just against Turkey, but against the West. And so, these first 3 years have kind of breezed by a little bit. There's still uncertainty in the West over what the alliance structure, but the alliance structure in the East, I think, has clearly solidified now. Let's have a listen to the Sideline report, and let's see if I have done it correctly.
All right, welcome to the Spring 1903 back channel. The West continues to be very, very messy. Yelta basically goes to Jason early on and says, right, I'm okay to go north now. Jason's been pushing him hard for many phases, and Yelta's like, right, this is the phase. I'll go North Atlantic. Jason's like, great, cool. That's pretty much the end of the conversation. They just leave immediately after that. Yelta then immediately goes to Bradley and arranges a bounce in North Atlantic Ocean. Bradley is like, I don't really want to bounce there. I'd rather use Norwegian to do stuff against Ed, but later on they do agree that that's what they're going to bounce. So Yelta's seemingly not on Jason's page, but then Jason and Bradley immediately talk, and Jason arranges that bounce in North Atlantic as well. He's like, Bradley, you have to bounce North Atlantic. Yelta's going to go there. It's complete chaos between the 3 of them. Yelta also asks Jason to let him into Burgundy, and Jason basically just says no. And as you can see, that then leads to a bounce as a result. But that was not an arranged bounce. That was Yelta basically telling Jason, I'm going Burgundy, deal with it.
So the South opens with Micah and Johnny having a long, almost kind of a meta conversation about the state of the game and the relationships between the people in the South. I don't really want to get too much into specifics. Suffice to say, I think people left feeling a lot better. And Jamal had a feature where he popped in to say, hey, killing me is going to take forever. The West is going to figure something out before then, whether it's a triple, whether there's an alliance. And, one of them is going to top if you actually spend the time to take me out. He leaves, and both Micah and Johnny immediately go, yeah, he's lying out of his ass. There's no way. The 3 still win this board. Let's continue discussing our matters, actually.
Yeah, Jamal on this turn was on a mission for peace. He made a peace with the Russians, going into that RT just defense to stop them from to try and stop Romania from being taken and anything in Turkey being taken. And he also pitched to the Austrians moving against either the Italians or the Russians, who he's working hard to try to get some kind of movement out of her at the moment.
All right. Going into the fall, the West is all about the relationship between Yelta and Jason. At this point, that relationship has broken down. Yelta is fully on board killing Jason. Jason is fully on board with killing Yelta. It's basically a case of who Bradley chooses to side with. And so far, Bradley's playing both sides. It seems Bradley's leaning more towards Yelta. The North Atlantic bounce is once again arranged. Once again, there was a bounce in Burgundy that was not arranged, but again, Yelta was basically telling Jason he was going to go there and wanting Jason to go east and throw everything at Warsaw, and Jason was just not willing to do that. Other than that, it's Bradley really wanted to put his fleet into St. Petersburg so he could stay next to Sweden, but Jason was having none of that. Jason pushes very firmly to Bradley, saying, you don't need to worry about France. You're getting a build anyway. You've got to put the army in. And eventually, Bradley agrees. So a diplomatic win for Jason there.
In the South, AI love continues to blossom. And I think this might actually be the first successful alliance in the South. Whether or not there's an R in that acronym, I think is yet to be determined. But they seemed on board to work through continuing to attack Jamal. They discussed the potential of what's going to happen with Greece long term. They talked about like moving towards the center and trying to figure out if they needed to give Jason space. Johnny was particularly on top of, I think we might need to give him space so that there doesn't become a Western triple, but also Johnny's been having conversations with Jason about, I'd love to kill Yelta. I'd love to kill Yelta. Say it's an EG and I'll help kill Yelta. And that hasn't seemed to come to fruition. So I'm not quite certain what's actually going on there. But what I can say is that Ed randomly pops in and asks Micah to go to Galicia.
The reason Ed randomly pops in and asks to go to Galicia is so that he can then turn around and claim that he said he asked Micah to go to Galicia so that she doesn't go to Galicia. Some weird mind game shenanigans going on there. Jamal spends the whole phase basically trying to get A to turn or get R to at least not attack him. And other than that, he's pushing France quite hard to come in the med and basically rescue him from this scary, scary AI that he's got to deal with. And he's trying to see if he can get Rush to move from just pure defense into attacking the AI, but Rush is not having any of it, given the flippancy that there's been in the East for up to this point.
All right, back to the studio.
All right. I think that the surprise there was just how bad things were in the West. I think, we were sensing that things were not copacetic, proper use of the term this time. But was it worse than you thought, like I did? Either one of you guys can take that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I just thought it would be better play for Germany to move to Ruhr if they were really that bad in terms of relation. And then Jason could have been in Burgundy already, right? That's why I thought maybe it was fake, but I guess it was just him trying to see maybe if there was something he could do with Yelta, but obviously it's not going to happen.
So Bradley is the one. Why do we not stay on the screen together? Come on, there we go. Okay, so Bradley's the one in the West now who's on the hot seat. Has a build coming up, but really more importantly has a decision to make. Can, I think, build, something like Fleet London would sort of be ambiguous, enable him to keep his options open. What would you guys choose if you're Bradley? What do you think is the best choice for him? Katie, let's start with you.
Well, I think you should build an army because it's works either way, right? Like you could say it's for defense if you want to work with Germany. You can say it's for offense if you want to work with France. So army, step one. Now, after that, I don't really know. I would say you're probably done getting anything out of Ed because this is not a game where you're going to just shove armies into Russia with no consequences. So I think you do have an opportunity to work with Yelta at this point. And if these relations are really as bad as it sounds like, then you probably don't have to fear retribution from either of them. I cannot help but wish that Yelta had just made a move last year. Like, I think it would be a really different game. A really, really different game. Also, can I just mention real quick, what is Ed? I asked her to move to Galicia so that she wouldn't move to Galicia. What an Ed thing to say.
I would have thought that he asked her that because he was scared Jason was moving to Prussia and Silesia and like going to take Warsaw.
It's just classic Ed nonsense. It's very funny.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if I'm Bradley, there's two ways, right? I mean, the game ends in 1910 for sure. So you have to think, who's getting to the German dots first? Is it going to be you or is it going to be AIR, right? And if that's the case, maybe you want to prop Germany up. I don't know.
You're working with France, though. I think that you guys can get done before AIR, no?
Maybe, yeah.
Turkey's still around. I mean, Turkey is still pretty defensible.
Still around, yeah.
Ed hasn't dropped into Armenia. Like, I don't know. I mean, and why would he, right? He's got an English problem, so I don't know.
Yeah. I would think twice. I don't know.
So sorry, it sounded like you guys couldn't quite make up your mind about whether Bradley should choose. Well, Katie, it sounded like you were saying choose Yelta and take German dots.
I think I would, because I think Yelta is probably, like, Yelta's in a worse position, I think, than Jason. And if you think you can get German dots with Yelta's help, then like pick the ally who's less likely to be a threat. I mean, you want top the board, right? Like,
yeah, it's also hard not to notice that there are a lot more German dots accessible to England than French dots.
Right. I mean, Yelta gets Belgium at the same time that Bradley gets Sweden and Denmark, and then you worry about France. I don't know.
I would probably just pick the person I like better to work with.
Yeah, I mean that's what it would come down to. Yeah, honestly, yeah.
All right. Well, I was proposing Fleet London as the most flexible pick. I'm very biased towards fleets as England though, and Katie was proposing Army, probably Edinburgh then, as the ambiguous pick, or maybe either one would work. Tanya, do you have an opinion on that?
I would do Army here. Yeah, Army Eddie.
All right. Let's see what the choice is. And Ed has to make a choice here. It's almost certainly going to be Fleet Bothnia, right? Coming off the board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, I take that back.
Oh, Ed's mad at someone. Right?
Wow.
What is this? What does that do? That doesn't. Okay.
Wow. What do you guys make of that? What's the strategic advantage for holding on to Bothnia?
It's like what you said like a year ago, right? Like it can really only help Bradley. So he's really, I guess, trying to break up that alliance.
Give Bradley an extra reason to choose EF here.
Yeah, and is that what Ed would want? I guess so, because then it pulls Germany off of Ed. I don't know.
My goodness, if you are Micah or Johnny Gillum, what do you make sense of what just happened here?
You say thank you.
because you expect that you're going to get Romania?
I would if I were Micah, yeah.
Okay. But doesn't this slow down the assault on Turkey?
Yeah. Yeah.
Potentially, anyway. I guess it depends on what Army Sevastopol does. I think if you're Jamal, though, you see an opportunity here. Whether you can make something of it or not. All right, so we do get Army London. So Bradley was definitely channeling you guys, not me. Let's find out what happens next. We'll keep the East-West the way it is. And here are spring 1904. We have an answer from Bradley Grace. Tanya, tell us about it.
Yeah, so obviously he picks Yelta, which, we kind of guessed even before the game started, right? That's what everyone was saying. And yeah, strategically, this also makes sense. And the only thing is, like, do you get to Munich first? You probably don't, right? You definitely don't. So Denmark gets taken, and actually Ed, St. Petersburg walks back to Norway, so gives Ed a bit of breathing room. Probably, well, I won't go into the east there, but nothing too shocking here, other than poor Jason being attacked by 5 different countries all of a sudden.
Yeah, we saw that 5-on-1 out of the gate in the prelim rounds. This is obviously a different situation, but do you guys I know Katie, you like the choice by Bradley. Now having seen it in action, Tanya, do you like it?
Sure, right? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not fully convinced. I really, really like when I play to prop up the person that's getting attacked by other people. I do really like that. Because I can slow down the other side of the board. And also, but of course it has to be if I can see making gains somewhere else, right? If I can't see that, then of course that ruins it. And if Bradley doesn't see a way to break into France, which might not be possible, then this makes perfect sense. But I really don't know if I would attack Jason here. Just because the way I play is that I want to slow the other side of the board down. And I'm not convinced this does that.
Got it. So that's an argument for having gone EG, or at least not having committed yourself so strongly. Over in the East, there is some development. Looks like a tactical move by Jamal. What does it look like to you, Katie?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jamal, the writing is on the wall still, right? Because now you've got the Austrian fleet and Aegean, and I think Khan falls. I mean, Khan definitely falls, right? Because it's got two.
No, there's a guess here.
Okay,
yeah,
there's a guess.
There's a guess.
Well, I don't know. It looks like Jamal did the thing I did, where he thought that maybe Johnny would go to Syria, and then Johnny didn't go to Syria. Johnny went to Smyrna, but Jamal was smarter than me and also covered Smyrna. So I don't know. I think it's still a slow play, and I think it's not a slow play like intentionally, like it was in the West, but it's slow to take out Turkey, you know. And I think that there's still obviously AR cooperation that Bounce Romania was planned. They're moving on Germany. I know I'm not in the West, but like how fun would it have been to see for Yelta now to go up on Bradley? Just do something. Because at this point, like I was saying, you know, if I'm Bradley, I'd pick Yelta because I get German centers first, and I think that's true. And so like where's Yelta's? I guess Yelta's getting Belgium this year. I don't know.
Yelta's getting Belgium, and we'll have a fleet in the English Channel, right? It's not a bad position for an England to be in, or for France to be in. I think the big problem, though, is that with Russia so weakened, there isn't a whole lot to do to hold back England. So you're going to have some conflict with England at some point, and that may limit your future growth potential.
Yeah, and how fast do you really want England to grow? I don't know. Maybe Ed will take back St. Pete. We'll see it.
I mean, Ed getting a build here would definitely be an interesting thing. And maybe that's part of a sort of bigger strategic plan for the EF, is to let Ed come back a little bit here. Fall 1904 finds a whole lot of stuff.
I'm so rooting for Jamal. It's not...
Amazing. Okay, so
I mean, just give me a second to pull my jaw up off the floor.
Dang. What if this pays off and Ed has a Northern game after those first 3 years?
Oh, yeah.
That would be so fun. I do think Ed has Austria problems, right? I mean, that support into Galicia is gotta not be good. And you know, that attack on Romania was real. I think that Micah was really trying to take it, and Ed got saved by Jamal taking Khan and Jamal getting a build.
What a breakdown.
We've got 2 comebacks this year. Russia in the north and Turkey getting a build.
So we have to talk through the East a little bit here, because it's clear that lots of stuff happened inside the AIR that was not AIR. So Micah attacks Romania here. doesn't anticipate attack on Bulgaria, and doesn't take Italy's support into Smyrna. So they kind of did, the AI, if they were an AI, still took the worst possible actions here. Maybe Johnny was supposed to get Greece. Maybe this was a potential stab. We're going to have to hear from the sideline reporters on this, but this is devastating. Lack of cooperation on the AI and ours part, if indeed there was such.
I'm very shocked. I can't understand Austria's moves in this. What happened? I thought that everyone loved Micah. Why would she do this? Why not just take Munich and keep the? This is like the last year is when the AIR made a lot of sense, and now they just walked it all back, which I guess like give Jason space so he can slow down the EF, but yeah, I don't know. Take Romania? Why? With Bulgaria? I don't know. I feel something. We need to hear what they said.
Over to the west, however, Belgium does fall as expected, but at a price.
Yeah, very nice price.
Pretty steep price.
Although Yelta will build in Marseille, so it's not as nice as it could be, but it'll take up a lot of Yelta's units to get rid of Burgundy. So
yeah, and England's not building, right? Because it takes Denmark but loses St. Pete, and yeah, Bradley's not building. Oh, Yelta. Okay.
Yeah, so the big turn in spring 1904 has completely turned around. So a game that was a little bit boring, to be honest, has suddenly gotten very interesting.
This is the other thing, right? If you're Bradley and you've had all these gains on Russia, who can help you keep those gains and build, like, go that way? It's Germany. It's not ever going to be France. So there were a few reasons where I was like, okay, you might want to consider working with Germany here, but I guess he went with France.
Well, we'll see how long it lasts, and definitely need to see what happens in the East. This is the cauldron here, and the net effect is that Jamal Bukarli goes up 1, seemingly in a vice grip, is now at least wriggled out for the moment and is getting a build here. Ed and Yelta both get 1 as well. Jason is the donor for all of these. What did Yelta must have disbanded here? Yeah, right. Oh, it was piffed because Greece had a yep. So Yelta and Jason Massbaum were both the donors here, and Ed, Jamal, and Yelta, who seem to be in the worst position at the start of the year, all are coming back. All right, let's hear something from the sideline report.
All right, well, the spring 1904 sideline report. In the West, we have the EG, the EF is just fully on. This air that's come to the line has basically made up the minds of both Bradley and Yelta. That Jason is the one that can be cut out. Jason is making implicit threats that if they attack him, the East gets everything, but Bradley doesn't care. Bradley works out that Jason, because he tells them he's bouncing bullshit, that Denmark will be wide open, and that's exactly what Bradley does. Conversations between Bradley and Yelta are very long, and I think the words "that makes perfect sense" get said by both of them about 20 times during that conversation as just full agreement. Yelta wanted to come into the Med to go after Tunis, but in the end, Bradley convinced Yelta to go to Channel to force Belgium instead.
Over in the east, you got the air just basically pushing to the line. E and R have some cooperation. Bradley says he'll move the army back to Norway, and Ed agrees to drop Moscow down to Ukraine, which he ends up not doing in the end. And in I, there's a little bit of a breakdown in the air over whether or not to bounce Rum, but they figure it out in the end.
Jamal spends basically the entire turn insisting that he can't support Ed into Rum because of the potential convoy to Syria, but I'm fairly certain that Apulia was never, is never, and shall never move based on what I've seen so far. So it's a clever politicking there, because it also just makes it seem that Austria's position is more tenuous than negotiations are letting on.
All right, going into the fall, everybody is now offering Ed the world. Bradley goes to Ed and offers him Sweden. They have a big long conversation about that. You can see Bradley put the supports in. Ed doesn't do it. First up, Jason offers Ed St. Pete with the fleet, just to get that out of the way. Later on in the phase, after Jason has conversations that go pretty badly with both Yelta and with Bradley, to the point where Bradley, after Jason leaves, just goes, "Oh, he's mad." Jason is now offering Ed St. Petersburg and saying Ed can put Bothnia to Baltic, even though it's risky on Jason's part. He's not that opposed to it. In the end, Ed doesn't take Baltic, but Ed does get St. Petersburg with the army, does threaten Norway in that regard.
Over in the east, there's a big the EF has become pretty clear to them at this point, and AI try to decide that they don't really need the R in their air anymore, but it's been put in Micah's head by Jamal's the accused, don't know if this is true, that Italy is just desperate for a stat opportunity, and so she can't trust Italy, and so she's very squirrely and not really willing to commit, and that means that AI spent about 5 minutes discussing their tactics and what they're actually going to do, and Italy and France make in the list.
Jamal's big sell here to Ed is that they can't defend both Romania and Bulgaria at the same time, and really just tries to get Ed on board with, oh, you might lose Romania, but that's okay because I'll be in Bulgaria. And Ed is cool with that. Ed just is like, yep, sounds great. And then but after that, Jamal sort of inverts the conversations that were happening in 19.2. Insisting like Jamal's eating up all your time, trying to get you to feel bad. And now it's Jamal's turn to point out that Johnny is in fact eating up of all of Micah's time, trying to make her feel like he's the only one that matters, trying to monopolize all their turns, and insisting like, hey, just don't give him Greece this turn. Just happen to do moves such that Bulgaria is guaranteed to not be defended.
All right, back to the studio.
Wow. I love when dynamics switch like that. It's so fun.
Excellent work from the sideline reporters here.
Mm-hmm.
So, Tanya, what were you focusing on?
I just can't get it out of my head how, so much of this game has been in Micah's pocket, it feels, in the East. And Johnny's gone nowhere, Micah's gone nowhere, Ed's gone down, and Jamal somehow is like done everything under the boat to get one. So I thought that was really, really something. And then the other thing is that Jason is fighting. He's threatening all sorts of things, and they're kind of working. So good for him.
Yeah, I just want to point out like that nugget of paranoia, right? Like everyone's a little bit paranoid playing this game, and Jamal figured out how to really make that work for Micah. And I mean, I'm rooting for Micah, to be honest, but this was a horrible, horrible turn for her. Like, this did not go well. She pissed off Johnny, she pissed off Ed, and she got nothing out of it. She lost the center. Jamal's building. This is really bad for Micah. And it's really good for Jamal. Like, he's like, all of a sudden he's back in it. Like, he's only 2 centers down on board top, and it's 1904. And now the East is chaotic, and Austria suddenly might not have any friends because, we'll see if they can bounce back. Maybe Johnny can bounce back. Maybe Johnny will accept it as a paranoia. I don't know if Ed can bounce back because I don't know. It's just I think if Micah had gone along with the plan with Johnny, she would have been in Smyrna, right? She would have kept Bulgaria, so she would have been even. Johnny would be up 1, and now instead, I don't know. This is a great turn for Jamal. It's a great turn for Jamal.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear the sideline report about how Jamal was stoking the paranoia, which is exactly what you identified, and that is an expert skill in of diplomacy, an expert diplomatic skill. There are going to be natural fault lines within your opposing alliances, and some people are really good at finding them and widening them. Pouring water in and freezing it, and then letting the cracks grow.
Chemistry jokes.
What's that?
I said chemistry jokes. Basic
Yes.
science.
Yeah, engineering. All right. Well, if you're Jamal Blakarli, what do you build here? Katie.
Oh, Okay, so I want to build an army, right? But you did just put a lot of work getting Micah to be worried about her neighbors and getting her to sort of stab them. So I think if he wants to continue playing a diplomatic game, he could probably build and con. I don't know. Maybe Army and Ankara go after Seb or something. I don't know. But it sounds like he's working okay with Ed. I don't know. I would probably build an army and then figure it out.
You're nodding, Tanya.
Army con is what I would build. Yeah.
It seems to be the most flexible, right? The fleet commits you. Yeah. All right, Tanya, you're Jason Massbaum here. It was a rough turn, and you're angry. What should you disband here?
Finland, probably. Then it's a bit tougher. I might just give up on Sweden.
And he's turtling though. Then he's just hoping to survive, right? You have no chance if that's what happens.
Maybe Munich. No, you can't.
Maybe
you can't.
Maybe Munich. Why not Munich?
Maybe Burgundy might retreat to Munich. So yeah, maybe Munich.
Yeah, it kind of feels like if you want to work with Ed, you do kind of need to keep that fleet Sweden.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. And then lastly, Ed Sullivan obviously builds Army Moscow. Question. I know, right? Question, Katie, for you is, what does he do with it? What happens next?
I think I don't know. I mean, it's hard to see. With Austria and Silesia and Galicia, it's hard to see Ed just easily picking up Austrian dots, which is what you'd kind of want, right? If Austria just sort of stabbed you. You don't really want Turkey growing, but what are you going to get out of Turkey at this point? I don't know. I think I build that army and then I turtle up and wait for a year.
It's amazing how much that Ed's disband of Fleet Romania altered this game. It feels like that was the drop in the water where the ripples spread out and affected everything else.
Yeah, he still owns Romania.
He does. And Yelta has a choice here. Probably has to be an army. Would you guys say that? Army Marseille and try to go around?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's find out. I need to hit the right thing. That should be working, but it's not. All right. Oh, there we go. All right, so we do get Army Marseille. We do get Army Moscow. We get Fleet Constantinople, which is interesting. Well, presumably there is a diplomatic reason for that build that will become clear to us. I'm certain Jamal would have had an idea of what comes next for him after this. For disbands, we get from Germany, we get Fleet Finland. That's not a surprise, but Army Burgundy is a surprise. So this may be an offer of some sort of a diplomatic sort, although Army Marseille may make it hard for Yelta to be interested in doing anything but going after Germany here. All right, let's move forward here into spring of 1905. There's no need to switch things up, right? You guys are fine, East and West, because we're sort of doing both the theaters anyway. All right. Spring of 1905, lots of stuff in the East. So Katie, talk us through it.
I don't know what St. Pete supported. I'm going to assume it's something German. And then Moscow moves down to Ukraine. Sorry. So Micah does take Romania, and Johnny pulls off probably the latest Lepanto that's ever happened in the history. And it's now in Syria. So it does look like Micah was able to patch things up with Johnny. I don't know. Let's see. I think. Well, okay. So Micah is taking Jamal's support, which is fine and good for Micah. And at the same time, Johnny's still attacking Jamal was just
I
fine and
know.
great with Micah, actually. So maybe Micah's in a better position than we were worried about, because I think she's gonna keep. I think she's gonna keep Rum now, and she can cover Serbia just in case. And now, maybe she'll help Johnny get a build, and she'll have an ally again. I don't know. I think this is actually this as bad as I thought last turn was for Micah. This looks pretty good, and I really like that convoy from Johnny. That's fun.
Tanya, you had a reaction, I think. What was going on there?
I'm trying to figure out why Jamal decides to help Micah into Romania.
I think that Jamal was playing this turn as like, Micah, I'm your only ally. Like, you just stabbed these people. Let's work together. We'll be here together forever. That's what I think.
How can that be true? Like, I don't know. I just feel like something's missing here. I don't know.
It's set. I mean, I'll move ahead here just to get the positions, and we'll come back and look at the West.
Okay.
It sets up a fascinating tactical turn here, and Micah is a little bit the key to it. So Johnny can guarantee Smyrna here.
Yeah.
Eastern Med has to be the mover, so Ionian taps Aegean here, and then Eastern Med moves. So that's guaranteed to take Smyrna. The question is, does Ionian fall to the Turks or the Austrians? Presumably the Turks would be the ones who would take it. I doubt Micah would be interested in extending out that far. But that Ionian can also be guaranteed here, right? Smyrna taps Eastern Med, and Aegean goes to Ionian with Grecian support. So Micah's kind of got a big decision to make here. There's also an attack on Greece here that could happen if Jamal thinks that that Micah isn't actually on board. But yeah, it's a big turn for Micah here, and Rum Rum could fall if Jamal goes with Ed. So this.
I don't see Jamal doing that though. Like, what is Jamal like? I think Jamal's eggs are in the Micah basket right now. Like, yeah. I think Jamal's on Team Micah. I think we just need to see if Micah's on Team Jamal, because I think she could go either way easily. She could be Team Jamal, or she could continue to work with Johnny, or go back to working with Johnny maybe.
Yeah, and then there's the middle option, which is to work with Johnny in the south and Jamal in around the Russian centers.
Yeah.
Let Johnny take Smyrna. Don't mess around in Ionian, and keep Romania. Yeah.
I mean, she could get away with it for this one turn, right? And then Jamal's not going to fall for it. But would that be best? I don't know. You guys have to tell me.
All right. Will tell us.
All right. So on the West, okay. So France finally gets into Burgundy, and other than that, we've got a bounce in Baltic, and what happens? Norway to Finland. So Ed is supporting Germany into Norway, and it doesn't work. It bounces.
Right.
So not too much movement, I think.
Norway gets into Finland, right? That's the big news there.
Norway goes into Finland, yeah. But...
Yeah. That's the only thing that actually happens here. But Jason's, bid for, getting rid of Burgundy, hoping that Yelta would come aboard, obviously doesn't bear fruit.
I don't think that's why he did it. I think it might be because he thought it would be piffed or something like that.
Mm.
But I was under the impression that it would be worth forcing Yelta to use like 5 units to piff that 1 unit.
Well,
but
good news, Yelta did use 5 units.
Anyway, so.
Yelta.
Meanwhile, Portugal is
just hanging, just chilling. The beaches are nice in Portugal, I guess.
Yeah, at some point we'll start having a conversation about paths for the victory, because we're about to reach the halfway point, and then the clock starts ticking, and people really have to think about what happens next. Tanya?
I have no clue who is going to top this board, so don't ask me that.
I'm more thinking about what's Yeltsa's path to the board top, right? Like
it was in 1903. I'm just kidding.
All right, fall 1905. Here are the orders. What does Micah do? I think is the big question. The North, looks a little. There's lots of sort of quasi interesting tactical possibilities in the North, but focus on the South. Does an AT hold here, or does AI continue? And the answer is
I don't know what the answer is. The answer is Johnny does get Smyrna. They don't go after Sev. Okay, the AT does not go after Sev. Greece is like supporting Aegean for some reason. I think Micah's not doing a lot.
That's an I'm with you, but I'm not actually going to actively help you.
Yeah, right. That's a Micah is still, I think, maybe unsure or biding her time or something. But Johnny does get Smyrna, and if they want, like Bulgaria is gone pretty quickly. Although now with Ed and Galicia, it does give a little bit more problems for Micah.
Well, Micah retreats to Silesia. Interestingly,
yeah, that's odd. Fun. Well, I mean, Trieste can cover Vienna, I suppose. So maybe make Ed cover Warsaw.
Trieste
Although
holding
Ed's going to be down one, right? Because Micah's staying in Romania, so Ed's got to disband.
Yep. Trieste holding is interesting, right? Serbia was open. There was probably some concern about what Tyrolia might do. Fascinating turn. So Jamal does a set of moves that is essentially hoping that Johnny screws up, right, and makes Syria the mover rather than Eastern Med the mover. Maybe it doesn't matter. He's in largely a similar tactical position anyway. But
I think Johnny's moves guarantee it no matter what, right? So it doesn't really matter what Jamal does here.
As far as keeping Smyrna, that's true. But like I said before, if the hope was to get an AT going, this is not the best set of moves. Taking Ionian is definitely a better set of moves here. But I can only assume that Jamal proposed it and Micah just didn't want to do it. Probably because Micah doesn't really want an AT, right? Micah probably really wants an AI here.
That's why I was so shocked when he supported her into Romania. It makes no sense for me.
Well, she can AI and slowly pick at Ed if she's got Jamal's help, maybe.
No, it's fine for her. I just don't it doesn't make sense for Jamal.
Oh, I see.
And the fleet build, I think, was also a mistake. I feel like it should have been an army.
West Tanya.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about the West. Yeah, because quite a bit happened here.
Fighting's happening.
No, it did. Jason's building.
Rebuilding. Yeah.
No, Jason goes to Denmark.
Yeah, but he loses Holland.
He loses Holland.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. So
who gets into Holland?
France does. Belgium? Yep. So Belgium gets into Holland, and
convoy is London to Belgium, but that bounces.
So it's quite an important thing, I think, that Jason was able to do here, because it means that Yelta gets the build, not Bradley.
Mm-hmm.
Which, whether Yelta's interested in doing it or not, opens up a possibility that Yelta will now have a unit to move on England if he wants to.
Actually, Portugal does move to Spain's south coast, which might be the most interesting thing that happened.
It's like going back and forth. Okay, I don't
know. So Bradley actually goes down one here, right? Loses Denmark. He does the conservative thing here, which is to simply support himself back to Norway. I think probably covering Norway and moving Finland to Sweden would have been, a more dynamic tactical maneuver here. But yeah, so basically what Jason did is stayed even and transferred a dot from Bradley to Yelta, which could potentially imbalance the EF to Jason's favor. All right. So this is the situation. So Jason's getting a rebuild here from the PIFT unit from Holland. Yelta is going to get a build, and oops, it has to be in Brest. Very, very interesting situation here. Micah is going to get another army in Vienna, and Johnny finally gets a 5th unit in the winter of 1905.
Go, Johnny.
And Ed is faced with yet another difficult disband choice. Why don't we hear from the sideline reporters, and then I'll get your guys' picks on what Ed should disband and also what Bradley should disband. It's going to be interesting. All right, here's the sideline report.
All right, well, the spring 1904 sideline report. In the West, we have the EG Oh, brother, the EF is just fully on. This air that's come to the line has basically made up the minds of both Brad.
Why are we all yawning? Brennan.
Jason is the one. All right, welcome to the 1905 sideline report. Things are really beginning to heat up on this board. West, we see a long conversation between Bradley and Ed, where Bradley is desperate to get Ed on board. He's desperate to get Ed to just let Bradley kill Germany off, and so Ed can go and fight this out. And Ed, at the end of the phase, says, "I'm in." The turn goes through. Ed was not in. Elsewhere, Bradley and Yelta are having a chat, and Bradley is telling Yelta that he thinks Ed downplays how good he is at tactics. Yelta's response is, "He's not bad, but I've seen his games and I'm better."
Oh my god. So the entire South is convinced that Johnny is going to go after Austria this turn because of Austria's half stab betrayal from the fall. And that includes Johnny as well. Like, Johnny is talking it up to both Ed and Jamal, being like, I can't believe she did that. She knows it's coming. I know it's coming. You know it's coming. Everybody knows that I'm going to have to come after Austria for this decision. Maybe it's not the end of the world, because he's selling Ed on, like, look, we were talking about an air into an IR at the very beginning of the game. Now we could IRT into an IR in the middle of the game. It's not the end of the world, but I need a build or my game is over. So yet another game is over.
Yeah, that IRT also came up with Russia pitching it to Italy as well later down the line. So clearly convinced by that idea. And also, Italy seemed pretty angry with Austria at the beginning of the term, going as far as saying that they would basically just give France centers to prevent a Turkish win if need be, because they don't want Jamal to win again.
All right. Sorry, just responding to a quick pause request. Okay. Full 1905. Yeah, the West is still, it's all EF conversations. Jason comes to them and tries to make a pitch that he'll work with them. He'll go to Tyrolia. He'll do a Janissary to Western triple. Neither England nor France believes it. As soon as Jason leaves the room, it's just back to, right, we've got to kill him. Bradley then, they work out a plan where they put Yelta into Holland with Bradley convoying into Belgium. And Bradley goes to Jason and is like, right, I'm going to take Belgium. Put me in here. Put me in here. Whatever he says, somehow Jason works out what Bradley's going to do, and Jason makes the perfect counter to all of those moves. Bradley is making a disband as a response, and given that Jason and Yelta's conversation was pretty short and there was nothing positive between them, it's got to be that Jason made this guess correctly. The only other conversation I listened into was between Yelta and Micah, and that was 5 minutes, very animated and entirely in Dutch.
I did forget to note that Serbia to Romania was actually discussed, heavily encouraged, and then ultimately agreed to between Jamal and Micah. But Jamal immediately dropped after that conversation to go tell Ed, this is perfect. We'll have her right where we want her, and we will crush and collapse upon her. Of course, Ed didn't actually move to Galicia in order to bounce it, which I think was a key part of the plans. And that's kind of showing here where Jamal is suddenly realizing, actually, this position is not where I need to be in. He's trying to renegotiate everything, especially with Johnny in the beginning of the turn, just insisting like, hey, you just did this. Will you please go anywhere? And ended the turn basically begging and saying, I'm going to support Syria into Greece.
Yeah, and up in the north, there was a little bit of a pitch early doors to get St. Pete into Norway with in return for helping the English into Sweden, which ended up not going through exactly the way it was supposed to, looking at these moves. And Jamal seemed to be pushing the AT quite strongly, but RT basically saying they need to break up the AI somehow, but AI aren't budging, they're staying together.
All right, back to the studio.
Hi. I'm sorry.
It's getting late.
It's just strategy to, keep you guys on your toes. All right, let's go back to the game. Okay, nothing too surprising, I don't think, from that sideline report.
I'm disappointed.
What's that?
I'm disappointed. I don't know
Why?
why McCullough couldn't tell us what Micah and Yelta were talking about. I think that's BS. It's bogus. Like,
Because it was all in Dutch.
what's the point of a sideline if I don't even know what's going on in these conversations you're listening to?
We need to get next time we'll have to have a Dutch sideline reporter. All right, in the interest of journalistic fairness, I will note in the comments, Johnny Gillum has said that they did not say that they didn't want Jamal to win again. So who knows?
I think it's perfectly valid to say that, even if you don't think that, by the way. I think you could
so,
just
too.
say that.
I mean, he did enter the game saying he wanted to take out Jamal.
He did say that in the interview, so I'm a little, yeah, they did say that.
All right, so let's get back to the game here. Winter 1905. Lots of adjustments to be made here. This game has a nice little seesaw action to it, which I think the center chart reflects. Here it is, the end of 1905, and everyone's bunched together. No one's been eliminated. 6 players within 3 of the leader, and Jamal is capable of coming back from this. I think we'd all agree on that. Right. Wow. We do get Fleet Brest, which is fun and opens up lots of possibilities.
And we get Fleet Berlin.
I think Yelta will go against Johnny, but
against Johnny,
possibly. That's well, we don't know because we don't know what Micah and Yelta were talking about.
That's true.
Could be very exciting play.
I mean, the animated conversation is like, why don't you do something against Italy?
Yeah.
Wait, so the proposal here is that Yelta sticks with the EF and drops the fleets down into the Med and just continues to fight Jason with what they have up there?
I think it might. I think Brest and Spain might both go to MAO, and it might do that for 2 more years.
No, just self-bounce.
Okay. No, I don't know, but I think I'm excited because I think this is a turn where Yelta will make a decision. Like I think it is going to happen this year. So yeah. I am excited to see that.
And has the option to go both ways, right? Irish is there, English Channel. I think rather than self-bouncing in Mid-Atlantic, I would put one in Gascony and the other in Portugal.
Okay, well you're better at tactics than I am, Brandon. You're right. That's how you do it.
I know how to do nothing really well. All right, we get a fleet from Johnny in Naples. Congratulations to Johnny for getting another build. And Micah's back up to 6 here. So Micah seemed to having a difficult moment there. It's kind of back in business now, and Ed finally now gives up on the Northern Fleet.
I did think it was really funny that the Jamal and Ed had discussed supporting her into Romania, but Ed didn't end up in Galicia, so they couldn't take it back or whatever the idea was there. Not sure it would have worked anyway, but
I think it might have. I think it would have been a clever back and forth by Jamal, and probably would have suited Ed as well. But Micah's kind of the beneficiary, right, of these 2 experienced players and ability to get on the same page. Spring of 1906. Let's do it. Katie, tell us. Oh, there's action on both sides here. Let's start with the East. Katie.
There's action on both sides. So on the East, we do see Micah taking back again. I guess it started as Turkish, but taking Bulgaria from Romania, and Ed follows in. But I think that was agreed because Galicia is going back to Warsaw and Micah is moving to Bohemia. So I think this is probably Micah's sort of she's doing her penance, right? Like I think she and Ed are probably on the same page at this point. I'm not sure why Jamal moves to black, but why not? I suppose it's a fun place to be. I'm trying to think of if it helps him defend better, and I don't know. I have no idea, honestly. I don't know. But Johnny is moving to Armenia, which I'm guessing is not going to mess with Sev at the moment, because that seems like a fight that Johnny that does nothing for Johnny. I think that probably that's just trying to get more Turkish thoughts for Italy. And Johnny does move to Turnian Sea. So Johnny is sorry, I just saw Spain holding an English channel. I'm so excited. Sorry. Well, maybe Johnny will make the decision for Yelta, because Johnny's in Turnian Sea. Go ahead, Tanya.
With support from Ionian, mind you.
Which was really,
Maybe they're going to bounce in West for 5 years.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
I have to assume that Jamal was assuming that Ionian would be either going to Eastern Med or going to the Aegean here. I think if he had any thought that this might happen, he would have supported himself into Smyrna.
I also want to point out something that Ed said, which made a lot of sense. Like, Ed was in Galicia and might have just been covering Warsaw. So maybe it's not an agreement between Ed and Micah. Maybe Ed was just, protecting Warsaw.
I think they're talking about spring of 1905 there.
I don't know. Right now, right? Like, Mike is in Silesia. Maybe Micah slips into Warsaw. I don't know.
Yeah.
But maybe, I don't know.
It does. In any case, this does feel like AR are back on, right?
It does.
The air is back.
Yeah, but the eye seems to be, sort of, not 100% committed here. In any case, tell us about the West.
Yeah, so we get finally Bradley taking Denmark. So that'll probably be pretty good for his position, I think. So Berlin does get into Baltic, and whatever, we're going to see what happens there. But Ed moves St. Petersburg to Finland instead of to Norway, which was interesting. So I wonder what that army is going to do in Finland.
It's going to rebuild in the north.
Maybe it'll, maybe an agreement with Bradley to just sort of leave Well, it's good for him because now St. Petersburg is not under attack. So Ed's got flexibility. That's good. Other than that, London moves to Wales just in case. And Brest and Mid-Atlantic, but the fleet still holds. So, you know what? Yelta might be playing this perfectly, exactly how he needs to be playing this, because he's
topping the board.
No one's attacking him. No one can really do any damage.
Yeah.
The other notable thing is the bounce in Piedmont, whether that was arranged or whether they were both like, time to go to Piedmont. Probably arranged.
I mean, you have to think it was, if not requested, said, I need to go to one of them said, I need to go to Piedmont.
Yeah.
I don't mind if you bounce me.
Yeah.
If it was like when Yelta had to go to NAO and told Bradley, Yelta had to go to Piedmont and told Johnny.
Exactly. So, pretty good from Yelta. Just slow and steady wins the race, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little sense of Yeltsa's play, actually, which is likes to use pieces to sort of ensure defensive security without necessarily advancing an offensive agenda.
It's risky. Really risky game to play because people can just get frustrated and tired of waiting, and if other people are working well together, they can decide that they have more loyalty to each other than to you. It's working out okay for him right now, and maybe it really will in this game, but this is a risky game to play.
And especially Yelta's lucky that no other lines can seem to get it together for any little bit, right? Because if that was the case, I think this board would look different.
Yeah.
It does feel like it's nearing a decision point, though, right? EG, he's safe with EG. EG are not getting back together, right? These two, it feels unlikely. So he doesn't have a danger on that front. Although, Germany, the dots are going to go away at some point, and then he's going to face a potential danger from Bradley. On the other side of the board, Turkey is not long for this game, and then, Italian units could be coming France's way very quickly. So Yelta is definitely this game, this waiting game can't last forever, right? And the decision point may be coming soon.
Yeah, but if if Johnny was going full speed ahead, they would have moved to Tunis, which they didn't. So
right.
Yeah,
or
I mean,
still a little bit scared of Turkey, right?
yeah, Turkey's not dead yet,
Yeah.
but
And has already made a comeback. So yeah.
right.
Yeah, actually, just true. You can't let Eastern men get into the Ionian. So yeah, Johnny has to wait.
The support is hilarious, though. It really is. It's like, your units all got to do something, right?
Yeah.
He definitely doesn't want it. Johnny definitely doesn't want that fleet moving east, even by accident. So
yeah.
All right, let's have some look at some fall moves here, and the answers are wow, quite a lot happens. Let's start in the west, Tanya.
So what I presume to be an arranged bounce in the West Med does happen. Other than that, and Piedmont, of course. Let's keep bouncing. Why not? Other than that, Yelta does move. So Jason, this is not good for Jason. Loses Ruhr. Yelta moves Picardy to Belgium. I guess the whole idea of Bradley getting any of the dots over there didn't really work out. However, Ed does support Bradley into Sweden, so Jason has officially made an enemy out of everyone, and also loses Munich to Austria. So what should probably honestly happen like 3 game years ago happens now.
Yeah,
yeah. And that's really it.
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. So Micah does take Munich and Bulgaria, loses Romania, but is now up 1. And I think we're going to see a fleet from Ed in the north. I think we're going to see the latest AIR because Johnny is now in whichever is at Caen, another Turkish center in Caen, and Jamal is now down to 1. So unless they really want to get risky or do something crazy, I think Jamal should probably be gone next year, unless someone thinks that they can use that fleet. And so what I'm expecting is probably for Jamal to keep the Black Sea because he's probably going to make a pitch to be useful. But I think this is AIR moving west, and it's, well, I don't know, because Johnny may not want to, right? Like obviously Micah is moving on Germany, but we'll see what Russia and Italy do. But it's almost time to say goodbye to Jamal.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, so he had a guess. Jamal had a guess here, didn't guess right. And Jamal's sort of been living on the edge now for most of the game, and finally, I think the foot has slipped off of it. We sort of, we watched these the different theaters sort of fumble around. One seemed to be a little bit ahead of the other, and then they both, had some internal strife, and now they're both resolving at the same time. Both Germany and Turkey have become fatally wounded in the same year. The order that stands out to me here is Finland. If you're Ed Sullivan, why do you support Sweden here? Why not take a shot at Norway?
Yeah.
What is clearly it's a bid for some peace with Bradley Grace. Does Ed Sullivan have a path to win this game? And if so, what is it?
If Ed has a path to win this game, it's telling Bradley Grace to build those fleets and attack Yelta. Because if no one attacks Yelta, he's going to just keep growing. And that means no one else has a chance to win. So that would be why, if I were Ed, I would be like, Bradley, let's work together. I'll leave you alone. I'll support you in Sweden. Just build fleets for the love of God and attack France.
Oh, I see. So if Ed were to poke Bradley right now, you think it would just mean that Yelta wins?
Kind of. I don't like. I think it'd be really nice for Yelta.
Katie, what are your thoughts on Ed's possible path forward here?
I think I agree with Tanya in regard to Ed's path. I think Ed's got to hope that Johnny wants to wintergreen, and he's got to have a Southern game now and stay friends with Bradley. What I don't know is if it's actually in Bradley's best interest to fight Yelta, because I think it's a fight that Yelta wins. And, whether Bradley can win by fighting Yelta or not, I'm not really sure, but they have been working well together. And if I'm Bradley, and I'm getting along great with Yelta. I'm not gonna just go blow up his game so Ed can win. So but Ed's good at convincing people to do that. But I don't know if that would really work for Bradley in this situation, unless he could get a really some serious buy-in from Johnny. Maybe Bradley England with an AIR, and then maybe he's got a path that way. I mean, it's kind of the opposite of the Western triple in Turkey, so maybe Bradley could make that work. But I think it is risky for Bradley to just build fleets and go after France, because realistically, I'm not sure what he gets out of it.
All right, the other person I want to talk about right now is Micah, who has now moved into the lead. Micah is tied on centers, but has the tie-breaking advantage over Yelta. So Micah had a really rough 1904. Now 2 years later is actually winning this game. It's Austria sandwiched between a viable Russia and a viable Italy, and a little bit spread out. What is Micah's path forward from here? And Tanya, you are an acknowledged Austria expert, published on the internet, on YouTube. How does Micah convert this position into a win in 4 years?
I hate this position. There's too many units in the East. In this, for Micah to win, Johnny needs to move west, and Russia needs to move all those units out. There's no security here, in my opinion. I don't know. I try and get Russia into Berlin. Just try and get those units out. That has to be Micah's number one goal. Is we need to get rid of Turkey, and you all need to move your fleets and armies away. Maybe it's not as bad though. How does she win? That's a great question.
Does she have to stab either Russia or Italy?
Well, okay, so if I'm Austria, my number one goal is to get Johnny to fight France at this point, right? Mm-hmm. Get away from me, deal with something else. Because as long as Johnny isn't doing that, where are they going to go next, right? Probably Austria. So the first thing Micah has to do is get Johnny and France fighting. That's it. Where those dots come from could just be asking for them and then maybe making a stab at the end. That's what I'd do.
All right. Why don't we hear the sideline, and then we'll discuss some builds before we see what they are.
All right. Welcome to the Spring 1906 sideline reports. The West is it's all about what Yelta does here. Jason and Yelta have a big long conversation where Yelta's like, "Yep, cool. I'm going to go into the Irish Sea. I'm going to go up to the English Channel. This is the plan. That's why I built in Brest." Jason's great, sure, that sounds great. Yelta even offers Jason Holland, and Jason's like, "Well, I'm actually okay with you holding that for a while. Why don't you just go after Bradley?" And as soon as Yelta and Bradley start talking, that all goes out the window. And instead, Bradley's like, "Yeah, I don't care about your fleet build. I'm all in on killing Jason. I think I can finally get Ed on side. Worked well so far." And yeah, that's what we see happens as it goes through. Bradley takes Denmark and Sweden, and I think any chance of rapprochement between Jason and Bradley is now over.
The East, everyone's all aboard the let's kill Jamal train. Everyone's decided that it's 1906, so Turkey's lived about 2 years too long already, so now we should definitely make sure they die. And you see moves as such, and Italy starts moving west.
That's basically all there is. All the conversations are just that and Jamal. I feel like I sensed a different tone. Every other turn, there's been a plan and an idea, and it's come to fruition. And this turn was the first turn I was like, I'm not sure he's convinced about what he's saying.
All right, moving into full. Yelta and Bradley have yet another long conversation. It's all about how to kill Jason, and Bradley is like, "Right, Johnny's going to start getting builds in the south, so it's really important that you go down and fight Johnny now. It's time to drop into the med." And Yelta's like, "Yep, great. I'd love to do it." The Piedmont bounce was the first start of that, and I'm going to go into the med. Soon as as Yelta gets into a room with Johnny, the first thing they do is say, "Right, we're just going to let each other win in our own theaters, and if I win, great. If you win, great. let's arrange bounces in Western Med, bounces in Piedmont. Well, let's not attack each other in any way whatsoever. The rest of the West is just Jason scrabbling, but nothing's coming up Jason now.
Those arranged bounces are going to be a problem for AR, whose plan is basically let Johnny push himself west and take his dots from behind. And they're still trying to kill Turkey, but that's just more tactics.
It's certainly it's refreshing to see that Micah and Ed have like really patched things up, even to the point where after Micah has left the room and Ed didn't notice, Ed said, "Hey, I might even build North Coast, but I'm not set, but I want to do whatever you want," to an empty room.
I mean, one of the highlight quotes in the West was after Yelta and Bradley's conversation in full, and Yelta jumped in with Jason. Bradley just goes, of course he just goes straight to Jason to make sure Jason's more pissed at me than at him. All right, back to the studio.
Good stuff. Love that little tidbit at the end. Those sorts of things do matter, right? Managing the how somebody exits the game. There's advantages to be gotten that way. It sounds like Yelta's working on it, and Bradley's fully aware of it without having any ability to do anything about it.
Yeah.
All right. So the news there that stuck out to me was that Yelta and Johnny, no surprise they were arranging these bounces, but they're both saying to each other that they don't see their path to victory through the other one. So it's not let's arrange bounces until one of us has more firepower and can make a move on the other one. It's let's arrange bounces so that we can separate and go our separate ways when we have the chance.
And I think that's good for both of them. Not so good for Austria or England, but good for both of them. And I think that's the right play here. Why get bogged down in the med? You're probably not going to make any gains. Just focus on your side of the board.
All right. Well, it's build time. So Katie, what does that build here?
I mean, I think I said before, like, I really do want him to build a fleet North Coast, but it probably is the wrong sort of diplomatic move. But I don't know. If Bradley and Yelta are never going to fight anyway, then just make your push. Make your AIR push. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe fleet South Coast. Just hedge it. I don't know. I think I would do a North Coast, and I probably would regret it immediately. I think it would be the wrong choice, and I think that's what I would do.
Yeah, fair enough. Tanya, what does Bradley build?
I don't know where his head is at. I cannot tell. Is he going to attack Yelta? Is he not? Maybe he builds one army and waves the other one.
He could say, there's 2 German fleets. Maybe Massbaum is really petty. Maybe I have to build fleet, like at least 1 fleet in Eddie and an army. Like maybe he at least...
Maybe Fleet Eddie, Army, Liverpool. It could be. Maybe that's not a bad build.
I think that's what I would build. I feel like Fleet Eddie is a necessity. Bradley only has 2 fleets on the board right now.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, you need 1 more fleet.
So I think there's an argument actually for 2 fleets. It's just that it's hard to build fleet Liverpool in an EF. So maybe even a fleet in a wave. I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably not. They'll probably do fleet army.
Don't wave.
There we go. All right, we get army
Take a job, Ed.
That's what I would have built Army Moscow. It's
I think that's probably the right move.
Least committal move.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically saying, I don't want to mess with England. I need to either get dots in the East or prevent myself from losing dots in the East. And Johnny builds an army. That's a little interesting. Yeah. Any thoughts on what that may portend?
If I'm Micah, I'm so angry. It's done.
For real or?
Yeah, for real.
I mean, it means yeah. I mean, you can talk about like getting the 1-up on France and going early, but like your other fleet's in con and it can't even leave till at least another year when Turkey's dead. So like you're gonna really go up against France with 2 fleets? No, you're really not. So, I mean, even if you snuck into Lyon and then bounced in Western Med or whatever, like it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it is. I think he probably needed to build a fleet for no other reason than to sell his interest in going west.
Yeah.
And then maybe go to If you want to fight Austria, go to Adriatic, and then you still have 2 fleets to the west. All right. Well, in any case, this is what we got. This is a fascinating game. Now we've got 4 game years left, and we've got 5 players who are all in contention. Some paths are slightly better than others, but it's also still early enough that you don't want to be too much of a leader. But I think the point is coming soon, where if you're going to make a move and dare the rest of the board to come and get you, you got to do it. So I think either this year or next year is probably that time. All right, let's have some look at some spring 1907 moves. And wow, it looks like the East is more straightforward. So why don't we do that first? Katie, what happens over here?
Well, Micah's apparently not that mad about the army. She supports Venice into Piedmont. The army unfortunately falls to Venice, not to something like Tuscany. So I don't think that's good for Micah necessarily. But what is good for Micah is she's in Romania, and if Johnny is going to continue to be on her side, then she should get that build. Ed takes Armenia and forces the Italian army back to Smyrna, and so I guess Ed could support Ankara just to keep Jamal around. I'm not really sure why. I'm not really sure what Ed's game plan is. Like why support Jamal on one center instead of trying your hardest to work with, I would think, Johnny. Like a wintergreen makes a lot of sense for both of them in this position. So I don't really understand. Maybe there's just personality wise, they couldn't get on board. I don't know, but I just think this is kind of weird from Ed because Micah is in Romania now. Micah hasn't really lost Munich, although she's moved to Kiel. Maybe Jason is I don't know. Maybe Jason wants Micah to win. I don't know. That's kind of fun. I don't see that as a place that she can hold on to, and it seems risky. And I don't think that that's necessarily a place I'd want to be. It's the spring. I don't know. Seems risky. But I think there's definitely AR fighting and Ed fighting Johnny for some reason, which really doesn't seem like what either of them want out of this point. But here we are.
Now, I'll be interested to hear the sideline reporting on this. Maybe Johnny chose AI, and it was Ed. It was that was clear to Ed, and so Ed took sort of whatever he could get to fight these.
Johnny would have had to been really bad at lying if he chose AI and couldn't sell that to Ed with that army build. I don't know. This is really strange.
It's fascinating work from Micah, though. Micah has a somewhat tenuous position that could solidify relatively quickly with some more dots, and especially if diplomatically she's got multiple people wanting her to win. Yelta's moves certainly here are he doesn't take Munich. If he doesn't do that again in the fall, that'll be fascinating.
Just back in Portugal, back in MAO.
Yeah, Tanya, what can you make of these moves in the West?
Yeah, well, I feel like Ed's gamble with helping Bradley into Sweden and not taking Norway might hurt him more than anything else, right? Clearly, Yelta is okay with Bradley getting Holland. He moves out of the English Channel. They're going to be together the entire game, pretty much. Maybe with a stab in the last game year. But I doubt that. Other than that, yeah, Jason helps Austria into Kiel. That's it. I don't know. I'm thinking about Micah's moves, and I'm not convinced that attacking Ed is the way to do it. Mostly because I really want Ed to help me keep Munich, get Berlin, get into Kiel, something like that. Who's going to help you do all that? Jason's almost dead. So you're not going to be able to keep any of that if you don't have enough units there. And who has the units? He's got Army Moscow, Army Warsaw, right? So I don't know. I think Johnny, yeah, and also that army build. I'm shocked she's okay with it. But hey, maybe maybe she can make this work. I don't know. You like the position, Brandon, but I'm not. I'm just. I don't know. Something seems.
Well, if you're
maybe her play is a bit paranoid to me, I think.
Hmm.
And I think that has an ability to fall apart fast because of it. So we'll see.
Katie, what are your thoughts?
I think if I'm Johnny and my plan with that army is to wintergreen, like that's not happening. like Ed is clearly they're not on board against Turkey. If they can't get one more dot up Turkey, they can't take out Austria. So maybe Micah really doesn't have to worry about that from Johnny because she knows that Ed and Johnny can't get on the same page.
This is true. This is very true.
I mean, Armenia goes to Sev here, right? Which helps guarantee Romania is definitely not a wintergreen happening here.
Right.
I think Micah's position tactically was not great at the start of this turn.
But the thing is, then what is Johnny doing, right? Yeah. Like, why don't they attack France if there's not going to be a wintergreen? If Austria is not the target and France isn't the target, then where do your dots come from?
Yeah, that's a great question. I presume that Johnny thought Ankara was sort of in the bag, wasn't expecting to be ejected from Armenia here. But even so, that's only one dot, right?
What did Armenia do? What was the order?
Went to Sevastopol.
Oh, well, okay. So, yeah.
Which cut, yeah, that guaranteed Romania.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, yeah.
I do think there is I want to give Micah some props here for boldness, right? This actually feels fairly bold. Like picked a direction, that could have played it safe by not attacking either neighbor, but has chosen a neighbor, has gotten the other neighbor to help her, and the fun times in the German centers, I think, are sort of the open question here. Is she going to be able to hold on to Kiel and Munich here? That'll be extraordinary if she does.
It would be.
That would be incredible.
It would be. It would be so great. It would be everything I want to see and more. I'm not gonna hold my breath.
There's a chance. There's a good chance.
Very good chance here, right? Silesia and Tyrolia are in the places you want them to be. Galicia is clear. Like bouncing Warsaw out of Galicia was huge for positions. If she can get 2 builds here.
Rum is safe. Yeah. I mean, we don't know what she said to Yelta in Dutch, so maybe.
Right.
The whole game.
Presumably Yelta is going to make a move at some point. Putting the fleets in dock doesn't suggest getting ready to make a move. So we'll see. But the firepower is there if he wants it. All right, let's look at fall 1907. Here are the moves. Let's.
I love it.
Wow.
I mean, I don't love it in the long term. It's actually not good in the long term, but for this 1 year, I do love it.
No, it's horrible.
It's horrible long term. But
what?
she did keep Kiel and she did keep Munich.
No, but it's not sustainable. And
that's what I said. I don't love it after right now. I know. Yeah.
Okay, so
and Italy moved predictably
Yeah.
on Austria.
Yeah, so let's be clear. Micah is going up 2 here to 9.
But can't only build 1. Oh, no, Budapest. Sorry.
No, can build 2. Managed to clear Budapest here. From Kiel and Romania.
No, they moved out of room. Oh, they bounced. Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought they moved out. I was gonna be like.
Oh, is that what you were concerned about?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm calm now.
Okay, so that's the positives.
Yeah.
Now you guys see a big negative, which I presume is Johnny Gillam moving against Micah here.
Oh yeah.
So that Micah's going to go up to 9, but the diplomatic situation has shifted so much that you're skeptical of her ability to hold on to that. Is that what the ironic laughter was about?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Even if Johnny and Ed can't really figure out, I don't. Go ahead, Tim.
No, sorry. I laughed that she kept Kiel.
Right. And Munich, though, if she kept, there's nothing in Munich. She just kept it. It's great. So
tactically, for you guys watching at home, the reason that Micah holds on to Kiel is actually fortuitous. So Micah tries to support herself into Berlin.
Yeah.
That fails because Warsaw cuts Silesia. Now, Jason attacks Kiel with 2, Baltic in with support of Berlin. The Berlin support is not cut because Kiel cannot cut a support on attack against it. But Jason's move doesn't succeed because Yelta and Bradley cooperate in an attack, a supported attack on Kiel. So it's 2 against 2, neither of which involves Yelta. This is called a beleaguered garrison. Micah holds on to Kiel only because 2 other people attacked with the exact same strength, which is a fun thing that doesn't always happen. Okay, so Johnny has definitely moved against. Do you guys like that move on Johnny's part?
Well, no, because I'm rooting for Micah, but it's probably what Johnny needs to do, right?
Johnny probably thought that they would lose Munich and Kiel and would have to disband one. And instead they have 2 builds in Vienna and Budapest, which makes it, at least in the next game year, significantly harder for Johnny to do anything.
It does, but you've also got Ed coming down with armies, and how long is she going to keep Kiel in Munich?
Yeah.
I think in the long term.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah.
In the long term, it's right for Johnny. It's bad for Micah, but for this turn, it's pretty great for Micah.
That's the problem with playing Austria, right? It's it can go down fast, very fast.
Well, so I mean, look, the center chart's going to be amazing here because Micah is going to go up to 9, and Yelta's going down to 6 here. Holland is being transferred from Yelta to Bradley.
Poor fleets, they've done so much only to get disbanded.
Yeah, Yelta clearly has a unit to spare here in Portugal, but or maybe Spain will go. I don't know.
I think I'd have a really hard time making that decision personally, so my heart goes out to Yelta.
Yes, but suddenly Jamal is useful, right? Jamal's fleet can go to Black Sea, and now Ed, Ed, I think will be poised to get one back. But so now the center chart. Okay, so Bradley goes up to 7. So sorry, there was a player within, within 3, which is 2. Bradley, but now Yelta and Johnny are at 6. Ed goes down here. What did Ed lose? Oh, Romania. So Ed's down at 4 now, which is not great at this stage of the game. We'll have 4 people who have a genuine chance to win this coming up. We do have a sideline report here coming up for winter 1907. So why don't we have a listen to that?
All right, welcome to the 1907 sideline report. Things are beginning to really even themselves out. There was a lot of players who were just struggling to find anyone to talk to. Jason spends the entire phase pretty much sat alone at the game table. He offers to give Micah Kiel, which he takes. Other chats in the West is basically Bradley scaremongering about Johnny being the big threat on this board. She's just desperate to get Yelta to get out of the English Channel. Eventually, Yelta agrees, but only to go down to Portugal. Yelta just doesn't want to commit against Johnny. Bradley is really unhappy with the arranged bounces there. As soon as Bradley leaves the conversation, Yelta just jumps in and just says, "Bradley is looking to stab me, and I really don't like it."
Yeah, over in the East, you have those arranged bounces. Encounter some issues with that support from Austria in the Piedmont, which we're pretty sure was unwanted. And the big move of the turn is that Jamal gets to live potentially because Sev gets supported down into Armenia. But it's just talking tactics, arranging bounces. The only thing of any interest is that Russia is pushing Italy quite hard to stab the Austrians.
Ed spent basically the entire turn being like, here's what everybody is doing, and then going to the next person and being like, here's what everybody is doing, and going to the next person and being like, here's what everybody is doing. And so everybody knows what everybody is doing and is totally cool about Kiel, which was probably covered. But thanks to Ed, everybody is 100% certain about what everybody is doing.
All right, going into full. There's a real sense of defeat among some of the players at the table here. Yelta, early on, after a conversation with Bradley, basically says to me, I think at this point, in order to win, I need Johnny to throw to me. And that was after he agreed to go into the med to attack Johnny. In the end, they backed out of that. There was some conversations between Yelta and Johnny late on where Johnny committed to attacking Micah. And so Yelta quickly told Bradley, sorry, I'm still not going into the med. Bradley, a little frustrated, and even more frustrated, he forgot to get Yelta to guarantee he goes in spring next year rather than fall. Ed, meanwhile, is lamenting his decision to pick Russia and says he should have picked France. And Jason remains lonely at the game table.
Yeah. For just more pressure for Italy to stab Austria on our side, and Ed being pretty adamant that he's going to keep Jamal alive in Ankh rather than let the Italians have it until he sees a stab from the Italians on Austria.
The biggest thing, I'm impressed by how much Jamal is willing to do anything to make it to the end of this game and truly fight it out, because he spent not like all of this turn and a good portion of the spring just talking Micah through every single move that should be done, saying that she should go to Galicia here, talking things through, despite knowing, because Ed let everybody know, except I think Micah, that he was cutting Silesia. So it's sort of very clear what's happening, but didn't catch any discussion of, unfortunately.
Yeah, the final thing to note on that cut of Silesia is Yelta lobbied Ed very hard to make that cut. And as a result, that daisy chain embrace that happened, it's Yelta who actually goes down a center because Ed's cut Silesia. We'll see how Yelta reacts to that next year. Back to the studio.
I want to play.
All right. What? Anything important to talk about from that?
You gotta love Yelta thinking he can only win by being thrown. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree at this point, but I don't know.
I mean, if it's true because Yelta has played so cautiously, right?
Yeah, but I don't think it's true anyway. I mean, like, surely Yelta and Micah can have a lot in common against Johnny. Like, if Yelta really won't stab Bradley, just drop into the med for real. Like, I really don't understand. I understand why France and Italy don't want to get bogged up in the med. I get it. Like, that can be a real slog. But I don't know, if you've got an Austria, will help you out. Like,
yeah,
this Austria is going to help him out at this point because Johnny is attacking her. So,
if I'm Yelta and I have no interest in attacking Bradley, which seems to be the entire game, I would drop into Lyon and West Med right now.
Maybe something, yeah.
Like now is the time.
Now.
In that case, would you disband one of the armies so that you have another fleet, or would you pull Portugal and still drop Mid-Atlantic and Spain down?
I don't think you necessarily do you need 3 armies? You can take Africa and Western Med, and you have Tunis this year. Or sorry, fleets. Do you need 3 fleets? Like, you can take Tunis with 2 fleets.
The only concern, especially if you're worried about Bradley stabbing, is that Bradley might move on you. You have to pull it off without Bradley being able to go sneak Brest.
Sure, but if you're not willing to attack Bradley, you have to be willing to let Bradley win. And I mean, I don't know. Like, you can't do nothing forever, right? Like,
if you want to win.
Yeah, I don't know.
There were turns where if Yelta attacked Bradley, they would be in a very good position.
Yeah, so like maybe Yelta can sort of bank on that and be like, "Oh, Bradley, like we've been past this."
All right, let's look at some builds here. I think Bradley is really the only one apart from Yelta's disband, but Bradley has to build a fleet here, right? Fleet Edinburgh or
Fleet Eddie.
All right. Fleet Edinburgh, we do have Yelta choosing to disband Marseille, which I see the argument for it. It's the unit that could do the least for him, whereas Portugal could at least go to Mid-Atlantic here and provide some defensive security.
But will it?
But will it? we do get the fleet from Bradley. Ed pulls Army Armenia, which made sense, and Micah puts down 2 units. So yeah, Micah now doesn't have any friends, but interesting question is, does it matter?
She's got Jason.
Right. Yeah, and probably Bradley goes and takes Keel here, and why would Bradley work with Micah? So the question is, can Micah, does she have enough armies in the center to hold off attacks for long enough? That remains to be seen. All right, let's move on into 1908 spring. Lots of activity here. What's so funny, Katie?
What a convoy! No, Adriatic is not going to attack you, Austria. I'm just going to convoy into Smyrna. Amazing. I love this for Micah. It's great. I mean, she does lose Kiel as predicted, but it doesn't seem like she has an Italy problem. And Johnny does have a Yelta problem because Yelta is going to take Tunis this year, and also is picking up Holland. So Yelta's right back in it. But this is good for.
Munich.
Sorry,
and likely Munich in the fall.
Yeah, because Tyrolia left too. So now, well, it's 2-on-2, right?
Holland's
2-on-3. 2-on-3.
3-on-3 is 3-on-3. Yeah.
Yeah, it all comes down to whether Baltic is willing to tap Berlin. And why would it at this point?
Yeah.
Micah,
loses Kiel and keeps Berlin probably. Well, it's the spring. We don't know. But the convoy from Johnny was very good for Micah.
It's huge, right?
Yeah,
because it means AI is back on. Micah doesn't have to worry about protecting that. Doesn't need 3 or 4 units to protect that western flank now. Tactically, Rum is safe. The problem is Galicia. So Ed was a little bit too conservative here. Was worried about Warsaw being attacked, and so didn't use it to tap Galicia. And Micah did a very clever tactic, won the tactical battle here, which was to cause a stalemate in Romania while still protecting Trieste, which it turned out she didn't actually need to do. Okay, but the other news then is Yelta, has made a move finally on Tunis, and also has apparently negotiated Holland, which would be remarkable if Yelta can pick up 2 here and have Bradley go down 1. While also having Micah go down 1. Huge turn of events.
Well, Bradley would keep Kiel, I think. So I don't think Bradley would go down.
No, good point.
And Bradley should get St. Pete at this point. What's Russia doing for Bradley? Like, I would think... I don't know. I don't remember what happened last year's in regards to St. Pete, but it's there, and Germany's basically dead. So I don't see a reason why Bradley doesn't take St. Pete.
No, like, he'll take St. Pete.
Right.
I think the moral of the story is, like, the only real alliance was the EF, right? I mean, everyone else just sort of played very silly. I mean, I'm glad that Yelta finally made that move that, against Johnny. And Johnny gave him the perfect reason to do it, right? Johnny didn't demand Yelta move on Bradley before Johnny moves on Micah. Johnny just moved out of the Med, and now look, we'll lose Tunis. So with a convoy onto Smyrna, why? Just to root, like,
just to take Ankara. Yeah.
I'll take Ankara. He won't go down. I mean,
2008 after all this time, I don't know. All those units, all 5 units to take Ankara.
But it was a fun convoy, though.
It was.
And it also
cool points.
Yeah, let's see. Was it even necessary? I guess it was because
you need an army to get on, correct?
Yeah, if Khan goes to Smyrna and then Aegean just goes to Khan, it gets bounced. So it would take another year. But on the other hand, you could then move your fleets west and protect Tunis. So
right, because Aegean and Adriatic can't both go to Ionian. So
yeah. All right, so clearly that was not Johnny didn't anticipate Micah's move or Yelta's move, and I suppose the argument for not taking St. Petersburg here is that Ed is fighting Micah, who is the board leader. But you also need centers. We're at the point of the game where you need centers, and you'll be able to get into Baltic, by spring of next year, presumably. Although not if but so Sweden needs to get covered here as well, actually. So that's a good point. I think if it were me, I'd probably make sure that Norway gets into Sweden here rather than trying to snake St. Petersburg. Anyway, let's find out. Fall 1908. Oh my gosh! Wow. Oh wow. Okay. Talk us through the East. That's what was making me be surprised.
I don't like it. I hate it. I hate it. Johnny, I hate this. I hate this from you, Johnny. This is gross. I really
Why?
hate it.
Why? Katie, say
I
it.
love it. Are you kidding?
Do you really?
Yeah.
I don't
Katie.
like it. I don't know.
Let's start with Katie. Why don't you like it?
Well, because I'm rooting for Micah. Because I'm biased.
Fair enough.
Start there. Okay.
Well,
Also, I don't know. Like why? I'm sorry. Why is Jamal still here?
Yeah.
Like, it's a wild card. Like, if you can just remove that unknown factor and it can be your unit, why would you not do that? Like, he's not really providing anything. I get he's convincing. I get he's fun to talk to, but like, I don't know. Like, take Ankara, do that, and then like the convoy to Albania after all this, and then putting a fleet in Greece. Like, what's your fleet in Greece really going to do? It's a fleet. Like, if anything, convoy Smyrna to Greece. I don't know. I just don't like it. I think it's gross. I think it's like handing Yelta the win, which it's probably not. I'm probably being overdramatic, but I don't like it. and it's partially because I'm rooting for Micah, and it's partially because I just don't understand it. Like, maybe, yeah, you don't have to overreact to Yelta taking Tunis. That's probably smart play from Johnny. But I don't like keeping Jamal alive, and I don't like the fleet increase. And I'm done.
Tanya, what's the counterpoint here?
No, I actually think those are a lot of fair points. Like, I hated the convoy last time to Smyrna, and now all it's done is move to Khan, and like, you know, it didn't even move to Ankh, and it would have gotten in. So I definitely agree that tactically it was really strange on Johnny's end. But I do think that, like, instead of just moving everything back to now try and fight Yelta, attacking Austria was the right call. Probably. I don't
Maybe
know.
so. Maybe
I
so.
don't know. I'm gonna be shocked if anyone but Yelta wins at this point. Maybe Bradley. But Bradley didn't even go for St. Petersburg. Like,
I don't
didn't
think
even...
so, because Yelta's going to be one up on him now.
Yeah.
Well,
so I don't know.
Maybe even, I don't know.
I think I'm with you guys. I think I'm with you that Johnny's only way of winning this game was through Austrian centers. But you have to tank Ankara here. Like, especially vacating Venice here. This plan only works if you're building. And he's even here.
My take is that maybe he's like, okay, you have a fleet. I need a fleet in the Black Sea. You can support me into Bulgaria, and I'll let you live.
No.
Right?
Yeah, but now Venice is open. I mean, it only works if he's able to put an army down in Venice.
Well, Venice won't be open because he can build there if he wants to.
He can't build, right? He lost Tunis.
Yeah, he doesn't have a build.
He lost Tunis, that's right. Yeah.
That's the big flaw here in the plan, is that he has to build. Hey, look, he did a great job in convincing Yelta to take Tunis from Western Med and not from North Africa, which would have poised Yelta to continue forward. And we can question whether Yelta should have agreed to that or not. But yeah, I don't see how Johnny follows up here. Credit to Jamal for staying alive. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the North here, and then we'll go to the sideline report, because now we are at the point of talking about what people need to do to win the game and who has a legitimate shot. Obviously, Yelta does, and Yelta may even be in the driver's seat. Although Yelta does not hold the tiebreaker over anybody, except for Ed. Right. So Bradley wins a tiebreaker against Yelta, despite Bradley being the number 1 seed and Yelta being the number 6 seed coming in.
Wow.
Yeah, it is wild. So let's do this. Let's listen to the sideline report. And then I'm curious for you guys, what do you build if you're Yelta? And how do you secure the win here? And then also, if you're Bradley, Micah, or or even Johnny, although I think we just talked about Johnny, and maybe we think Johnny's chances have gotten pretty small. But let's focus on Bradley, Yelta, and Micah. I'll be curious to hear what you guys have to say. Did I load the thing already? I did not. So here is the sideline report for winter of 1908.
All right, welcome. All right, welcome to the 1908 sideline report. This is getting quite heated now. Johnny has told Yelta that if Yelta comes into the net, Johnny will throw the game to Micah. Micah has been desperately trying to get anyone to work with her this turn after Johnny's stab, and it seems that things are happening on that front. But the predominant narrative is, will Johnny throw, and what will happen if Yelta comes into the bed? Bradley says to Yelta, I don't care if Johnny throws, we can throw better.
It's basically even more than that. Bradley had a conversation with Ed to the extent of Yelta will never stab me. Look at how Yelta won his only top board. Previously, it was from playing cautious and then ending up on a board where the other 5 people all wanted him to win. I feel confident, Bradley said, in actually being the one that comes out on top. Besides that, there was a lot of demands about who does what with Ankara and Khan and where, and it all appears to have been for naught.
Yeah. The big story in the East here is this convoy down to Smyrna, which I think is a direct result of Jamal going to Khan rather than being willing to go to the Black Sea. Yeah, and Micah just doing well diplomatically there by effectively just speed running the Italian stab on her by just offering them Greece in exchange rather than having them fight it out.
All right, and then going into full, as if the game has loaded the orders yet, but going into full, Johnny is making good on his threats. He tells Yelta, well, I said if you come into the med, I throw to Micah, so I'll throw to Micah. Yelta is calling that disgraceful, and that Johnny can still win this. Johnny is meanwhile also telling Bradley that if Bradley doesn't stab Yelta now, then Johnny's going to throw. So it does seem like Johnny is playing in a way where this is some sort of diplomatic position rather than he instantly wants to throw. The EF just continue to say, right, if Johnny starts throwing, we're going to do a coin flip, and whoever wins the coin flip, we will throw to that person. But we can't tell Ed because we don't think Ed would be on board with that if that's what we do.
That's absolutely correct. Ed is definitely not on board and hasn't been on board, I think, for a couple years, for Micah being the winner of this board. I learned a lot about the difference between the word demand versus request in the conversations between Johnny and Jamal, and that it was not clear that going to Black Sea was a demand, and so that's why it wasn't done. I do believe, though, this turn it is a demand.
Yeah. And Micah had a little bit of a diplomatic push on Ed, trying to see if she could get him to defend in the north rather than defending against her and possibly taking Romania.
All right. These are the moves has gone through. Jamal has somehow managed to negotiate his way into surviving another year. Let's see what 1909 brings back to the studio.
I just really do want to applaud Jamal for sticking in there, playing every turn, like trying to get in there, trying to get somewhere, even though he's dead. There's no way to top the board. Like, I would have checked out forever ago. So really, really kudos to him for fighting at this point.
I agree. Katie.
I agree. I'm so disappointed in Johnny, even more now. You had Greece on offer and you take it like that? What is happening? Like, if someone is gonna offer you something, take it nicely. Don't take it like a Why? I don't get it. It's so frustrating.
Why the convoy to Albania? Yeah, that was the surprising
Like, why
thing.
Albania?
Is that Greece was offered. So why not take
Albania
Greece and
like,
Ankara?
why pick one dot Albania over your still ally? And like,
yeah, I want to give a shout out here to Jamal for fighting for survival. I respect anyone who just does what it takes to stick around and look after their own self-interest, even when it's even when winning is not a possibility.
And to have the ability to get people to listen to you, because so often people will just ignore you. They'll just let you sit at the game table by yourself for like 4 turns in a row, and it's the worst. So
I love that discourse about demand versus request.
I know. That's pretty weaselly though. Let's be honest.
Also,
if I were Johnny, that would have been done. I would have been. You absolutely knew what I meant. Thank you for Ankara.
Yeah, I think I would too.
He needs that fleet. That's Johnny's problem. But GG to Jason. Thanks for playing.
Yes, thank you for playing, Jason. I just wanted to add one last thing on Jamal here, though. Like sometimes you can play your best diplomacy in a way that is doesn't net like the obvious result of a championship. So yeah, that's really good stuff. All right, so thanks, Jason, for playing.
And kudos for being petty in a very effective way. Like, Jason really messed with that EF. That was
yeah.
That was good. That was fun.
Yeah, I mean, Micah is sitting in Munich and Berlin out of
for now.
Okay, so let's talk about Yelta. So Johnny's threats to throw are fascinating, right? He clearly didn't follow through in fall of 1908, but they are dominating the negotiation at this point, the diplomacy around the board. And so, throwing, there's 2 game years left here, right? So throwing is not necessarily an easy thing to do. And if one side is planning to react to the other side, then they need time to do so. So if any of that's going to happen, it's got to happen soon. If you're Yelta, so let's assume for the moment now that throwing doesn't happen. If you're Yelta, what's the path to winning this game? What do you build, and then what do you do next, Tanya?
See, I really, really think, and I hate it, and I don't play like this, so I really dislike, it's just not my style to flip a coin and to have your entire game be judged based on that. So it's tough. I do think that the EF will do it, unfortunately. If I were Yelta and I wasn't going to do it, probably I am going to build fleets and attack England right now. Yeah.
So 2 fleets and go full bore?
Yeah. Or a fleet and an army and to convoy onto the island.
Katie, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I've never been in a situation with this coin flip. I hear it, the fabled coin flips at the side tournaments. I've never been in that situation, and it would be hard to navigate because I would be like, no, but that doesn't mean I don't want to work with you. But like, no. So I agree with Tanya. I can't see myself in that position. But I also don't know that if I'm Yelta, I would stab Bradley. I think I would, maybe to my detriment, because we'll see what Bradley, well, I don't know if we'll see, because I don't know if this is what Yelta would do, right? But I would probably not stab Bradley, try to take Munich, sort of slow play, and try to just be on top of Bradley at the end of the game. I don't think I would necessarily attack him. I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, that is certainly a path forward. Do enough to keep Bradley from stabbing you and just stay ahead of Bradley and get ahead of Micah.
And he does really need Johnny to attack Micah for real, which it seems to be happening. So,
all right, let's find out. Here are the builds. 2 armies. So that feels like a clear choice. No attack on the English homeland is possible now. But that army in Paris could go to Picardy into Belgium and try to shore up Holland. So let's see. If Bradley's going to make a move on Yelta, it's probably got to be this turn.
I don't think they're going to stab each other.
I don't know. Bradley was very clear. Yelta would not stab Bradley. Bradley did not say he would not stab.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. All right,
At least-
so you know, and Bradley can kind of do both here, right? Could go down to Baltic and to Helgoland, and you know, that will probably be his last chance to make a strong move against Yelta, given that there's only 4 turns left. All right, let's find out. So eyes on Johnny. What does Johnny do here? And you know, what if anything happens between Yelta and Bradley? And the answers are, oof.
Too little, too late, Johnny. Is what I have to say to that.
All right, Katie, talk us through. We'll just have one person at a time go through the move. So actually, Tanya, why don't you just call out the whole board here?
Yeah, well, my first thing is taking Agra finally. But other than that, I'm assuming again that the bounce in Tyranian Sea is arranged. But either way, it had to be. Otherwise, North Africa would go to West Med. So I'm assuming they're just trying to keep it easy. And then other than that, we have Black Sea supporting Ed into Romania and succeeding. So it's really, Micah's game seems to be near its end, although Galicia does get into Ukraine. So maybe fun thing with Moscow there. Other than that, Micah does lose Munich. Bradley and Yelta are working together. So Yelta gets Munich. I'm assuming Bradley will then get Berlin next turn. So the EF is continuing on, and Johnny is trying to get, I guess he's trying to convoy back to Venice to bounce it. I'm struggling to see his strategy their strategy moving forward, but yeah, I think Venice is lost. Yeah, it's a bit rough.
Oh yeah, with Bohemia going down to Tyrolia here.
Yeah.
And then in St. Petersburg is likely falling here. I think if you're Bradley, there's really no reason not to take it.
Ed hasn't moved it in ever, so.
And Ed can't win at this point.
Yeah.
It's really down to just Bradley and Yelta, isn't it? And it appears that they're going to just race each other.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens next. Katie, talk us through it.
Well, Jamal's in Seth. Jamal's unkillable. All right. So the East is a mess. It's chaotic. So Ed walks out of St. Pete and Bradley gets it, but Jamal is in Sev. Ed left Romania to be in Serbia. Bulgaria's back in Romania, but Khan's in Bulgaria. So Johnny is picking up Bulgaria and Ankara, but losing Venice. So he's at +1. Somehow. So Micah keeps Berlin with help from Yelta. Is that right?
Yep.
So Yelta is protecting Micah there. Micah loses Munich and loses Serbia and loses Bulgaria and gains Venice. So it's still down 2. So Micah's still not looking good. Looking good for Yelta, though, right? I mean, he really is just a slow playing. I guess he kind of stabbed Bradley.
It's hard not to view that as anything but a stab, isn't it?
Stab, right? And now he's in Ruhr and Belgium, so he can protect Holland, and I assume he'll build a fleet in Brest for the last year. I don't know, did I miss anything? There's a lot of arrows on this map all of a sudden.
No, I think that's right. I think the one move that maybe surprises me a little bit is Marseille to Piedmont, which is probably defensive, just to make sure that no Austrian unit goes there. But
to cut Tyrolia as well.
Oh yeah, it can work. I mean, I was thinking he would rather be in Burgundy, but Piedmont to Tyrolia probably serves the same purpose. All right, so this is how the board stands in winter 1909, and the center chart is Yelta at 9, Bradley at 8, and Johnny Gillum all of a sudden at 7. Johnny owns the tiebreaker over all of them. Both of the other two. Bradley owns the tiebreaker over Yelta.
Did we miss Ed sneaking into Serbia there?
No, I said it, but it is very subtle. It is
visual.
Yeah, it's just floating, hanging out.
Micah supporting Jamal into Sev is pretty hilarious. That's funny. All right, so we have a sideline report from winter 1909. This is our last sideline report, so here it is.
All right, welcome to the final sideline report of this game, 1909. All the discussion in the West is just Bradley and Yelta agreeing that both of them can win. Let's just keep working together. Let's not stab each other. Bradley has said when Yelta's not there that he just doesn't think the Yelta can win because Bradley is looking at Holland, Berlin, and St. Petersburg for 10 and winning on tiebreak even if Yelta catches up. Other than that, the West is pretty static. There's a lot of conversations between Yelta and Johnny where Yelta is trying to tell Johnny he can still win, asking Johnny why he didn't take Ank and get the build last turn because that would have helped a lot. Johnny's regretting combo into Albania, but yeah, that is basically it for spring.
Yeah, Johnny trying pretty desperately to convince Micah he's not going to attack her this turn. He feels bad, and so he's going to turn around. Micah, for obvious reasons, is not really buying it. So you see this sort of more defensive moves that do unfortunately have the loss of Romania. And in the other side, Italy and Russia talk about just letting Turkey live and going all in on Austria. It's unclear how Johnny actually feels. Seems to vary depending on folks too.
Micah and Bradley just opened with a beautiful series of quotes. From Micah, Johnny has made a stupid move and I have a play here. Bradley immediately going then, well, I mean, if I get a good stab off on Yelta, why wouldn't you just, sit there? Micah's response to that is, well, I've been asking Yelta to go after Johnny for years and years, and he hasn't. So there's certainly not, an implication of less than favorable relations. But Bradley's really, I think, stuck on that point of if he's going to stab Yelta in the spring, then it just seems like handing the game to Micah.
All right, and in the full, Bradley is recognizing he got a big win in getting Yelta to agree Ruhr moves to Munich. Yelta didn't want to do it initially, but Bradley has a chance to take Holland guaranteed right now if he wants. Instead, Bradley is still worried about the East, maybe throwing to Micah. Bradley wants Berlin, and Yelta offers him support to Berlin. We'll see whether that actually goes through in the end or not. Yelta, meanwhile, is still negotiating with Johnny. They arranged a bounce in Tyrrhenian Sea in spring. Then they have not arranged a bounce this time. Johnny's asked not to bounce. Micah may well be getting Venice, may well not be getting Venice. There's a lot of discussion. There's no longer an East and West on this board, so it's more a case of everyone talking to everyone. There's some sort of plan between Jamal, Johnny and Micah to keep Jamal alive in Sevastopol, and whether all of them follow through or not also remains to be seen.
On top of that, Ed also offered to let Jamal live in Sevastopol in spring, so I'm going to guess that he gets to live in Sevastopol.
And that he does. It's truly, and then Ed came and basically had presumably those discussions that you two heard, and immediately went to Jamal and said, whatever I've said to Micah is a lie. Jamal, I'm working with you to keep you alive, and whatever we can sort out is what I want to actually happen here. Yeah.
All right, well, that concludes our final sideline report. Thank you both for joining me in the studio, and for one last time, we go back to Brandon.
All right, I want to say, first of all, thank you to the sideline reporters, Mikalis Kamaritis, Andrew, oh God, what is Andrew's last name? Zick, thank you. Andrew Zick, better known as Pixie, and Isaac Jukes, making, I believe, his DBN debut as a commentator. Yeah, thank you guys very much. I think it was first time doing sideline for all three of you, and you did an excellent job. So from that, though, it kind of sounds like sort of, a familiar end game moment where everyone's trying to do a little machinations, but everyone's really just looking out for themselves. Do you guys pick up anything more than that?
Nope.
No. I think Bradley's commentary on his relationship with Yelta is kind of funny, but he talked about it in the comments, so I don't want to belabor the point. But it is interesting. I think this might have just been a brilliant play by Yelta, right? He played super passively to where Bradley was convinced Yelta would just let Bradley win.
Yeah.
And that's not the case.
Yeah, or at least passively let him get into position to take the win.
Right.
And Bradley had a moment there where he could have, in the spring moved and guaranteed Holland, or even in the fall it was available to him. Just needed to do a little subterfuge. But 1909. So we're gonna get some builds. The builds are not particularly useful. I think Johnny's in Rome could net him Venice, especially if Piedmont is going to Tyrolia to cut that support. Yelta, Micah has to pull 2 units here. So let's get the adjustments, and then we'll talk about who's got what chances. So here are the builds. We do get fleets that are just going to bang against the English Channel here. And then Micah pulls Berlin, interestingly, as well as Bohemia. So that's very interesting. So Berlin, I suppose Berlin. What this does is it forces Munich to help hold Berlin here, if that is what something that is important for Yelta here. Okay, so let's talk now. And let's see. Ed pulls the army in Armenia, which probably doesn't have too much consequence here. Okay, so Yelta is currently winning this game. Bradley just needs to pick up 1 center. So if Bradley could make Yelta go down a center while picking 1 up, Bradley would win, but Bradley doesn't need to make Yelta go down. Bradley just needs to pick 1 up or make Yelta go down, one or the other. Bradley wins the tiebreaker. Johnny needs a little bit more to happen here. Johnny will win the tiebreaker over the other 2, but is currently 2 behind Yelta. So Johnny needs some combination of picking up a center and Yelta going down, or picking up 2 centers, and Bradley not getting 2 and Yelta not picking up 1. But I think any of the 3 of them do have a chance to win. Micah's probably chances are over now, as are Ed's and Jamal's. Jamal is a good diplomat, but maybe this one is beyond his powers. Okay, so is Yelta the favorite at this point?
I think definitely. I think Mid-Atlantic goes up to Irish, and that complicates things a lot for Bradley. Kiel is vulnerable, maybe, although the Baltic Fleet is nice to have. Yeah, I think it's Yelta's to lose at this point. It would be incredible if Johnny somehow finds the dots to tie, but it would be very, very unlikely, I think.
So what should Yelta be doing here, Katie?
I think Yelta supports Venice, because Mike is not his competition and Johnny is. Supports Venice, and then it's kind of a guess. Like, if you go to Trinity and see, well, I don't know, Tanya, do you think you don't need to backfill Mao because you go to? No, there's 1 year left. You're right. There's 1 year. There's 1 year.
I think your enemy is England. It's not Johnny, right? Like,
well, you can't lose
need to make
Tunis,
sure-
though. You can't lose Tunis. But there's only 1 year, so it doesn't matter if England gets into Mao because he can't do anything after that. So you're right. Don't worry about. Don't go up to Mao. Yeah, just protect Tunis and then support Venice, and you really just need the situation to hold, right? I mean, make sure that Austria stays in Berlin, and maybe make a play for Kiel. I think. I don't know. Tactics are not my strong point, but I really think that he just has to. He's got to hold out 1 year, right? And unless somebody throws, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, throwing is definitely a way that somebody could pass him. The only thing I'll add here is I think rather than North Atlantic, English Channel is actually what he needs to protect here. So Mid Atlantic should be supporting Brest into the English Channel.
Right.
Just
The
to,
issue, the issue is Kiel can't really be taken. Well, let's just see what they do.
I mean,
So-
if you're protecting
all the
Holland,
hypotheticals.
well, so Bradley is the one, I think, with more tactical flexibility here, right? There's
Right.
lots of options. Convoy into Prussia here to get a third unit on Berlin, north down to Helgoland, and Norwegian down to north. He's got he does have to worry about a fleet going up to Liverpool or Irish. So, London to Wales would probably do that.
or just NAO from Norwegian, right? Like,
Personally, I would bring north down to Helgoland and Norwegian down into. Oh no, Norway could go to north. Yeah. Actually, that's what I would do. You're right. Norwegian to North Atlantic, Norway to north, London to the English Channel, and north into Helgoland. I probably would convoy Prussia over on the theory that
Prussia.
That Munich. Well, so Ruhr is actually free this turn to go to Kiel.
Yeah.
With support from Holland, so that would be risky. But Yelta is a fairly conservative tactician, so it might be worth.
I mean, I think Micah might be kingmaker, maybe.
If Micah wants Yelta to win, she can make it
No,
happen.
no, not necessarily. They could want Bradley to win.
Mm.
Yeah. Should we see the moves? Speculate all day.
All right. And so for Johnny to win, Johnny, has to pick up Venice, has to pick up Serbia. Those I think are the major pickups. Maybe Trieste is potentially vulnerable as well. Let's see if it happens. And wow, tell us about it. Oh my goodness.
oh my Yelta.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'll just call it out, and then you guys can provide the analysis here. So, so Johnny takes Serbia, which is supported into Romania. So Johnny is up 1 here, but Johnny has moved Rome to Tuscany, allowing Venice to slip into Rome in a way that cannot be dislodged. And elsewhere, Micah has not used Silesia to cover Berlin, but has supported Ukraine into Warsaw, allowing Bradley to take Berlin here.
And Moscow.
And Moscow.
So it's Bradley.
Bradley's
Bradley
up too.
very much has the advantage here.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, this is why in 1908, I, as Yelta, would have attacked Bradley right off the bat. Right, like I mentioned.
Oh, 3, Tanya. Oh, 3.
That's true. Every year. Every single year. No. Wow, very well done.
Well, now it's not over.
Yeah,
Bradley doesn't have Moscow guaranteed, right? He needs Ed and Micah to not cooperate over kicking him out.
I don't think he's worried about that.
I don't think he's worried about that either. But Berlin is also not guaranteed, right? If Micah wants to help Yelta. What did Yelta do around the German centers? Just triple support into Kiel, but Holland wasn't the mover. So we got outguessed here. Wow, if Holland had been the mover here and Belgium had bounced, if he guessed right, that would have changed everything here. All right, so this appears to be Bradley's to lose now, correct?
Of course, yeah. I think unless Micah helps Yelta, which I don't think is going to happen, I think Micah will help herself get the best possible score and support hold Warsaw. Berlin can't be taken. Kiel can't be taken. I don't see a single center that Yelta can get. So, well, unless somehow they sneak into Venice or something like that, but
maybe Johnny supports.
Yeah, Johnny could support Yelta into Venice or something. It's the only way I see any of that happening.
Johnny's not Johnny's not entirely out of this either. But if Johnny needs to pick up a 3
right?
to
And now he
match
lost
Bradley,
one? I don't think so.
get Micah to walk out, keep Serbia, get Trieste and Venice. All right.
I'm not throwing a Johnny if I'm Micah after that nonsense he pulled.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Convoying to Albania? Heck no.
Anyone want to hazard a prediction here?
I think Bradley has it. Like, no one's been that bold and throwing and weird stuff, so I don't know.
All right. Here is the final turn for the 2024 Summer Classic or Winter Classic if you are below the equator.
One more thing. I am very glad that it didn't end in a coin flip. So it looks like winning spirits continued to want to win.
Yeah, people fought it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there'll be a question here if Bradley wins about Ed vacating Moscow. But Ed's been, on a warpath. So
But Ed's had to defend Moscow from Micah anyway. So.
All right, here it is. The denouement, the fall 1910 orders, the final orders for the Summer Classic 2024.
Oh my
God. Did Johnny get it? No, he didn't.
Johnny picks up
Got
3.
2.
He picks up 3, loses Venice, so he's up 2. But Bradley does not hold on to Berlin.
Keeps Moscow.
I believe Johnny is going to win this. With a three-way tie.
Go back. I need to see how Johnny did
Oh my gosh!
Johnny got support from
Okay,
Ed
so-
Sullivan into Bulgaria, into Budapest. Guessed right. No, there was no guess over Trieste. So Trieste was guaranteed.
Mhm.
Didn't need Venice.
It's not fully
So the key was Bradley being kicked out of Berlin by Yelta and Micah together.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm really shocked
Wow. Good job, Johnny.
I wonder if Micah knew that taking Berlin would mean Johnny would win.
I don't know. That is.
Because instead of keeping Warsaw, she went for Berlin, which is interesting. Oh, there's all kinds of funky things going on in the last.
Warsaw wasn't guaranteed.
Yeah.
But yeah, the key was Micah and Yelta. Yelta is doing this probably because he thinks he needs to knock Bradley back. I think there's a good argument though that he should be the one getting supported into Berlin, right?
The other thing, Ed walks out of Serbia, which is really
Well, he wouldn't have made it to Berlin. So, oh no, I'm sorry. That's a retreat. I'm sorry. Ignore me.
No, Ed didn't walk out of Serbia. He was supported into Romania in the spring.
Oh, right, okay.
And so from Romania, he
supported
Johnny. That was one thing we didn't consider was
No.
that Ed might help Johnny win here.
Yeah.
Yeah, strange. Like, I mean, over Bradley. I mean, I guess
After
Bradley
all-
took him out of the north. So
Ed didn't have any friends, did he?
No.
Maybe Johnny was less. Yeah. See, it all just comes down to this one moment, huh?
Yeah, we could just talk about this. Saved ourselves 5 hours.
What? All right. So here's what I want to do before we bring some people onto the stream here. How did Johnny win this? So, right, the last turn was obviously very crucial. He did lots of negotiating for himself. There were some things that happened elsewhere on the board that needed to break his way, which is often what happens in these situations. But there were 9.5 years leading up to this point that clearly had an influence on what happened on this final turn. So, from your guys' perspective, what is it that Johnny did that laid the groundwork for what he was able to accomplish in the final turn? And either one of you, once you have an answer to that question, just jump out with it.
Say it again. Sorry.
Sure. No, we've been on the stream for a while here. The question is,
I was looking at the board, and yeah.
The question is, we can see what Johnny did on the final turn to win. The question is, what did Johnny do in the previous 9.5 years that laid the groundwork for them to be able to pull this off in the final turn?
well, I'm assuming it has to be the diplomatic relationship with Yelta, because getting Yelta to stay away for so long, getting Yelta to come take Tunis, but for some reason not ever go into the Tyrrhenian Sea when Naples and Rome were open, having that relationship be so strong that Yelta had senators that were possible to take, was not going to fight Bradley, but didn't take them. That I think is really key for Johnny. And whatever Johnny did to get Ed on side was also, like, obviously a good thing. I think attacking Austria was the right call. Probably should have been punished for it more by Yelta, but wasn't. So great diplomatic work there.
Katie, what are your thoughts?
I think Johnny was pretty flexible this game. You know, there was the turn where Jamal got in Micah's head and made her paranoid, and she sort of backed out of whatever deal she had with Johnny. And I don't know the details, but I think it cost him a build. And I don't, she like bounced Greece or something. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, like, I think we thought at that point, like, they were going to be just all out fighting each other, and they weren't. And, Johnny stayed patient and continued to work with her because that was what was in his best interest to do. And,
that was
this one.
Yeah.
Fall before. Yeah. I think that probably he was supposed to get Greece and she was supposed to get Smyrna, right? So, like, this was a sort of a half stab by Micah. I'm sure Johnny was not happy about it. But he didn't react that hard, and I think he did a good job of keeping his options open. Like that build of an army in Rome later on that we were like, well, Micah's clearly going to see that coming, and he didn't. Like, I think he just played a flexible game, and I really didn't like a couple of his turns. Like, I think they didn't make sense to me, but obviously it got him in the position to win. So, like, yeah, I think he just was more flexible, maybe more creative than I am.
All right, I think it is time for us to hear from the champion themselves. Ooh. Let us welcome to the stream the 2024 Summer Classic champion, Johnny Gillam. Johnny, welcome.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, big congratulations. So you watched the whole stream, right? We saw you in the comments.
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
so
I had to.
You saw the roller coaster that we went through watching your game here. What was it like from your perspective?
It was fun. It was a fun game. It was really weird. I mean, I always like to top my boards as Italy without Venice, Rome, or Tunis. I think that's very standard. So obviously, this is a very standard game. No, it was great. I had a lot of fun. There was a lot of weird, kooky stuff happening. It wasn't like some top boards were really serious and like angry. And this board had some really serious moments for sure, but it also had a lot of like laughter and fun times. So it was great.
So we were just looking at one particular moment that was was pretty critical. The things really changed in the East at this point. You guys had Jamal on the ropes. You and Micah had been operating somewhat slowly, but we're still on the same page. What happened this turn to make things go so wrong?
Yeah, this was huge. This next turn, actually, spring of 05, had the follow-on from this turn, and then one another convoy later in the game were the two moves that won me the game, as well as dropping in the Paris. This was Jamal just beating me. It was 1v1 on who was Micah going to go with. Micah hadn't really made her decision. She had gone into the Aegean, but she hadn't really committed that she really wanted to fight Jamal anymore from here. And both Jamal and I just knew that like she was going to go with one or the other of us, and he got it in her head and got her paranoid and got her upset, and there was kind of some stress, and convinced her to do this stab on me, which is obviously not a very good stab for Micah to be doing on me. And I got really upset when this happened. I was frustrated. I was confused. I didn't understand why Micah would do this. And I had the moves. If you want to flip to the next spring. So on this turn, I had the moves Apulia to Venice, Venice to Tyrolia, Ionian to Adriatic, and Eastern to Ionian until like 20 seconds left in the phase. I was like Micah just screwed me. I don't understand it. I'm done with this. Like, this is crap. And Jamal's gonna have a great game, and it's not my fault. And I had those moves in, and I had them in, and then in the somehow I just like got a hold of myself, and I was like, if you do that, you lose. Convoy to Syria. Jamal's not going there. I don't know what's gonna happen, but there was just like this instinctual moment. Jamal talks about playing according to the like Jade Buddha philosophy, I think, which is very just like do what feels right. Your gut's probably right. And I in this moment, I just went with my gut, and my gut was right. And this was huge in the relationship with Micah later on. But
What
I
had
didn't
you
tell
worked?
anyone.
What had you worked out with Micah for this turn?
Nothing. I told her I was coming for her.
Okay.
I told the whole board. I told the whole board I was coming for her. I was pissed and I was done. Actually, Jamal and I got into a room together, and I think it was after this. And I was getting really worked up, and we had like a mindfulness moment. We took like 2 minutes to like do deep breathing together. I swear to God. And then after, so this is spring 05, and then we had
like
a
really
break after fall
really
05.
2 minutes, really 2 minutes, because that's actually
I'm
quite
not
a
sure
long
if it was,
time.
I'm not sure if it was that long, but it was a while.
Okay.
And then after fall of 05, we had a 15-minute break, and Micah, Jamal, myself, and Yelta turned on our cameras and did 10 minutes of meditation together.
Nice.
During the break. Seriously.
Was it guided meditation or just no mind, silent meditation?
No, we kind of like got in the same headspace and then just like closed our eyes and kind of vibed it out, just to get ourselves like feeling happy and relaxed. It was great. It was wonderful. You should do that in every game of diplomacy you play. We felt so much better after that.
You know, that's a new one for me. I've not. I would have loved to just been on the opposite side of the board, frantically being like, "I need to get something done." Coming into that room and seeing you guys meditate would have pissed me off.
We were on a break, to be fair. We were on a break. But
I know, but it feels like a very strong meta negotiation at the same time. Like it's clearly it's good for you. It's what you need, what you all needed to do. But it's also like you guys are getting on the same page in a meta way. And I don't think it's unfair at all. I think it's brilliant. But do you think that actually, besides grounding you, do you think it had any other influence on how the game evolved?
Yes, I do. To the extent, like you were saying, Micah, myself, and Yelta were all a part of that. And the three of us, especially Micah and myself, but really all three of us, managed to continue having fun long after everyone else was not having fun anymore. And that was important in the way that final turn went.
Oh, so not necessarily for you winning, but maybe a little bit, but also just for feeling good about what you guys were doing.
And for me winning.
And for you winning. Okay.
I think it was important that Bradley was very tense. Ed was very tense. Micah became tense later on when she started losing everything. And Yelta and I were just like super. I got tense too, to be fair. But I do think there's something to that, like that analysis.
Maybe
all right,
we
so
can have mindfulness seminars at the next diplomacy tournament.
You should talk to Jamal. It was all Jamal. Jamal's the king of this.
We take this so seriously. It's a game.
Yeah,
we should be having
totally
fun.
is a game. Okay, so Johnny, this moment got you. I love that this was like a non-agreed upon alliance, bold alliance play, right? So this got you and Micah back on the same page. You start taking apart Jamal, and then you build this army, which struck us as not great for Micah.
Well, so on this turn, I was worried Micah, if I built a fleet here, Micah built Army Trieste. Venice is just a walk. And I don't know, that that was my instinct. And me and Micah was on board with me and Yelta doing what we were doing. And if I built a fleet here, Yelta and I could no longer continue to fake fight. And so I think I kind of just went into the room with Micah and gave those two pieces of rationale, and she was like, "Yeah, got it." So you did. It was true. I wasn't intending to fight Micah.
Okay, so you didn't fight Micah this turn, but then you did this turn. So what changed about your intentions between the spring and the fall?
I don't know. I still kind of regret this. I'm not sure this is the right move. I think Ed kind of pressured me into it by walking into Armenia there and sport holding Ankh. So it was like, okay, if you ever want another center for the rest of ever, it has to be in Austria, and you got to go now. And I went to Yelta and got Yelta's okay, and I was Yelta and I were really on the same page the whole game, so I was pretty sure Yelta wasn't coming if I did this, and I was like, I gotta take it where I can get it.
It was a bold move. You went for it. I think what confused us quite a lot is what happened next.
Yeah.
So,
okay. So this was the other convoy that won me the game. There are two big convoys that won me the game.
Okay.
This one I'm proud of. I think this was smart. I do. I see Tanya's eyebrows, but I think this was smart because I can never take Trieste ever. I have 3 units on Trieste. She has 3 units defending. She's in Galicia. She's in Bohemia. She's in Romania. How do I ever get Trieste? It's impossible. Whereas, so the last time I did this convoy, I went to Micah in the beginning of the phase without having told her and said, like, did you appreciate my love letter? This time I was like, what about another love letter? And we just decided that, like, we can disentangle. There's no need for us to be spending the entire game doing 3v3s or 4v4s on Trieste. Like, for what? I can grow an Ankh. I can still get Greece if I do this. She said, if you do this, Greece is yours. That's fine. You deserve it. Like, fair play. She had many more centers than me at this point, so I think that felt reasonable. And I was like, great.
Okay.
I'd rather have Trieste and Ankara, or Greece and Ankara, than not get Trieste. You know.
The convoy.
But then you did take Ankara.
Yeah, the convoy isn't what surprised us.
Yeah.
And you took Greece with a fleet.
I know.
So Greece was on offer. So why don't you take Ankara here?
I know. Okay, so I know. So this is not what was supposed to happen. This is 2 different order sets, half of each, that did not get corrected. So the fact that I managed to survive this mistake is mind-boggling.
Okay.
Well, originally I'm supposed to take Ankara here, do the convoy to Albania, take Greece, pop it, build an army in Venice. In which case this moveset's fine. And then I get talking to Jamal, and Jamal and I had this like rocky, difficult relationship this whole game. I had really targeted him. I felt really bad about it. Jamal and I are like real life friends. And he like really wanted to survive. And he was really pushing, like, you want me in Black Sea, you need me to get into Black Sea. If you don't have a unit in Black, you're never going to get enough centers in Austria to top, which I think there is some truth to that argument. And somewhere between feeling bad and Jamal having kind of a point, I decided to go with Jamal, which involved not taking Ankh, but also not convoying to Albania, importantly, except I just forgot to change it. So then I did convoy to Albania anyway. And then I lost Venice and Rome and Tunis, but I still topped, so it would have mattered.
All right,
when
So
Jamal...
Micah,
hold on, Katie.
just to confirm, Micah was okay with you convoying to Albania?
No. I was not at all. This would have been another step.
No, convoying to Smyrna. She said, if you did that, you can take.
Right. Okay, this makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah. No,
right,
this
Katie.
is just bad. This is not the top.
I was just going to ask if letting Jamal live so he could go to Black was a request or a demand, because
it was. That's an open question. It depends on who you ask.
What's the salient difference?
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I do actually think it was important though, because I think the reason I won this game is that by the end, Jamal and Ed actively wanted me to win, and Micah did not make moves. I mean, she took 2 of my home centers, right? She wasn't working for me, but she also wasn't working against me. If it was going to be me, Micah was happy for it to be me. And it's these kinds of moves, letting Jamal live, doing fun things with Micah when I could have done cruel things, I think made it so that by the end of the game, people were choosing me and not choosing me.
You had the 2 small powers in the East actively helping you.
Exactly.
When Micah got into Rome, did you think you had lost your chance to win?
No, I didn't, because I mean, this was bad. I thought Piedmont was going to Tuscany here. This was very clever on Micah's part. Piedmont was originally going to Tuscany, I think, and then she went and told him not to go so she could get in. This is very clever. But I did the math on this turn, and I realized I had Ed's units were my units at this point. And so I gave Ed the orders. He didn't actually do them exactly, but that's okay.
Your units.
Yeah, but everyone thought they were, which was important. So I gave Ed the orders, and then I went to Micah and I said, hey, okay, Ed's going to Vienna. I'm taking Trieste. I'm taking Budapest. You can either bounce me out of Trieste and Yelta wins, or you can bounce Ed out of Vienna and I win, and it's up to you. And no one else, nobody in the West counted. They were shocked. They couldn't believe that I won. They didn't think I could because they didn't actually look, but I did, so I won.
We're also guilty of that, actually. So
Yeah, no, I was loving it. It was so much fun.
Well, we contemplated it and decided it wasn't. I think the thing that we were missing was that Ed would help you, would support you into Budapest. So I presume Yelta did not realize that he actually needed Berlin. Otherwise, he might have asked Micah for it rather than supporting Micah. And
yeah, this is a fun turn because even if you hold the tactics in the East completely steady, either of the two powers in the West could have won if they had played the Western tactics differently.
Yeah.
Right? Because even with the way this goes, France can take Kiel and win.
Yeah.
Or I forget where it is. There's somebody pointed it out. There's some way also I think that either like England can get Holland or something and win, or I forget exactly. But
France can take
tap Munich. England can tap Munich, keep Berlin. France
can take Kiel here.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
There's a guess over Belgium or Holland in that case.
Yeah.
That's right. Or England can tap Munich, keep Berlin, and win.
Yes, that's right.
So it came down to the way they played it, but I thought they were gonna. I had a good idea that these would be the most.
So you were feeling confident going into the
yeah, I knew I had it. I was 99% sure, and I said it on the board, and Bradley just was like, "What?"
After the
Italy?
Like
what?
while you were waiting for adjudication that you said that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Great. That's so good.
That was great.
All right, so Johnny, this is your first top board win. What does it mean for you?
It's my first win. Yeah, it's been like 3 years playing diplomacy now.
Have you not won a tournament that didn't have a top board? This is your first tournament win of the face-to-face era. Congratulations, man!
Thank you. Thank you.
That's
I
huge.
did win the board of death in the last DBNI, which actually was kind of my first.
yeah.
After I won that, I was really like, okay, I kind of have made it. Like, I don't need a tournament win. This counts. But this feels good too.
What do you think it means for you in your diplomacy career?
I don't know. I mean, it means I auto bid to the DBNI, so I don't have to play anymore this year. So that's good.
Well, you might want to get a better seed. You could do that.
You can just
I
not
like
play
to drop
DBNI.
anyway. Who cares?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you came in as the number 2 seed and had the tiebreaker over everyone in contention at the end.
Yeah, when you're in Paris, drop to the end. This is proof. You don't need to play France. Get the tiebreaker. Play anything. Doesn't matter.
And this was a 3-way tie, right?
Yeah.
You needed the tiebreaker. Yeah, over everybody.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Then, so one last question for you then. What, like if you had to sum up sort of what skills you demonstrated in this tournament and in the top board, or that were the keys for you, what would you identify?
Yeah, interesting. I think I would say different things for the tournament and top board. The tournament, I think it was Tanya that gave my recap and said that I didn't ever stab my ally. True. That was, I think I played a great tournament. I was super proud of my tournament. I did never stab my ally. I got 2 board tops without having stabbed my ally. That was awesome. So I think that was a real showcase of my diplomacy. There was a lot of luck for me on this board. Like other people could easily have won in a bunch of different ways. And I made weird mistakes and they made weird mistakes. And this was just scrambling and like being really creative and being really like willing to change tacks and going with my gut. So this one was lucky, but I think the tournament was
It's not just lucky. No, it's not just lucky.
It's not just lucky, but there was a good amount of luck involved in it.
There's always luck.
For sure.
There's always luck. No
top
more
board-
luck in this than any other game.
Your normal rounds, your preliminaries were fantastic. I was watching those and I was like, this is like, I mean, other than that abomination in the middle where you the rat, yeah. Other than the rat, but even that was impressive, right? You played very diplomatically in all 3 games, so it was good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would call it good fortune rather than luck. And top boards always involve lots of mistakes and sort of high stakes play. And I think your confidence on that last turn suggests that it really wasn't just, it wasn't, you can't attribute it to just luck. You saw the path to victory and you made it happen. And you made, lots of sort of daring key moves at just the right times. And that's how you do it on a top board.
It's actually very shocking to me. This is the first thing you've won. I would have really bet for sure that you would have won something before this. So
never.
Well, it's been interesting to watch your development, right? You sort of you've kind of experimented with play styles in a way that not a lot of players do, and you can sort of see that sort of coming to sort of full maturity in this tournament. In that, like, you weren't really experimenting anymore. Like, you found play styles that you feel like work for you. You're unusual in that you have, I think, multiple different possible play styles that you can really put into action. And you did that in this tournament. And yeah, that you're sort of coming into your own now as a diplomacy player, and you're a different kind of player than most others on the tour. So I'm interested to see how that plays moving forward, especially in next year's DBNI.
Thank you.
All right. Katie, do you want to add anything at the end here?
No, congrats. That was a really fun game. And I love that it ended on such a, honest, it was a little bit surprised. I wouldn't say I was ever like, Johnny can't win this, but it was exciting. It was really exciting. And yeah, it was fun to watch. So congrats.
Thank you.
And I think I will echo them. I think you had a great tournament all around. It was a really, really strong showing. And yeah, you deserve it. So awesome. All
right, Johnny, congratulations. Give you a little bit of applause here. Congratulations on your first top board win, your first tournament win. I doubt it will be the last. And we look forward to watching you compete in the future.
Thank you so much. Good night, John.
Yeah. Good job, Johnny.
All right. Go get some sleep, man, if you can. All right. We have one other person in the background that I'm going to bring on here. I don't know if he's... give me a thumbs up if you're okay with it. All right. Here is tournament director and sideline host, Michalis Kamaritis. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Michalis.
Thank you. It was an excellent game, and I loved the commentary and watching that live. Jordy and I were messaging back and forward, especially in that sort of final spring, where after you'd Cinderlight the move into Rome, and you just were so focused on the West, and we were like pissing ourselves laughing.
Yeah, it took us a little bit to even sort of consider that Johnny might be able to pull it off. But again, yeah, we were missing I think the key, which is that Ed Sullivan was willing to help him there. Michalis, congratulations on a successful tournament. This is your first tournament directing job. Am I right about that?
No, I ran this last year, so it's my second. But this is the only one I run.
All right, I take that back, and it's possible I hosted last year's coverage and should remember that.
I think Johnny co-ran it with you, right? So
he did, and then this year he's decided to go and win it instead.
Yeah.
I mean, the best part about that is that Johnny wasn't even intending to play in this tournament, and he unwisely told me for a like middle of the night round that he could possibly play if needed to fill a board, and then he was needed, and so I'm just messaging like, "Yep, you've said you're going to play, so you've got to play now." And then he tops that and goes on and wins the whole tournament. And if one more person had shown up for that round, I wouldn't have needed Johnny, and he'd never have played.
That's the luck he's talking about.
Yeah.
The bad luck of being forced into action. Well, yeah. So is there anything you want to tell us about the tournament that, we weren't able to glean from our coverage today?
I mean, you didn't cover my games, but that's fine. Beyond that, yeah, it was the scoring system change. You touched upon it. That I changed the scoring system to make the Fogel less common, and there were 0 Fogels, so it's a qualified success. It didn't remove the triples, but there were 0, 11, 11, 11s in the entire tournament. So as a first tweak of going into scoring systems and trying to avoid that debate the rest of the year, burying my head in the sand as much as possible, I stepped over the line a little bit, and it was a qualified success, I think. I've run this tournament twice, and Italy's won both times, so I absolutely adore that fact. Thank you, Johnny. You made me proud on that regard. And yeah, that's the second time this year we've seen a top board end in a 999 three-way tie.
I'm gonna let the antifogal bias, just drift away. It's a little painful, but
You're
I also,
antifogal.
yeah, that's part of the problem, isn't it? Fogel on Fogel violence. All right, McCallus, thank you so much for the sideline reporting. I think that was your first time doing it, right?
Yeah, and to give credit to Ed and everyone else who's been doing it for years, it is a lot harder than you think it is. Yeah, it took a little while to find the groove, I think, but yeah, it was a lot of fun, and it's really interesting getting the other side of things. Like, I've played on a lot of top boards, but I've never been listening to coverage before in the background, and listening to the way other people negotiate was fascinating. And yeah, I was, because I was also the GM, I could see moves being updated in real time on the actual board throughout the game. And that final turn, I was mashing the F5 button on my keyboard so much because there were times in that turn where all three of them were winning, even through that phase, as different orders were being put in and changed. And it's like, all right, at the moment Bradley's winning, at the moment Johnny, and what's going to happen? There's slight changes from each of them, and yeah, that was a lot of fun, I've got to say.
That's cool. It was dramatic enough for us just watching, the one set of orders come through, but for you to watch it in real time. Brian Pravel has sort of fantasized about being able to show that sort of thing on the stream, like actually capture the changing orders throughout the turn. Which maybe someday we'll do that for an exhibition or something.
It would be like, I added so much to it for me, and I was relaying it to the other sideliners as well in our back channel, so we could sort of, someone would say something and then I'd say, okay, and these moves have just changed, so we can tell that conversation was important, whereas the conversation where people just lied to each other and we could see no moves changed, we kind of concluded that it wasn't as important. So it helped with the sidelining as well.
That's interesting. All right. We're not going to ask you anything like, were you surprised at any players being more duplicitous than you expected, even though we want to. But that's privileged information. So.
We need to make sure that they still sign up to do these tournaments at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly.
You got some good quotes, I think. So that's what matters.
Yeah, silent coverage was excellent, and definitely helped us understand better what was going on in the game. So we thank you for that very, very much.
You're welcome.
And we thank you for a fantastic tournament. Congratulations on another successful Summer Classic, and look forward to next year's edition as well. Katie, McCallus, do you have any final thoughts about the tournament as a whole that you want to sign off with?
At the risk of exposing myself to more scoring system debates, I am looking to change it a little bit again to try and make the triples less common. I'm not going to go to Open Tribute. The aim of this tournament is to be quite welcoming to new players, and Open Tribute I do find is very opaque as a scoring system. I want to find some sort of middle ground that is very easy for new players to quickly get in, understand, be able to reasonably well work out their score at any given moment in the game, regardless of whether they're topping or quite low down. But some sort of ranked hybrid moving into it, some sort of bonus system. I'm open to it. Feel free to send me some ideas, but not too many and not long debates, please.
Good luck putting the door back on that Pandora's box.
You played yourself.
You have just asked the entire diplomacy community to send you some scoring system proposals.
Yeah, I'll regret that later, but it's fine. I can just mute Discord.
Yeah. All right, McCallus. We'll just keep you on. You're part of the coverage. So Tanya and Katie, I'll turn to you guys for some final thoughts on the tournament. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first since Katie actually played the tournament, so she probably has a lot more insightful things to say.
Played the tournament is generous, but yeah.
I don't think I've played a Summer Classic. I don't remember it anyway, but great work. Good job, McCallus. I really enjoyed that top board. I think all the players were really good. Messy board, but we like that in the top board, so it's really nice to see. And yeah, Good job, team, and thanks, Brandon, for hosting. When you decide you don't want to analyze, I'm kidding. Really good job. So I had fun on this broadcast.
Katie.
Yeah, I'll second that. Thanks for hosting Brandon and for hosting the tournament, McCallus. I will never play two boards again. That was horrible. It did not work out well for me, and I didn't like it. But I had a good time, kind of in general playing, and I had a really good time tonight talking about it. And that was a great top board. I think like the right people made it, and it was a lot of fun to watch. And yeah, the right person won. So yeah, it worked out.
Yeah, I'll second this, Tanya and Katie. It's always great being on a stream with both of you. Very fun and sharp, and you both demonstrated that tonight. So thank you for your service here tonight. But that said, I'm excited to see you guys on a board someday again as well. So let's not let that go by the wayside. McCallus this was a fantastic tournament. The top board today was really fun. It was a little bit not as fun for the first, I think 4 years. And then it got really fun. And then it was just a kind of sort of blender of curiosity. And it feels like Johnny did by, a hair deserve it. But I think Bradley and Yelta both played very fantastic games. And if they had come out on top, I think we'd be calling them worthy winners as well. But Johnny is the one whose nose edged past the line first. And so Johnny gets the congratulations. And it's certainly going to be just the first of many. And I won't be surprised to see Yelta or Bradley winning tournaments again. And Micah, really, really great tournament and a fantastic effort on the top board and on your first top board. So look forward to seeing that. Jamal and Jason, yeah, thanks for playing.
What about Ed?
Ed too. Thanks for playing. All right, with that, it's time to sign off. Anybody want to take the classic sign off, or shall I?
I'll do it.
All right, Katie, take us home.
Thanks everybody. This was a lot of fun, and we hope you had fun watching. Stay safe and stab well.